sent on to Execration. They get stunned. Benny Cutie trying to go after Rebo. He gets taken out. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Can Hate turn it around, but he's stuck between all the members of Bren Esports. And just like that, 4 members of
What an impressive run by Bren Esports. Once again, only dropping 1 series against SGD. And I think that's just the law of means doing its job. But ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the draft. Welcome to Game 1 in a best of 3 between Bren Esports and Execration. Once more from the panelist desk, my name is Leo, joined by Seiya and Wolf. What are you foreseeing here, Seiya and Wolf? We see now the first bans. It's the Kufra for Bren Esports and Claude taken out by Execration.
I think the Kufra ban is more of an active/respect ban because we already know that Execration can use this certain hero very efficiently. And of course, to really counter that off, Execration denying that Claude. Well, we already know that this Claude really gives you the mobility and it can really scale really quick if you give a certain amount of space.
This is Bren Esports making sure that Chakni will not be taking off with a Kufra. I feel that this is like his best hero, except the Grok and the Atlas, but it feels like when you are looking for like the one-size-fits-all kind of tank, that's always the Kufra. It always fits any lineup, and Bren Esports making sure that that will not be the case. You have to always take note that Bren Esports are actively banning. What is an active ban? You ban a hero because you want your lineup because you mind your lineup more than you're minding the lineup of your opponents. I hope I make sense. Because what it does is, maybe you ban a Kufra, maybe they go for Cho, maybe they want to go for 1-1 or carry some of those mobility heroes, right?
Yep. Or even, Wolf, you mentioned earlier before the road to the playoffs for Bren, the Goshen, right?
Yeah.
Goshen just gets shut down by Kufra. He's not able to do his full combo if Bouncing Ball is activated. So with that being said, we might be seeing Bren telegraph the Goshen here. But they might be psyching Execration out. Bren Esports, I believe, has a secret that Coach Ducky has prepared for us. I actually talked to him before the playoffs, and he said that they're preparing a hero that we've never seen funneled before. So that means throughout the regular season, throughout even their non-MPL games, tournaments out of the league, then maybe, just maybe, they might show us something here. Something different, right?
I see. Because I think this is the advantage of, having a wide variety of hero pools that you can give, because in every draft we stick to the metas, right? But having these pocket picks are what makes things interesting. And interesting as it is right here, we are seeing a Hanzo, an Atlas, a Jawhead, and the X-Board for the side of Bren Esports.
Hold up. That might be it.
It is. It is it.
Right? Seiya, sorry to cut you off, but That's it. Like, I think we see this. Ducky, what are you doing? Ducky, the way Ducky told me was like he's not even sure if we're gonna see it. But game one, there it is.
Oh, look at this! The zap of the pro gamer pose, man. This is pro gamer mode, man.
There's 2 of them. 2 of them are doing it. 3 of them are doing it.
I love it. Zapno took off his prized shoes, took off his good shoes, just did the pro player pose.
Yeah.
Man, 5 minutes Blade of Despair. I don't care.
5 minutes BOD, 5 minutes endless battle, whichever it is, Billy. Yeah. I appreciate what's going down. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing now Hanzo being drafted by Bren and Execration a little closer to the meta. Real quick, before we overthrow it to our casters, what's your prediction, Seiya?
Bren.
Okay,
Definitely.
Wolf.
Oh man, I wasn't able to see the draft, but I think I'm gonna have a guess that Bren Esports will take this with that Hanzo.
Okay, I want to work with the Hanzo too. It's 3-0 from the panelist desk. Let's hear from Rockhart and Nomad. Take us to the action.
Welcome everybody, it's game day here for Bren Esports versus Execration, and it's gonna be your boys here on the caster desk. It's Rockhart and Nomad bringing you the action. So, Nomad, geez, did you see that draft? It got by so fast. Hanzo, boy, Hanzo. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped about that Hanzo pick because Leo actually asked Ducky, and Ducky said that they're gonna have a new hero that they're gonna be funneling, and I'm interested to see if this Hanzo will be as effective as he was during the past when he got picked up. But we will not be discounting the fact that Execration still has a relatively well-rounded lineup, so I'm kind of looking forward to see how they will be shutting down this Hanzo funnel that's about to come in.
Yeah, this is the funnel. I mean, I've been thinking about any possibilities. Like, what are the possible things that you could funnel that we've never seen before, right? I mean, there's a lot of marksmen that hasn't been used. Maybe Layla. You know, I was hoping for a little Layla, but apparently that's not going to be the case. Anyway, we will be heading into the game right now here for Game 1 of Bren Esports versus Execration. This is the playoffs, ladies and gents. And we are, of course, in the upper bracket. It's going to be first versus fourth. So when they picked that up, I was a little hesitant. Why would you do this? It's so not proven, especially in the past. This win rate is just abysmal. So if it's a team that did like almost a clean MPL regular season run, I'm trying not to doubt them, but it's still there in my mind, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Execration really has to step up their game. I mean, we're basing it off of what Zapnu said during his interview video earlier on, they need to make sure that they can step up. If they really did prepare for Bren Esports, we need to see it here.
All right, here we go, ladies and gents. Bren Esports and Execration, the first of the playoffs. It will be very, very hot, highly contested, and Execration players are already on the esports pro player pose, so I'm sure they are on 100%. We're gonna go into the invade here on the blue side jungle for Bren. Execration are really, really rushing it as fast as possible. Lasty, though, will be there, see if he can steal it. I think it will be taken, of course, with hate on that Harif. Retribution, very, very difficult to deal with in the beginning of the game.
Interesting to see that Bren Esports actually opted to just immediately go for the buffs instead of going straight in the lane. Yeah, we did see, I believe that was few in the middle lane, or in the middle lane solo, while 2 other members of Bren Esports was farming there at the red buffs, but Coco is going to have a bad time. He's going to be forced to flicker out of there. That was a 4v1. He really should not be overstaying his welcome here. Lasty will be backing up Coco. Not a lot of big fights happening. They are going to be backing off. Execration will be saving the kill for now.
Super smart of Coco to go use the flicker before Firaga armor comes out. Because if he used it after Firaga armor comes out, he would have been easily followed up there. But looks like Benecutie will be the one to be the first casualty here. Bren Esports, he got picked up all of a sudden. Where did that come from? Apparently Rebo, so good on the Selena, able to get a lot while Execration was doing the pressure.
Yeah, the rotations from Rebo were actually on point on that Selena. It will become a problem later. And speaking of problem, Hate is receiving a brunt of the problem there with Hanzo. A lot of damage being taken out. He's going to be taken out of the fight. Few in the backlines will take out Hate with that ejection.
Bren Esports looking like they're on fire right now. See if they can get some more resources here on the left side of the map. And Execration, they don't have an answer right now. Benecutie's Bruno, he just hit level 4, so you can't really expect too much out of this yet, even though he does have the blue buff. There's Coco with the last stand inside the minions. There's a lot of damage as Benecutie gets taken out before he can do anything. A double kill for the Hanzo.
This is not looking good for Execration. They cannot find an answer on that Hanzo. Coco with the initial dive in with that last insanity, you really set things up for Carl Teasy. Now, Execration needs to find an opening wherein Hanzo is nowhere near them in the fight, or if they can, try to hunt down Hanzo. They need to keep Benecutie alive for as long as they can, so that he can at least scale at the same time as Carl Teasy.
And you know what's funny? The Hanzo hasn't even actually shown his actual face. All they're seeing is that ghost of the Hanzo, and he's been tearing it up. And don't forget, Carl Teasy is the one piloting that monstrous demon, and he's been getting farmed nonstop while all of this is happening.
Yeah, and he's gonna have a really good time. He has free reign over the jungle. He's gonna be able to rotate over to Execration side of things. We'll be able to take down that Lithomancer. Meanwhile, Execration, they're bunched up. They're trying to force out a fight here in the top lane. There goes the barrier to prevent Rebo and Lassie from coming in. Chocno really overstaying his welcome. And Carl Teasy there with the illusion that is Hanzo will be right there. I'm not sure. There you go, the last insanity in the back lines. Benicuti's going to get taken out. Good dive from Coco, but he's going to be paying the price. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
All right.
And a
so
quick disengage.
Chocno is definitely the stone that's keeping Execration in this game so far. Lastly, again, on that Atlas, very difficult to deal with, especially with all these abyssal arrows making their way into your cores and into your supports. You gotta be careful. And Carl T is gonna be going in there with the illusion, killing spree on the Hanzo, and goes back without a scratch. He's around the turtle area. They can start this very, very soon. Execration, they're losing control of this map really, really quickly.
They will be able to take down Turtle without any contestation whatsoever because Execration's lineup, yes, they have hate. He can go ahead and pop up the Zombie Force and can just dash in and out of the fight. But it's still not enough to secure this because Bren Esports lineup is filled with tanky heroes. We got Lasty, we got Few and Coco that's going to be serving as the frontliners from here, from the side of Bren Esports, and they cannot penetrate the back lines, which is going to be either Rebo or Carl Teasy.
3 super tanky heroes, 2 of the most mobile assassins you can think of, you know, at least Hanzo when he's on ghost mode. Right now though, it's gonna be very cutie with a Reg on the bottom lane, Few throwing out Zapnu underneath, and the save there by E2 Max on the heel. Great timing. They might be able to take a turret. However, Chocno's on the hunt. Carl Teasy, he's trying to stop the ghost. The damage is real though. Under the turret, hate will take him out. It looks like that will not be enough. That turret is not enough to stop a rampaging Chocno to take you out.
Signs of life here from Execration, almost securing 2 turrets here, and they are making their way over to the tier 2 turret. Chocno is low on HP, but he is going to remain here because Estes is there to sustain them. We'll be able to take down the tier 2 turret. Now the bottom lane, the bottom jungle is wide open for the taking. Turtle's going to be secured by Coco. And this should be a sign for a reset for Execration.
Should be. I mean, they've already caught up in gold. I mean, all of the leads that they lost in the early game have already been pretty much accounted for. And now Execration, this is a small window for them to just stabilize on the map, make sure they control more of it, even though there are abyssal traps all around. You need to clear all those out, get back the vision, and then get back onto the farm. So, what does this mean if you shut down the early game of Carl Teasy on the Hanzo, of Rebo on Seleno? How does the damage look like for Bren?
Well, right now, Bren Esports is not looking good because of the shutdowns that Execration have been doing. Lasty is forced back, and now Execration, having the Signs of Life, finally hitting the item spike that they need. They can finally fight back against this Bren Esports lineup. Opening up the mid lane tier 1 turret is more than enough for Execration at this point in the game, but they do not need to give away any free kills. Speaking of giving away free kills, there goes Charisma being targeted here by Few. Zapnu and the last insanity from Coco is going to connect. They're still too tanky on their own. They're going to be sacrificing Hate and Zapnu for this.
Oh my gosh, look at that. And just like that, Bren Esports pick up 2 more kills out of nowhere. I mean, they tanked everything, and they were still pretty healthy enough to see if they can consider going for a push. Goes to show the advantages that you have with the lineup, with an Atlas. And again, the arrows just always hitting their mark. Forces the Purify onto E2 Max on that Estes. And now it's going to be the last insanity Coco on the backline. He has immortality. He is not afraid. Few on the bottom lane also ready to push at the moment. So it's but Carl Teasy, no more Ghost Form. Goes out. Demon's Blood has already ran out. And that's going to be Bren going on the run here. Execration, they want blood, but they will be denied for the meantime. 9-6 so far in favor of Bren Esports. The goal lead is not that far away.
Benicute is starting to become a problem here for Bren Esports because of the inherent tankiness of Zapnu and Chocno and the sustain from Itumax altogether. Benicute is having a time of his life just free hitting in the back lines, and that because of that, he will be able to secure the turtle together with Hate, and they should be re-engaging with this fight. And it's a nice barrier. There goes the Teresa with the ultimate, gets the knockup. They're going to be backing off over to the back lines. I think that is going to be few. That's going to be caught off guard by Benny Cutie forever. And Bren Esports will be disengaging.
Yep, that's gonna be disengaged, and looks like Bren Esports are somehow at least surviving inside their base. But Execration, this is a huge difference from where they were. The gold swing is very minimal, but the map control is just massive right now. Carl TZ, he needs to get that Demon Blood charged up before he can do anything. It's currently at half HP. So what are you gonna do when you're being locked in? You're being denied all these minions where you can get all that charges from. That's the weakness of the Hanzo right there.
It is the inherent weakness of the Hanzo, and if you can't have a Hanzo farming up, you really don't secure your late game spike here for Bren Esports. That is what Benecutie and Hate are doing. They are sticking together almost all of the time, just so that Benecutie would be able to be safe in some of the clashes that we might see.
Okay, well, speaking of clashes, I hope they don't try to go for it too much. I feel like Bren Esports is being pushed back by the clashes because of E2 Max on that Estes. Just so good. If they can take him out though, that's gonna be huge! No more healing! Now they can probably go and take a team fight if they want to. It looks like it's not gonna be having anytime soon. Oh, it will be! And that goes in! That's a huge fail links! And that's gonna be a kill onto the Bruno! Of all people, Hate goes down as well! Phew! You guys got to keep your eyes on the few. He is taking you out one by one, and that will be another one, as Khaled would say. And they go straight to the Lord for the right timing.
And that is how you shut down this Execration powerhouse. As long as you can take down E2 Max in any situation, you're free to jump in if you are Bren Esports. Beautiful timing by Lassie there to just pop the ultimate and catch a lot of people from Execration off guard. Just allow Bren Esports to come on top of everybody, while Carl TZ is just dishing out damage in the back lines using his Shadow.
Well, so far it looks like the Shadow is just so strong. The Pinnacle Ninja, man, you just cannot contain that. Actually, you have to double check the itemization because he is just, his damage is way off the charts here, considering the amount of farm he's already been given. And don't forget, he was pushed back for a majority of like the time earlier, right? Execration was pretty much in the map, and he could not get any farm. So I'm still wondering how Carl TZ is still this strong whenever he uses Demon Force and Devastator on that ninja.
Mostly the reason why he's still this strong is because he's just being protected.
Yeah.
Look at the damage, almost able to dish out half HP damage onto everybody there, but Estes once again being protected. Lord's gonna be marching on over to the top side, and I don't think Execration would want to fight the Lord under their turret.
Probably
Bren
not.
Esports is here.
Yeah, they already took him out, which is very good. So basically that Lord didn't really do much. Except right now it's gonna be Lassie on the backside here. They found the Bruno! Oh my god, he's down! They will be now taken one by one here by Bren Esports. That's gonna be Coco with the last Insanity. He did a huge amount. Soul Reek gonna be cleaning up a triple. Will there be another one? Apparently no. That's gonna be a kill stolen there. And will be enough to go for a big push here on top and mid and bottom lane. How can Execration stop this? I'm not sure anymore.
The death timers are actually relatively high here. Yeah, they are going to be respawning anytime soon, but it's just going to be Grok and Estes that are going to be defending this. So I guess it's safe to say that this game might be over unless Benny Cutie makes something happen. Or, well, Bren Esports is going to be backing off for now. Might be opting to reset, shove out the top lane, and wait for the Lord to start spawning in so that they can have a sure key to victory. Because Execration can still turn this back as long as E2 Max and Benny Cutie is still alive.
Yeah, well, can I just say though, last year's Atlas goes straight into Benny Cutie. They did not expect it. That was apparently all that Bren Esports needed. So they're doing great so far in the pickoffs. They know their targets, right? Bren Esports, they're laser focused on the targets. Either get E2 Max or get Benny Cutie, or we're gonna do great. Speaking of items though, look at that itemization. I mean, the Blade of Despair, how fast did Carlisi get this? I'm not sure. But he's almost full items. Just one more, and he has everything he needs to go for the team fights. And now, it is just so scary to face off. If I'm Execration, like, I'm not gonna go out unless I find Carlisi. And right now, though, top lane Coco is gonna be the front line that takes a majority of this damage. He is just life-stealing everything that Execration is throwing with the last Insanity as well. I think Zapno might be in danger here. And looks like he's going to be able to make it out just in time. But now, the world is starting to look smaller here for Execration.
Both tanks from Bren Esports and Execration haven't died yet, but Lasty has been the better tank in this fight. There is a big tank difference here. Atlas on his own will be able to create a big change in terms of the fight, especially considering the fact that Execration has to be grouped up together because of a climax and his sustain. So this is really a game of whether they should pick off Lusty or pick off the primary damage dealers, which is Carlisi and Rebo, so that they can have a way to fight back. So
it's so difficult to do that, though. How do you actually pick off Lasty when he's the one on the hunt all the time, right? 0-0 and 11 so far on the Atlas. That's a stats you want for the tank. That's A-OK tank. A-OK support, 100%. Now, what can Execration do to get back here? Zapno, he needs to find the target, right? He needs to find either Rebo or Carlisi. Otherwise, it's going to be so hard for them to get back. They need to look for Carlisi's ghost. Go Execration and look for that ghost. That should be good. I think that's what they're looking for, but Carlisi, he's like a real ninja here. He's always in the bush. He's always hiding somewhere. How do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, you can separate yourselves from your team, but I don't think that is going to be the optimum choice here if you're Execration, because that's a dilemma that they're having. Will they be able to spot out Carlisi? I don't think so. Will they be able to go for a full-on 5v5 team fight? Unlikely as well.
Oh, the Lord areas actually, we have Etomax and Zapno very close by. This could be big. Few on the backline though takes down the Harif. Oh my golly, now the Lord's at 10%. They're gonna go for it for the last one. Damage output's gonna be real. Can Zapno take it? Apparently not. Lord will go to Few instead, and Zapno needs to scoot Sean out there, but he's gonna be chased off very easily. And that should be it. I think the death timers might be too much for Execration to handle, and now their Bandicutie is gonna be removed from the map as well. Yeah, what a powerful showing!
What a powerful game one from Bren Esports indeed. This is just a class act from Bren Esports. This is the same Bren Esports that we have seen since the start of the regular season, and even back then in Execration, they said that they practiced for Bren Esports. It's not showing at all. I kind of need to see something new from them.
Super confident. UJ and Ducky right there behind them. They felt really fresh. They look really fresh. They know what's up. I like it. I like it so far for Bren. Now, Execration, what do you do against a show like that, bro? What are you doing? You don't need to show that. We'll see that later. So, what are you doing there? You know, we know your stats, like right here, okay? We know your silver. Alright, so Carlisi 928 on the Hanzo, obviously going to be the eye catcher, but don't you think Lasty brought that home? Right?
Yeah.
Don't you think both you and Lasty brought that home?
I agree. That's Lasty's game right there. Without Lasty, Carlisi will not be able to have that stats because of the good Fatal Links that he has been doing, catching a lot of people on the side of Execration and just allowing Carlisi to just dish out as much damage in an AoE area. That's how Lasty brought this game up, and he is going to be my MVP.
Oh, absolutely. MVP Lasty, come on. Don't fail us, graphic person on later. Yeah. I think he does deserve it, although obviously the stats go to Carlisi, right? But yeah, obviously Lasty just pulled off so many miracle saves, so many destructive plays. I can't imagine him being not the MVP here. Anyway, I don't know about that. No bad. What do you think?
Well, I think it's time for the analysts to tell us what actually went wrong for Execration in that fight. So Leo and the others, why don't you go ahead and explain that for us, please?
Thank you so much, Rockhart and Nomad, for calling the action. And there you go. Game one, once more going to Bren Esports. going one ahead against Execration, and that just much closer to knocking down Zapno and the gang into the lower bracket. Saya, Wolf, of course, my name is Leo, at your service once more. Let's talk about that game after the draft that just went by our eyes. With the debut of the Hanzo in the MPL, at least for us here locally, we saw that Execration went for an early invade. Rebo drew first blood. There was a moment in the mid game wherein it seemed like Execration had it as they were pushing strong against this lineup. Let's talk about that right now. Wolf, you mentioned that this lineup brought up by Bren, this is one of their weaknesses. I believe.
Yeah.
It's their lack of push, because they're a very fair lineup. I mean, at least with in terms of just interacting with objectives on the map. But what else? You mentioned something else that might be a weakness for Bren in essence.
So yeah, this is gonna be a long answer, so you're gonna have to hold your seat for a while. Well, Hanzo is already a meta pick in other nations in the Southeast Asian region, particularly in Indonesia. It has been seen prominently in pub matches and even in professional matches that are being played there.
Mhm.
Now, the main weakness of Hanzo is number one is it doesn't push that hard, right? So it doesn't take down tower turrets that fast, but it does deal a lot of damage in team fights. The second minor weakness is the 1-2-2, and this is also inherently the problem of Bren Esports when they're facing against 1-2-2 or double cores, dual core setup. Imagine there's a Harith, there's a Bruno, and you can see some glimpses of them losing to those fights. Unfortunately for Execration, they weren't that disciplined, and one thing that you cannot buy from one thing you cannot get from just players, from normal players, is their mentality to win the fights. I think Bren Esports, way off of Lasty's initiations, you cannot find that anywhere. Off of Coco's dives, even with the last insanity. So I think that Bren Esports won this not because of the draft. Honestly, it's not because of the draft. It's not because of the surprise. It's more about them just being the more fundamentally sound team compared to Execration.
Yep, I'll agree. Saya, what went wrong? I mean, I think the draft on Execration was pretty good. It's nice to catch Bren off guard with the 1-2-2, and we saw now their preference once more for healing heroes. And again, I know for sure you enjoy seeing Estes, Rafaela, and the like being put onto the field. But where exactly did Execration go wrong, you think?
Starting off into our early minutes of the game, it was going great for Execration, like we've mentioned, because it's evident that the Bruno was given a lot of space and really had control in terms of pushing. But before that, we are seeing the MVP right now here, Leo and Wolf. It's gonna be in the hands of Carl Teasy with the Hanzo there, and the stats really speak for themselves in terms of the items as well. And going back to my point earlier, it was going pretty well for Execration, but the thing is, I think it's a matter of how Execration initiate the team fights, because we've already seen number one, okay, they are going in together, roaming together to get those skirmishes kills. But come the mid game, we saw Benny Cutie flickered out in a position wherein it led to a domino effect for the side of Bren Esports. That was on the top side. And then earlier onto the mid, Chaknu had to sacrifice himself by, using his barrier to guard, to really, contain the members of Bren Esports there, just so the other members can flee. So I think that's one of the cases where in terms of initiating the fights, that's where it's lacklusting for Execration.
Yeah, well, yeah. If anything, those are like pluses and minuses. I mean, I think it was smart for Chaknu to have put up that wall and to protect his allies from the onslaught of Bren Esports. Sure, they lost the Lord, but Chaknu did die anyways. Like, he was that chunky. He had an immortality on him. And now we mentioned as well Benny Cutie on that Bruno with the flicker. Wolf, we were talking about this while we were off the air. Should he have gone for the Purify? Was the flicker a little too selfish?
Yeah.
Was it a little too greedy?
Yeah, you can understand why he wants to go for the flicker, just so he can get away from the Hanzo. Maybe he was really so threatened about the Hanzo, but one thing that he failed to realize, what he can do is just pop the Purify, make sure that Lasty can never go on him, and when Hanzo goes on to the Bruno, he could have just really just destroy that clone. I think I saw that at least twice in that game. Like, he can just he amassed already a lot of farm that he can take down that clone without a problem. So there was also one time when the flicker was used in a very bad spot wherein he flickered, but Lasty was literally Lasty just counter flickered, right?
Yeah.
So Lasty was near. Bruno flickered away, and then Lasty was available. Lasty's initiation tool was also available. So in the end, that flicker did nothing for the player. So I think that those kind of decisions is the one thing that Execration doesn't necessarily have because of lack of the inherent difference when it comes to training to coaching facilities that are available for Bren Esports.
And again, now we're seeing here the importance of Syre, or the lack thereof, his
Yeah,
presence.
that's
Like,
right.
I really appreciate whenever Syre's out there. And again, these little nuisances, these little, I think hate flickered in too early. Benny Cutie, you should have used Purify. These little things, right? It's what a coach or someone who's not playing the game or who has better eyes on it can bring into your strategy and into your play. So now going into game 2, the draft will begin very shortly, guys. I gotta ask, was this the secret hero that Bren has been preparing, the hero we've never seen funneled before, or do you think there's something else? Since you did mention this is from another country, this is possibly from Indonesia's scrims and pubs, are we expecting something else? Is there something else that maybe Bren will be bringing, and how can Execration adjust?
To me, yes, there is something more to the table because other than it's used in a different region or in a different play, I think Bren Esports is not going to equip themselves with just one secret hero that they have in mind. And for Execration to be able to adjust to this, okay, we are now seeing that they're going for a more fundamental draft. But I think the more solid way for them to adjust is on how they are able to initiate or call the shots in terms of initiating team fight.
Honestly, this is not the only answer. I'm sure for Bren Esports, but for Execration, how can you actually prepare for something that you don't know, right? So it's impossible, honestly. But I guess for Execration, the answer is if they want to survive the surprise picks from Bren Esports, all they have to do is set things on their own, play their own game, play their Chapnu way. Yeah. Honestly, they have played well in the previous game. They have drafted well too. So it's just a matter of decision making from them for Execration. So my advice, if they are surprised by the picks of Bren Esports, just chill out and remember the fundamentals that they have. Remember that they are actually good players.
For sure. They would not make it into the playoffs of every single MPL if they were not good, right? So that's no doubt. I don't think we're questioning their capabilities. But as we mentioned earlier, Billy took his shoes off. Now they're back on. All right. So I think he means business now. He wants to go for the reverse sweep. He put on his shoes. And now we're going into the second phase of banning. Bren Esports taking out the carry despite not having a core for themselves just yet. Execration, same situation. They're filling in their support roles first and taking out the Hanzo. They respect it now, all right? Execration don't want no clones. They don't want no Kinjutsus on the board.
This is mental warfare that Bren Esports, I think, won.
Yeah.
Because again, Execration respect banning this Hanzo means that Execration really felt it's not about the hero and how strong it is. It's more about them not being able to be comfortable with their own skin, right? At least that's for Execration. That's why they straight out ban out the Hanzo. Maybe because they want to try another 1-2-2 setup. Maybe they want to try two cores once again. Like maybe this Selena is gonna be core, and then you're gonna get another marksman, and maybe Carry or Bruno. Oh, sorry, it's just Bruno now.
Mm-hmm.
But okay,
Lancelot.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Lancelot is back, ladies and gentlemen. So. Bren Esports bringing in the Hanzo in game 1. Execration here now bringing Lancelot back into the spotlight. And I love Bren Esports for what they're doing here. You mentioned Wolf. It's mental warfare, right?
Yeah.
They're conditioning Execration to play into into their situation here. They're in control, and now they're considering their one core. Who could it be? And it looks like they're gonna funnel into an Esmeralda.
Wow. Bren Esports is just so good.
Yeah. See, this is the thing of having a lot of heroes. You get to play mind games with your enemy team. Okay, it's given that Execration has already respected the threat that the Hanzo is giving, but this just leaves a more variety of hero pool for Bren.
Yeah. All right. I think this lineup on both teams, they're solid, they're respectable, and I'm happy to see Lancelot back. It's been a while since we've seen him in the professional league. And with that being said, I just got to ask you guys for your predictions, lineup-wise, and maybe you can take into consideration the game one that we just saw. Who do you think is going to take game two here? Are we seeing a sweep? Seiya, real quick.
Real quick, my vote would be on Bren, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be an interesting thing on that lance.
Yeah.
Right. So it's Bren for you.
Not so quick. Well, Execration had the right idea of having Lancelot burst with the Selena and the Kaja. Unfortunately, Bren Esports lineup, they are so beefy. They have Atlas, they have Uranus, and Esmeralda, so it's not possible to burst them down unless Execration does magic. So I think my gut will say Bren Esports will take the sweep.
All right. I think it's unanimous once more. It's 3-0 here at the panelist desk. Going for Bren Esports. The fundamentals are just undeniable. Let's hear what Rockhart and Nomad have to say for this game two. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Leo, of course, and the rest of the panel for that amazing insight on this, especially the last one. I think I have to agree with that. Of course, I'm Rockhart back here with Nomad for game two of Bren Esports versus Execration. So far, Bren Esports showing up strong on that Hanzo. Coach Ducky, he's not one to go back on his word. We never have seen a Hanzo funnel like that. But Nomad, we just saw Lancelot come out. How's your season 2 feelings right there, bro?
I don't know, man. This brings back a lot of memories from when Zapno was still playing Lancelot almost at a daily during season 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know. Yeah, it's 100% fact that Bren Esports might just be able to take this fight against Execration and put them down in the lower bracket. But Execration is not a stranger in the lower bracket. They have been brought there multiple times. So if anything, Execration should give this a chance to download Bren Esports gameplay here, just in case that they might face off against each other later on. But
either way, we are into game 2 here. Execration versus Bren Esports, the 1-0 possible sweep here predicted by our panel. I gotta say, this is an absolutely tanky lineup. With a Valier, everyone's tanky except for the Valier. And then the Valier, what does the Valier do? He pushes everyone back. So, I don't know. Good luck catching this lineup on its, with its tail between its legs. Because this lineup can go all day, Got that Captain America feelings, I can go all day. So I'm not sure. I don't know if that's going to be the case here because Bren Esports, they have full regen, full shielding, full engage. I don't know. Right now, this is what you need. You got to get those arrows in. Reba goes off the wall, but A2 Max says, where are you going? Sit down. Carl TC is next. He gets thrown up. Hate goes on the Lancelot. And apparently, Zapno's going to be giving over the reins to Hate this time. And by the way, for the one to do the lands. I'm a little confused, but at the same time, you know what? It's working so far, boys. The early game looking really strong here for Execration.
It really is working so far for them, and Hate has been doing a really good job playing on that Lancelot. And there is a bit of a silver lining here on that Lancelot pickup. Once you go for the Thorned Rose, if he times it real well, Rebo won't be able to push him back, and he should be able to eliminate... Hate should be able to eliminate Rebo in the fight. But that is considering we should also consider a lot of things in the perspective here for Bren Esports. It's hard to go into the backlines of Bren Esports because of how beefy this composition is, as how Wolf actually pointed it out earlier on during the draft.
Yeah, because their primary damage output is going to be this Esmeralda on Carl TZ, which is absolutely not online as of yet. It takes a lot of time before the Esmeralda actually gets activated, so they're going to have a hard time. You know what Execration needs to do? Just keep going. They have to always be first. They need to start everything first, and then force Bren to react. If you notice, that's exactly what happened earlier. And Bren was like, okay, what do I do? I can't fight yet. So do I just spew out my crowd control? Is that all I need to do? So I think if Execration gets those arrows right, this could be a 1-1.
Yeah, but this could be the detrimental clash that Execration does not want to happen because Bren Esports is having a 5-man rotation here just to take down E2max and Chaknu, barely taking out Chaknu. Benny Cutie, low on HP, being chased down by Coco. Gonna be forced out.
Yep,
They do have the Divine Judgment available.
That slows him down a little bit. Benny Cutie needs to be super proactive here in this fight. Oh, look at that. It's going to be a big one here. Around the jungle area for Execration, still going hard on that red buff. Coco in the middle of the fight, though, absorbing a lot of damage, but that's all he did. He just absorbed damage, and he just went down without a fight. The rest of Execration, they are still in control here on the mid lane. Will they catch Carlteasy baiting up with the recall effect? It's like nothing's going to be happening for the meantime, but they are losing a lot of gold here for Bren.
They really are, and Execration needs to keep this up. As long as they get this 2,000 gold lead exponentially larger, they should be able to get this game, provided that they also start pushing on the other lanes here of Bren Esports. And it is a 3-man stack here over the top brush here in the mid lane. Hate gonna try to catch somebody off guard. There goes the Abyssal Arrow connecting onto Lassie. Lassie's going to be taken out. That's one primary tank out of the picture. They can go for a full-on fight, but they are going to be disengaging because Bren Esports does not want to... Bren Esports wants to mitigate the damage that they already sustained from that fight. And Hate and Benny Cutie, they're going to try to look for another one here. Few. One Thorn Roast drops the HPs down here on the side of Bren Esports. Few's going to go down thanks to Hate. And this should be the German cut here on the bottom lane and the eventual push.
That was really quick, and wow, Arrows hitting it again. E2max is having a great day on Selena so far. Forces Coco to really back off all the way. Now bottom lane gonna get pushed in a little bit as well. Carlteasy is defending on the top side though. That's gonna be the arrow going on to Coco, finishes him off for the win. Jericho! Whoa! What the heck? Great cleanup and under a turret. Very risky, but they still managed to do it anyway. What is Execration up to? Is it all in the shoe?
This is a completely different Execration from game number 1. I think they finally understood how the game works. They're securing the objectives. They're making sure the Bren Esports are not grouped up together because they know that Bren Esports can actually beat them in a full-on fight. So they're trying to mitigate all the losses that they're getting. Yeah, they finally get the shutdown onto Hate, but still, Execration at the max just connecting with all of the Abyssal Arrows is the bane of Bren Esports. Kind of like a throwback to Season 2's playoffs where the Abyssal Arrow was the bane and the side of Bren Esports.
A bit way ahead of you there. Right now it's going to be Rebo taking a kill finally around the jungle here for Bren Esports, but they don't seem to be ahead at all. Execration looks like they still can take a fight. That's a Selena with a high HP count. Zapnu very low, going to be taken out by Lassie, but again, those are the tanks getting the kills, not really going on to Rebo, the damage dealers here. Gonna get taken out by E2max in the end. Wow, the exchanges here are so long here. What's happening here? Now it's going to be E2max going down. So, good damage output from the tanks of Bren, don't you think? Yep, that's gonna be it. Apparently so. So, Lassie, what are we gonna do here? Lassie, can you actually do it? You gotta remember earlier you also lost a huge amount of Carlteasy get taken out there by Hate again. Oh my gosh, this is a disaster for the mid lane of Bren Esports.
Man, it's starting to look good for Execration. That was a good pick off onto Carlteasy over in the mid lane as well. And making sure that they secure the map objective, the map pressure by taking down the mid lane turret and instantly transitioning over towards the turtle. Just gives them that edge. And the turtle buff is going to be in the hands of Hate, and Few, I believe, is going to be the next target here. If Zapnu can get the objective, that is.
Alright, Hate looks like he's gonna be missing a bit on the dash, but looks like Zapnu and Chaknu gonna be on the front end of this tower. Very difficult to actually defend this with that duo in your faces. They're gonna be forced to concede that tower. Bren Esports, they're slowly getting choked out here on the map.
The Abyssal Arrow connected on that jungle minion did Could have been worse for Lesty if only it connected, but a bit of a reset here from the side of Execration. They are scattered a bit. They are zoning Esmeralda away from this. I think they are going to go for a fight here. Power of Nature brings Rebo down to 3/4 of HPs. Again, they're not going to be overextending their stay.
Absolutely. There's no way that Bren Esports are going to be able to defend him, but either way, Execration, they're still playing very responsibly here. Very decisively, as going for Carl Teasy once more. So what's happening to the trump card of Bren Esports? Carl Teasy getting hunted down each and every time he shows his face on the map.
That is how Execration is winning this. Benicuti has been very good with the calls in terms of going in for the Divine Judgment, making sure that when he does go for a Divine Judgment, Bren Esports, Execration would be there to back him up. Gets the stun connection, another Divine Judgment onto Few. Almost all of the primary damage dealers of Bren Esports has been targeted out by Benicuti.
Oh, Benicuti looks like he's going to be able to do a lot here in this help control. So, I don't know what to turn around here for some reason. I can't find a way for Bren Esports to actually engage. And Jackno and Rebo just, waving hands at each other. But while all that's happening, Execration is getting each and every farm on the map, all the jungle. It's all on Execration's name. How can they pull this off? They're not even that tanky to begin with. You saw what happened when Benicuti pulls off a Divine Judgment, right? Yeah. So no one is safe here for Bren.
I mean, you know what they say, strength in numbers, and as long as they can pick off somebody in the back lines, that's how Execration can fight here. Nice wall, nice Divine Judgment, but they do get fatal links there. Execration, though, still coming out on top of that fight. It is a 0-for-2 trade here in favor of Execration, a completely different showing from them.
Okay, so this is a massacre, if I may say so. What's happening? What? Okay, Coco's in a bit of a covert ops mission there on the bottom lane, but the rest of the squad is going to be defending the base here. That one tank minion might mean the end for the mid lane. Inhibitor turret will be going down really quickly, and two members of Bren Esports are remaining to defend. How do they get back here? Looks like the damage output apparently from the Valier, it's not enough, Nomad. It's really not enough.
It's really not enough, and Rebo isn't actually getting as much money as he wants to be able to burst out Execration. Now, the only thing that Bren Esports needs to do here is to make sure that they go on for the 5v5 fights, and it's crucial for Lasty to connect with his Fatal Link, so to connect onto 3 people on the side of Execration. That's how they can fight back, because as soon as he does go for the Fatal Links, you better believe that Carl Teasy is gonna go in for the Falling Star Moon, and I feel like that is enough to burst out Execration.
You want them to really compress together, right, for the last team fight. I'm not sure if that's going to be happening, but again, they are trying to see if they can get into position to do that. The Chaknu walls, the Chaknu Guardian barriers, apparently are stopping a lot of the engages. So, how impactful is Chaknu in this fight, right? He's just doing so much work.
Yeah, Chaknu has been showing why he was picked up by Execration in the first place. He is one of the best tank players in the Philippine scene of the Mobile Legends Tank Professional League, and he's really showing up in terms of being able to just sustain this to last long in a fight. Speaking of lasting long in the fight, this fight has been lasting for longer than it should be, because Execration will finally be able to lose Chaknu in that fight. Bren Esports pushing on the agenda here. Falling Star Moon committed onto Zapno on his own, manages to flicker out of there, but Hate rolls out of Thorn Rose, manages to survive. Not a lot of damage for Hate at this point in the game. What Zapno is doing right now, he is going to be pushing the mid lane as long as Bren Esports is still busy with the team fight.
No one can actually stop Carl Teasy right now. Look at him. He's just taking everyone. Everyone is... Zapno! What is this? The minions! Go for the minions! Zapno is open to punish! Oh my god! That's one more hit! Would have done it! What the heck?
Almost just one more hit. That is what Execration needs to force a game number 3 and still survive in the upper bracket. And this is really something new from Execration. We have not seen this from them from the past couple of seasons that they have been playing.
Yeah, I know they play crazy, but they don't play this crazy. Right now, I think crazy what you need against Bren Esports. They are fighting on the mid lane. Carl Teasy still on the chase for Chakno, buying so much time for his team to get back on the field.
If only they had a hyper-fed marksman on the side of Execration, they can just tank up the base on its own and just end it right then and there. But of course, Bren Esports would want to tip the scales here, and they are going to be starting the push in the mid lane in order to equalize a bit of the map control, because the advantage of the map right now is that all lanes are in favor of Bren Esports, and they are pushing in towards the side of Execration. This might be where Execration loses.
This is like a 7k gold lead. They are fighting Execration. They still have the items. Carl Teasy does go down. Hey, finally that position. That's a double kill on the Lancelot, and it's not done yet.
He is not done yet at all. He's gonna go for a triple. Might actually go for a Maniac here onto Coco if he manages to spot him out. But this might just be the end. 20 seconds on the death timers here for Bren Esports. If they take down Coco, this might just be it. And they are exerting a lot of effort there.
Man, that was super close. They gotta go for those minions. They gotta take him out really quickly. That's all Coco's trying to do, but will he do it? I don't think so. It's not gonna make it in time. And Execration, you fiends of the night, they will be able to take down Bren Esports on game 2.
Bren Esports forcing a game number 3. This feels like the grand finals. This already feels like a grand finals matchup, and we still have a lot more at stake here. But man, Execration just showed a completely different version of who they are in the Mobile Legends professional stage.
I can't believe what you just got there. I feel like Bren was on the way. You know what? At that point in the game, around 2 minutes before the game ended, it felt like Bren, despite the 7k gold lead of Execration, could take it. They were pushing. They were super confident in pushing onto the mid lane. So that kind of makes me wonder what happened. How strong is Hate for him to take a triple in that exchange and then go for the finish? That was just
I think that is where Bren really fell off. As soon as Execration found an opening in the mid lane, just started pushing in, and Bren Esports didn't care about it. They were too focused on finding the individual members of Execration in order to shut them down, and they weren't focused on their base at all. So the macro decisions really were in favor of Execration. But what do you think about that, Rockar? How do you think will Bren Esports answer in the later part of this series?
First off, no more full tank lineup, I think, because it's not Bren's style. Don't you think? It feels weird to see Bren play super passively in the early game. That's my take, at least for game 3.
Well, I kind of want to figure out what the take is for the analyst desk to see what might be in store for us in game number 3 in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5 playoffs. So, Leo and the guys, what do you think?
Thank you, Nomad. Welcome back, Seiya and Wolf. My name is Leo, your panel host, and of course, I'm happy to see Execration come back strong, bringing us back to the days of old with Lancelot on Hate as their core. It's refreshing, it's refreshing to see them in this form once more, and I think, Billy needed to wear them shoes. Because at 12 minutes and 21 seconds, he almost took the game, all right? He almost took the game, and he almost finished Bren Esports base all by himself. It really came down to 1 or 2 last hits for the Jawhead. But let's talk about it. Seiya and Wolf, what went well for Execration? What went wrong for Bren as we go into Game 3?
What went well is, number 1, we're having game 3. They abused their early game potential. They abused having 2 assassins, the Selena and the Lancelot, and based on the items, it was Lancelot who was the core, specifically Hate, and Selena being onto the sidelines as a support. And they utilized it pretty well. I think they listened to us in terms of, really calling the shots in terms of engaging team fight.
Yeah. You know what? Probably I would just like to echo what our dear friend Nomads told us. Execration finally found out how the game works.
They figured it out.
Literally what happened. It's just it's a glitch. it's like a flip of a switch, man. It kind of felt that they all of a sudden knew exactly how to play around Bren Esports.
Yeah,
They have been channeling the hate funneling the hate
yeah,
with
they
this
literally
Lancelot,
funnel the hate.
literally. Yeah, and they also were able to know how Bren Esports operate, which is basically just give it all to Carl Teasy. And in a longer discussion, I would explain how bad it is for Bren Esports to not utilize Few the way he should be utilized, because
Yeah.
Few is one of the best players out there. I still feel that he is the most complete player ever that stepped foot in the MPL PH league. But it
Yep.
kind of feels like he's being undervalued here, and
Yeah.
that's one thing that we need to take into consideration. Of course, I will not blame Bren Esports for doing that,
Yeah.
just
Well,
because maybe they are playing in the funnel meta, right? And
Mhm.
with the funnel meta, you only have one player, but you can see now the weaknesses. Man, having more than one core really would help you in some of the situation.
you mentioned it already, Wolf, and I
Yeah.
want to build upon that point. You know how
Yeah.
few is maybe utilized in this game right here, game two. In game one, I appreciated it. He was on the jawhead, and it was such a role player. It's a utility hero. It's automatic -1. I can burst you down, and he played very well, especially in those times wherein Lord was in contention. But I think Seiya said it well before we went live once more. I think they were also lacking in damage. I have to agree. Maybe a hero pick here and there might have been better. Seiya, what would you have done different? Where did they lack? Because the core Esmeralda on Caltizi, we saw some signs of life. There were moments where it was shining, and then it was doing work. But what would you have done different for Bren Esports' draft?
To me, it could have been better if instead of going for a Carmilla, they would have at least gotten another core damager. Let's say Bruno was still open and up for grabs, and that's the thing. We saw that the Esmeralda was already showing signs of life, but the question, they don't have a follow-up damage to actually go for the cleanup, and that is one of the things that Bren has to consider now, because like what Wolf said, you shouldn't really rely on a single damager, which is essentially Carl Teasy. So I think what you both said is true as well. I agree with you on that. When in terms of view, it's not really not utilized pretty well or underrated. I think it's more on the hero choices. I think it could have been he could have been a better utility if it was a different hero.
Yeah, allow me to place devil's advocate here, but I'm sort of missing Fuse Granger. Like
Yeah.
maybe Fuse Granger would have been good in game two. Like Esmeralda on Carl Teasy. You know what? I kind of start to feel it now more, Wolf. I agree with you that maybe Bren is just leaning on Carl Teasy a little too hard.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe deciding to have just one single core to funnel into might have been the wrong decision in game two. And now I'm just saying this is just an opinion, and again, hindsight is 2020. Maybe the Granger on Few might have made a nice comeback.
Yeah, I think that their damage output in that previous game was solely based on reap type of
Your
damage or
team
ramp
is
type of
picking.
damage. I think that we haven't established yet what the term is to use, but when I look at the in-game plan, it's called reap. But I think the better term is ramp. And I know you, Leo, know this. When you try to deal damage, you need to kind of spend time
Your team
before you're
is
able to
picking.
dish out that killing blow. Whereas if they just put Carmilla and then like change the Esmeralda to something like a Granger, for example,
Yeah.
that can have that sudden burst of damage that can
Yeah.
either finish off your opponents or at least put them into times that you don't have to a place where you cannot have damage, like Lancelot, basically.
Yep. And just talk about the other side of the coin here as we enter the draft. The Lancelot works so well. I just gotta say, it fit Hate's playstyle so well that funneling the Hate was just all the more worth it for Execration. It's such an aggressive hero. Phantom executions on point for Hate here. Very much deserving of the smart MVP of the game in Game 2. And now, Bren Esports, they're put on the back foot because you know how reverse sweeps work. And if you lose Game 2, then chances are Game 3 is a reset or even in a worse place for you as Bren Esports is now. So let's look at the bans here for Game 3. It's Tams and Hanzo being taken out by Execration, and Bren Esports taken out Kufra and Claude. And you know what? I like Execration here. They lock in the Lancelot once more.
Because it was really effective onto game number 2. And speaking of taking off, it looks like Zapno removed his shoes once again. And going back into the draft right now, okay, so Bren will be locking in the Ling this time. It was hovered during game 2, but it wasn't really locked in. So I think this is also a good choice, but we have to make sure again as well that Bren Esports has to, not just rely on a single core and have that follow-up damage for the cleanup. And we, even though that Execration did a splendid job in terms of game number 2, we have to take note that Bren Esports also has this downloading phase once more. So maybe, just maybe, that game number 2 was a sort of info gathering for Bren Esports.
Ooh. Wolf, do you agree? Because usually download games happen on game 1 and then they just steamroll. But this is a different attack on the situation. Do you think it's a download? Game 2?
I don't think so, because you already won game 1, and why would you try to download it for game number 2? But maybe it is. Maybe they're testing it out once again, because they do take the Atlas and the Kaja this time. And them learning that Kaja is not a hero that you will give to Execration. But look at this. Very confident Execration goes for the Selena and the Lancelot. This is what I don't like, however, on how Execration operates, because they do it again against Bren Esports. Bren Esports is not a team that you can show your aces back to back and hope that the second time around will be different. Will be the same.
Sure.
I mean, will be the same for the first one, right?
Yeah.
And Bren Esports can really adjust to this.
That's insanity. You know what I mean? That's insanity. Like just showing Bren Esports the same thing, And Execration here locks in their lineup. They close up with a Hellcurt and a Uranus, while Bren Esports, they're going to be fielding what we would like to call locally the Angeling combo. It's Angela and Ling, originally brought to our attention by SGD. Is this the Cho? Are they locking in the Cho?
They lock in the Cho, then good, but I think there is a better hero to really combat all of them.
Hold up. No, they get the Carmilla again?
Okay.
So they kind of needed the lane shelve, also lane presence in the side lanes. That's gonna that will try to mirror what Uranus does. And when the fight does come, at least the Coco will have a better, I would say, sustainability against the Uranus. I don't think that's the right decision though, because there's Freya, there's Xborg and other heroes that actually Xborg's not available, but there are other available options.
Yeah.
Wow.
I agree. You mentioned Freya, could have been good too. But as we have come to it, let's make our final predictions here. I'm going to say I really like what Execration brings. That Lancelot, once more on hate, is going to do some magic, hopefully a second time around. But I got to say, Bren, how about you, Saya and Wolf, real quick? Who do you think is going to take Game 3 and the series?
Real quick, Bren, because I'm really iffy with the 3 assassins. Because come late, it's difficult. Bren.
All right, Wolf.
I'm gonna gamble here.
All right.
It's Execration. Their burst is real, and no amount of sustain can deal with it.
Okay, I love it. I respect it. 2-1. We have come to a split decision here in the panel. Let's see what Rockhart and Nomad think. It's Game 3 in this best of 3. Let's go.
And who would have thought that was gonna be game 3 right there on your screens when you thought Bren was gonna finish it off? They got pulled back in. Anyway, welcome to the Caster Desk and Rockhard. Alongside me was Nomad. We are going to be giving you the action here for Game 3 of Execration versus Bren Esports. Not a big fan of the Bren lineup right now. I feel like that last pick really gave it away. This is basically a 4 support lineup, all for the Ling. Almost a 4 support lineup, right?
Yeah. And I mean, the only beauty that Bren Esports has in that lineup is that Ling can actually go for split pushes if he wants to. We can also go for individual pickups in the jungle area if he manages to stumble upon anybody. But
Right.
at the end of the day, this Execration lineup is well-rounded compared to what Bren Esports has. They're going to be throwing all their chips. Bren Esports is going to be throwing all their chips towards Carl TZ on that lane, and I don't think that's going to be the wisest choice here.
Considering there are so many things that can shut down the link in the first place. Hellcurt already locked in. We also have like Grok, so many difficult targets, and you have to never forget hates Lancelot probably can take a link. Probably, right? So first off, that alone already is a danger sign for me. Second, this is one of the most execration compositions I've seen in a long time. These are heroes that this team has played so many times throughout 4 or 5 seasons of the MPL. And this is signature identity here for Execration. So these are comfort heroes. How do you actually are you super confident you can pick off members of Execration with the Ling lineup like this? I don't think so.
The way that Execration is feeling right now is that they're just going to be playing the game. They're not going to be pressured about picking the right choices in terms of the heroes, picking the optimal hero composition. They just need to make sure that in a way they get synergies off of each other, and that's, I feel, is a secret here for Execration, why they won game number 2 and why potentially this might be a game number 3 in favor of Execration. But at the back of their heads, there's still the pressure that, hey, this is potentially the first time that we're going to be moving on in the upper bracket and not be down in the lower brackets.
Yeah, right. Because I think you were about to go on a history lesson there that they probably did never really reach that far away, or that far at least. And I think semifinals would actually be a huge thing already for them. But again, is this gonna be the day, or is this gonna be the weekend that Billy gets his trophy? We'll have to find out as we head into the map for Execration versus Bren Esports Game 3.
This is a very, very exotic lineup that Execration has. We don't see this as much. We don't see Lancelot and Hellcurt together. We didn't see them together since season 2. So this just speaks a lot in terms of Execration's understanding of the game, because Benny Cutie his primary purpose here is to one, go ahead and silence Carmilla, or Lassie for that matter, or Angela, or anybody on the side of Bren Esports. And speaking of Bren Esports, a bit of an invade on their side. Execration taking it a bit slowly here. They're not going to be giving away any free kills. As I say that, though, Benny Cutie is going to be taken down, even though Hate finally secures the buff earlier on, and I think he is going to go for a fight. He has the Thorn Rose available. Makes sure that he takes down Carl TZ first. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade. Makes it that much better for Execration.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like Execration this time around might be, it looks straightforward, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be given as easy by Bren. Because despite having a fully supportive lineup, right, they are still pretty, they still do some damage on their own right, especially Carmilla, used by Coco, and Few on the Kaja. Kaja, we always know him for Divine Judgment, but we also know Ring of Order is a pretty good skill early on.
It is. It dishes out a lot of damage, especially in the early game. And if Few can make the Divine Judgments connect, it could be a completely different thing that's going to happen in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, right now, what are we waiting for here for Execration? What are we waiting for? Do we want them to go early on? Because I feel like if you are against Bren, you want to go early, right? Like what they're trying to do. But who is the target? They were targeting so many different people. They were looking for Ling, who was on the wall there for a big part of that. So how do they do that? If they keep hunting the Ling, they will probably get whittled down in the early game. And I think, yeah,
if they just focus everything on Ling, they will be forgetting about Carmilla. They will be forgetting a lot of the other members from Bren Esports, which is crucial in terms of, they're going to be funneling everything on Ling, but at the end of the day, Carmilla can still dish out a lot of damage if she manages to come out of the mid game without almost any deaths. On the flip side, though, if Execration gets picked off by Bren Esports, it's fine with them, because Hellcurt, if they shut down Hellcurt, they got a Lancelot that's gonna be farmed up and ready to dish out a lot of damage, just like game number 2.
Still has a lot of burst, even though you shut him down, right? So
Yeah.
that's what we're waiting for here. There are safety nets for Execration, but don't forget they also have that timing where maybe the Lancelot isn't going to be as destructive in the later parts of the game. It all depends on how they do the early, which is they're doing pretty well here on the top side. I gotta say.
Execration is out rotating Bren Esports. I just gotta say, just like what you said, Execration is going back to the signature Bren Esports play where they're rotating and catching off people off guard and then converting objectives, what Bren Esports is known as. Nice Abyssal Arrow connection. They're onto Few. Wild Charge as well in order to secure the kill onto Few. And Rebo is going to be the next target here by Zapno and Hate. Getting walled off here. They are going to be disengaging.
All right, this is what we were talking about earlier, right? This is exactly what they need to do. They need to go on a different target other than the Ling. Try stopping too hard. Or stop trying too hard onto shutting down the Ling. And maybe you can get some gold from the other members of Bren, because geez, so many supporting characters here on the side of Bren Esports. You can just choose. You know, whoever gets left out is probably going to be the next big target. For Execration. Look, oh my god. Benny Cutie does a pretty decent damage, and again, still not enough to go through an Atlas. So now, the target is going to be the buffs here for Execration.
This is not looking good for Execration because they are scattered all across here. Nice initiate there by Zapnu and the wild charge by Chaknu as well, but Bren Esports is going to be coming out on top of that, making it a 2-for-2 trade, minimalizing their losses here. It's not even the crucial playmakers here for Execration that got picked off. It's only Zapnu and Benny Cutie. Hate still managed to survive that, and I feel like if they can shut down Hate, Bren Esports might be able to bounce back and turn the tables here.
So the levels of Hate compared to the levels of Carl Teasy, just look and wonder what is happening. Right, so level 8 versus level 5 on the hitters. I don't see him fighting anytime soon, my friend. This is gonna take a long time before he can take a fight, straight up.
Yes, as long as Benny Cutie secures his Blade of Despair, I mean, as soon as he secures his Blade of Despair, it's going to be almost game over for Bren Esports because just the amount of burst from the Singers of Hellcurt would be detrimental to any member of Bren Esports.
We're trying to see if they can do something here in the mid part. Once more, Execration is on the pressure for this map, this middle lane. I feel like I'm watching a slow motion of Carl Teasy just hunting down items all around the map. And the rest of the team just, you know, putting out fires. You can almost imagine the fires happening left and right here for Bren Esports, right? And I don't know how long they can keep doing this.
Carl Teasy forced to use Tempest of Blades in order for him to move around the map, and he will not be catching anybody there. Bottom lane turret is going to be pushed out.
Yeah, easy push there from Execration. At the same time, they're also pressuring a lot here on the Few. Could be taken out there, and that will be another kill for Execration. Oh my gosh! Bren fans, what is up? Are you guys, this is starting to look really, really one-sided here really quickly.
It is. Lassie is going to be the next one to be caught here. Forced to separate from his body in order to move out of a potential death. But as I say that, Execration making sure that they control the map. Zapnu I mean, is going to be pushing over the top side. Chaknu will be there to support him. I haven't seen a good Angela ult in this game yet.
They were all being called by Carl Teasy. Every time Carl Teasy goes for an ultimate, he just goes straight into Reba always goes straight into the lane, right? So that's all that's been happening. Nothing really impactful. And because of that, of course, Execration will be taking a mid-lane turret. Coco in danger once more. What can they do here? Man, the plans are falling apart really quickly. Wild charge out of there. Grok will still go down to the lane, but again, the firepower here of Carl Teasy is fading very, very quickly. Still has the heart guard from the Angela. Now it's going to be Execration on the push on mid lane with only Rebo and Carl Teasy left on the map.
if you're looking at the graph at the bottom side of your screen, the total damage dealt, everything is quite equal for Execration and Bren Esports. They're kind of lacking on that department, and Chaknu has been a piece on that. Grok just sustaining as much damage as he can from the rest of the Bren Esports lineup, and I feel like Chaknu should be banned altogether if Bren Esports or if any of the teams want to win this.
What is this? What's Chaknu doing so good on the Grok, right? I feel like he's been carrying, and his tempo, his shot calling, or if he's the one even calling the shots here, been so on point. Every time he's on the map, there's always something happening that's always giving Bren such a big headache, right? That's been happening over and over again. That's happening right now. He's just on the hunt for
standing up.
Just there. He's just, hello, what's up?
He doesn't care about the damage output that Bren Esports is giving him. They barely tickle him.
Wow, Chaknu's Grok is absolutely beautiful here on this game. Now, with a 7,000 gold lead here, Execration can actually do pretty much anything they want in any location. I feel like that's all we're waiting for. Execration looks like they're playing with their food right now. Nomad.
They are. I think they're waiting for an opportunity for the turtle to spawn in order for Hate to get that additional damage output. If it's not going to be the turtle, they might be playing for the Lord just to ensure a lane being pushed out. They get Chaknu, and finally Chaknu's going to get taken out in this fight. One of the wisest calls they can go for it now. Execration will not be forcing out any big fights unless Etomax and Hank follows up with that abyssal arrow and the thorn rose.
Yeah, I love that Execration just answers you straight up, right? Like, no team fight, why don't I hit my arrow into few, and let's get one really quickly here. Stopping Bren Esports from going outside the map once more, right after they took Chaknu. So, Bren Esports, they are slowly running out of fuel, I feel like. And what they're trying to do here is to just turtle until the maybe 20 to 15 minutes until Carl Teasy can actually do a bit of damage with Coco just on the sides, seeing if he can do like a bouncer kind of deal right now. Everyone's so scared with Chakma just charged the power of nature. Everyone just jumped straight into Carl Teasy. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
The damage now from Chakma is also something to fear if you're Bren Esports, because one swing from the power of nature, almost half of the roster of Bren Esports will be down to half HP, and they don't want that if they have a Benny Cutie that's lurking in the brushes.
Yeah, absolutely. Every brush is a danger brush right now for Bren Esports. Now Hate going out there stealing another buff. Removing a buff from a lane is actually a bit more impactful than we give it credit for, because the movement is so big. And that red buff also, an orange buff, Soul of Lava, just something, one of the tools that Carl Teasy needs to actually do damage as well.
And this is how exactly a top team plays Mobile Legends. They deprive their opponents any resources to come back into the game, and this just allows Carl Teasy this just makes Carl Teasy sit down and be with his team instead of him lurking all across the map and try to look for easy kills. But while that's happening, Lord is pushing over the mid lane while the top side and the bottom lane's being pushed all at the same time from Execration, and they want to end this. Top lane Church is still standing up, and this is not a good fight for Execration. Zappa's gonna get taken off. It is a 4v5. Nice wild charge there by Chaknu, allows Hate to jump in with the Thorn Rose, but the HPs are incredibly low, and they are finally gonna get wiped out for the first time. Bren Esports is gonna start the push.
Is that it? You see the amount of damage output Carl Teasy was able to give with just one team fight. The moment they were compressed and Carl Teasy was alive, everyone just fell apart. Not to mention the Curse of Blood being thrown by Coco there in that team fight. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Item
spike, my friend. Item spike. That is absolutely the word we're looking for.
Yeah, he finally has the Endless Battle, has the Raptor Machine. Not bad. And he's gonna start to be a problem here for Execration. And I don't think this is gonna be easy to shut down Ling if you're Execration. I mean, to catch him off guard. If anything, what Execration needs to do is, if they're gonna go for a team fight, make sure that they are not grouped up together, just like what you mentioned in the mid lane, because that is when the Tempest of Blades would be very effective, catching a lot of people off guard, catching a lot of people in that ultimate. I mean,
Yeah, Defiant Sword already does a huge amount of damage. Don't be deceived by the amount of lead that Execration has. Carl TZ can still pack a punch. It's just that everyone else on Bren might be a bit too squishy to take the team fight. But I think by now, Execration might have learned their lesson. Never bundle up like that ever again for the remainder of this fight.
if anything, Execration should just start split pushing and apply a lot of pressure on the side of Bren Esports so that they wouldn't know which front they would fight in. Is it going to be their base that they're gonna fight? Is it under the Lord Pit? I don't know. What does Execration want to happen here? They need to take the momentum, not cake. What am I talking about?
You gotta take it. You know, you gotta take. That is what we got here. Anyway, momentum is definitely gonna be a bit fickle here in this team fight, considering Bren Esports have shown they're capable. You know, give them the opportunity, give them a small opening. They will be very capable to take a team fight and shove it in your face, just like a cake. You know?
Shove it hard down their faces, and that, I think, is what Bren Esports would do if they get the opportunity. Now, Few has on that Kaja has been decent in terms of catching the members here for Execration. If anything, he needs to catch Hate. That's his primary target. Suppress cannot be purified, and he does not have any purified there, so there's no way at all for him to escape that. Unless he goes for the Thorn Rose.
Which we might see later on, but now it's another big one here for Bren for Execration rather, going for the engage around this area. Hard guard is going down already on Carl TZ, but the shields are already a bit low. Now they go for the chase onto Zapdo. He will be taken out. Monster kill for Carl TZ. Can they get more? Oh, look at that. They still have Tempest of Blades. They can still go in and do a lot of damage. They lock in E2 Max. Where is the output here? Where is Hate? He is watching while the rest of the team gets demolished here by Carl TZ. Godlike on the lane. Can he take more? Immortality will be popped, and he will be formed rosing on out of there. Onto the backside. Where are you going? You sit down.
And that is not what Execration wants. They had a good idea to go in for a big team fight, but in my opinion, as soon as they took down Few and recognized that they're not able to dish out a lot of damage to actually shut down Carl TZ, they should be backing off. And they didn't back off. They instead overstayed their welcome there on the jungle, which just allowed Carl TZ to just wreak havoc and pop his Tempest of Blades at the right time. There goes the Divine Judgment onto Zapnu. Zapnu is going to be the distraction here in order for Execration to try to secure the Lord. I feel like that is the case.
Yeah. Actually, they just need to go for the Lord, but they suddenly abandoned mission! We gotta get out of here! They took down Zapnu, and the reset will be happening. Coco on the backside is super tanky on the Carmilla. Wow, look at that. And now even Benny Cutie is running for the hills. And now Bren Esports could actually take this Lord.
One good steal is what Execration needs, because they don't want the Lord marching down their side of the field.
Absolutely. So right now, it's gonna be Bren watching. They're the ones on the bait right now, Nomad. They're the ones who want Execration to do something.
And this is what Carl TZ has to be. This is what he wants to do, I mean. At the start of the game, he wants to pick off people left and right. And he's slowly hitting his item spike. He's slowly becoming a problem. Did not spot out Hate, though.
Yep, absolutely. That would have been a bit scary. And now they're waiting. It's a chess game, Nomad. It's no longer ML. It's a chess game. They're waiting for each other to make a crucial mistake around the Lord area. Who will be greedy enough, though, to start this without the flow of the minions on the top and the mid lane to be in the proper position? I think both of them are acting a little bit more disciplined now that they have gauged the power levels of each other.
And here's the thing, though. If Bren Esports decides to take the Lord, We got Zapnu on the top side to start pushing in. I think he's waiting for somebody to get caught there. And I think that is going to be Carmilla.
Will he be though? That's a question. I mean, Carmilla's super tanky. I don't think he can take him one by one. And they're probably just gonna slap each other unlimitedly, nonstop. Like, I think
two wall slapping each other left and right.
Yeah, two statues, right? They're just not gonna go down anytime soon. So the Lord will be abandoned. I think Bren is just buying time for Carl Teasy to actually get those items locked in. And I think he is. I think he's already locked in. One more item. Hate is already waiting for him. They want to get that duel on. And I don't know, man. This they got left there a little bit.
I'm seeing a Scarlet Phantom on Hellcurt, though. His critical strikes are gonna hurt, especially the stingers. But if he's gonna be effective in the fight, that's what I need to find out first. Because Bren Esports, they're finally grouping up together so that Execration won't be diving in on them.
Yep. Don't get us wrong, Execration's still pretty strong, but right now Carl Teasy is getting enough time. He is actually taking out targets so easily now with the help of few as well on that bottom lane, and now it could be quite the push that they need. However, Execration, they're not fighting in team fight, they're fighting in push.
Oh no, this is what I hate. This is not good. Hate's gonna go down, he misses his dash. And it's detrimental, but once again, Zapnu is going to be pushing here on the mid lane. It's just going to be Carmilla there. Grok is also there to back him up, as well as Benny Cutie stops the push from Bren Esports. They're going to be disengaging. They need to catch Carl TZ here and stop him from dishing out damage.
So many big mistakes here for Execration, one after another. And now I think they might be in another one for their head. Zapnu very low already on that Uranus, gonna get chased down by few. And as you can see, the bouncers of Bren are kind of tanky as well right now. So you cannot just do anything you want on the map at this point. Carl Teasy, I feel like now he got some of that confidence back here.
Yeah, he got a very big confidence boost. He's currently standing at 11-1-6, and you know that's a pretty fed Ling, all things considered.
Yeah, despite the very shaky, the very rocky early game, I think that was the best case scenario to shut down a Ling, right? You remember at one point, Hate was level 8, Carl Teasy was level 5. That's how far ahead Execration was. I mean, at the mid-game. But now they're the ones catching a Hellcurt! No Dark Knight Falls available! That might be big, Nomad.
That might be big indeed, and they're gonna just start pushing the bottom lane, and Bren Esports will just be reacting to what Execration does, because they know that Execration can't do anything at this point in the game. Carmilla's gonna be pushing over the top side. Grok and Hate gonna try to push in on the bottom side of the map as well, but Antidote's gonna be there to stop the push from happening. This extended duel from Few and Zapnu is, you know...
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna result in anything.
Yeah.
Just take anyone he can at this point. And, oh, Winter Trenches? Okay.
I mean, hey, Zapnu secures another kill.
Okay.
And Hate goes down.
Oh boy, the bigger part of that was Hate. Who is gonna defend? Who is gonna stop the Lord now? That's gonna be the big question. The smackdown from Lasty on to the E2 Max here, gonna be able to take him out with the help of the Ling there. Legendary on Carl Teasy, shutting down everyone on Execration. The chase is not done. Times of Blaze goes down for the chase with the Defiant Sword. Pinch Boys could also do it. And Dark Knight Falls will be able to at least knock Carl Teasy back.
But look at the map though. Zapnu is just cutting the lanes left and right on the mid lane and the bottom lane. If only there was a big minion wave pushing in, that could have been bad for Bren Esports. That would have been enough for Benny Cutie and Zapnu to stop them from backing off. But wow, Zapnu just recognizing how to pressure Bren Esports here.
What is Zapnu doing right? That is so smart. Like, this is not what you would normally see a Grok do, right? Normally you would see Grok just go with the teammates, go with the squishiest member, then protect. Zapnu, what's he doing? He's controlling the waves. He's controlling the minion waves, stopping Bren Esports from moving into the mid and to the bottom. Top lane is going to be Zapnu's lineup, Zapnu's lane, right, altogether. But Zapnu, he's controlling everything else.
He's also doing a good job just going in for the Guardian's Barrier to at least delay the minion wave from pushing in or towards the bottom side. While that's happening, Uranus, Zapdo on the top side will be cutting the minion waves once again. Itomax and Chaklu, they have to defend this bottom lane turret.
Yep, and I think that should be easy with the amount of AoE at damage that they do have. However, though, they're not ready for a team fight if ever Bren wants to go for it. That is what I'm worrying about here for Execration. They are able to defend, but how are they going to respond if Bren suddenly decides, let's go all in, right? So, Execration, they need to be so careful.
Yeah, speaking of being careful, Zapnu is not being careful with his positioning because he's been standing there on the top side of the map for at least the past 7 minutes. They are going to go for the Lord here. It's going to be crucial if it is going to be secure. Execration, that Lord is going to be marching towards the mid lane. Yeah, they're going to be able to take down Hate, but Hellcurse is going to be able to push over the bottom side.
Someone give Zapnu a medal, please. Can someone, like, one of the... Someone just needs to give this guy the commendation he needs. Absolutely tanking down everyone on top lane while everyone flipped the switch, even turned off the lights literally, so that Execration could go for the Lord. And of course, Chaknu will be able to secure that, but at what cost?
A mid lane push. This should have been a good point for Benny Cutie to start pushing in over to the bottom side, but instead he decided to back off. I think he's going to start pushing over the top side. The Lord's not making as much, not covering as much ground as fast as possible. So Execration's kind of playing it safe, walking with the Lord.
The Lord is also... What? What? You see it stop for a moment there? Anyway, they are slowing it down, like, by quite an amount. And the Lord is also a little squishy now for Carl Season. Like, look at that. He can just go for it, and he can just slow it down with cross. Dark Knight Falls will be activated. Tempest Blades will be going forth as well. Over the Lord they go, stopping that big push on the mid. But can they take another team fight? Execration looks like they want to take more.
Yeah, all the lanes are pushed towards the side of Bren Esports. Execration is now pressuring the top lane to take down this turret and make it that much harder for Bren Esports to come back in this game. Coco trying to zone out the members of Execration here, and they are going to be catching Zapnu here over to the bottom lane. Mortality's going to be popped, and I think he is going to go down.
Down, it's going to be a big 4v5. No Dark Knight Falls available yet for Benny Cutie. Can they survive long enough? Lassie with the Fatal Links goes down as well. Oh my god, this could be it. E2Max cannot survive this at all. Popping Immortality. That's Carl Teasy. He is on a solo mission, but on the base of Bren Esports. Oh boy, 3 members are here. No, can be clear. The minion wave in time. I think he will. And Bren will be able to clear that chunk. No. Defend will be the call here for Bren, and they are able to do it again. Oh
that
my
was
god.
That was close. That was a close call for Bren Esports. Smart call by Carl T to just go for the Tempest of Blades, not to focus on the heroes of Execration, but to focus on the minion wave. Speaking of minion waves, Selena, E2Max, I don't think you should be overstaying your welcome here. You will be taken out, despite the attempt of trying to shove out this bottom lane. And it's now down to Zapnu to defend this push from coming in.
Christian's just so scary. Twice in a row, he almost pulled off the complete backdoor against Bren Esports. How scary is Execration despite them a bit, losing momentum in this team, in this fight? Like, what is up with these guys? Right now, though, again, Carl Teasy is such a beast on to this lane. It's so hard to imagine stopping this guy already. And now it's going to be Bren Esports' turn to see if they can turn the table around Execration.
True downfall here of Execration, if anything, is the fact that they don't have any hard CCs to connect onto Ling. If only they did, it would have been easier for them to shut them down. There goes Fatal Links onto Zapnu and Chaknu, not really the wisest targets there, but Zapnu is gonna go down, and they need to find some space to start pushing in. That's how that's how Execration has been slowly winning the game. Even in game number 2, they found some space for them to start pushing in.
Yeah, and although the biggest thing is, of course, the Ling here. for Bren Esports. Unstoppable at this point. Hate is planning something, I don't know what, but look at your base. Execration, they need to defend this. They will be clearing up the minions waves very quickly. Chakna doing 2 lanes at the same time, clearing it up and fighting off against Bren Esports. He's still alive. E2max able to dodge on out there, but the towers, I think, will fall.
Hate should be coming back right now. And this is Bren Esports knocking on the doors of Execration once again. Minions are not available for Bren Esports here, and Taku just needs to make sure that no other minion waves are coming in. Hate and the rest of Execration, they need to stop this push from happening. There goes the Tempest of Blades. E2max taking down few, but Carl Teasy dishing out a lot of damage onto Hate. They are focusing on the base here. It's just going to be Carl Teasy on his own. No minion waves available. There goes the Fatal Links, pushing them out of the base. And then it's now down to Carl Teasy on his own in 1v3. Minion waves have to be focused on here. Carl Teasy and Rebo, they're doing whatever it takes to try to finish this game, but I don't think it is going to end just now because Carl Teasy gets shut down by Chaknu.
How good is Execration in scruffling around the base? They will not allow Bren Esports to take it very, very easily. Rebo still alive here for Coco. This duo can still do some pretty good damage here, especially since it is a Carmilla. But now the rest of Execration, they are ready to go for a fight. Benny Cutie and Zapnu chasing off on the Reeve Coco. He is not gonna be able to do a lot of damage, but he's doing his very best. Hard guard already onto the Carmilla. Will he be able to make it out of here alive? He is life-stealing from multiple targets being absorbed here on this Carmilla, and they're able to walk on out there without a scratch.
And that hard guard was a clutch hard guard here in order for Coco to at least survive the 3v1. If Coco got taken out there, what would have happened was Benny Cutie cutting the lanes and eventually pushing in towards the top side and open up the base completely for Bren Esports, which is something that they do not want to happen at all.
This is finals grade. Finals caliber play here, ladies and gents. It's just the first match. You know, it's the first match of the playoffs. So, so far so good here again for Execration. They haven't lost a lot of ground because of that. Even the top lane turret, inhibitor turret here, is still alive here for the blue side. So they're still pretty much in this game. And they just need to focus. They need to make sure they don't get picked off one by one here by Carl Teasy. They will still have a very, very potent team fight.
Potent team fight is an understatement. Bren Esports really has a very, very good team fight. But the problem here that I see for Bren Esports is that their base is open, and they're doing whatever it takes to take down Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy almost have HP. Beautiful Fatal Links. They're catching 3 members of Execration off guard. Benny Cutie is going to go down, and I don't think this is going to be winnable by Execration. They might just go to the lower bracket here because of that one team fight. It is a 5v2. Death timers are very high.
I don't know, man. Zapnu still separated from the rest of the team as well. I don't think that did well for this squad. Now, Chaknu buying some time here on that Grok. He still has immortality here, powering up that power of nature, but it's not gonna last long enough. He bought maybe 10 seconds for Execration. Will it be what they need to save their base? I don't think so. Zapnu, he needs to get those minions. He needs to get rid of them. I think he will be able to at least push the mid and the bottom lane. However, the top lane will still be pretty much open with 5 members of Bren still alive.
Yeah, it's going to be Benny Cutie, the last one alive here. The immortality is going to be popped for Zapnu, but he's going to go down. I don't think this is going to be enough, and it is going to be a Bren 2-1. Unless Benny Cutie decides to stop this type of play, it's not going to be connecting to anybody. Hate's going to be focusing on the minion waves. Gets the Fatal Links connection there, and that is Bren Esports barely surviving that match against Execration, but they bought it back. They're moving on over to the semifinals.
I have to note, very, very barely made it out. So they will secure upper bracket position here, and they are still one so far.
And Bren Esports almost lost that. It's good for them to just. It was a good thing that they were able to catch down Benny Cutie and Hate in most of the pickoffs that Ling had, most of the pickoffs that Carl Teasy had. in that fight. If it weren't for Carl TZ and the rest for Carl TZ and Lassie to catch them, it would have went to Execration's way.
Man, this is one of the craziest games we've seen so far in the season, and it's just the beginning. I can't imagine what the next ones are gonna be like. Considering Execration, they look like they changed up their playstyles by a huge amount. The heroes are there. I feel like these are Execration heroes, right? But the way that they played around the map, Zapna was doing different things. Chaknu was controlling so many things at the same time. So it's giving a little bit of an insight on how big a team can change with a few weeks that has been given to us after the regular season ended 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, this is a completely different Execration form in the playoffs. This is completely different from what we're used to seeing every time they do appear in the playoffs. And I feel like this might be Execration's time to shine in the lower brackets, depending if they can survive the gauntlet that is in there. But we gotta head on over to the analyst desk to find out what exactly went wrong from Execration there and what we will be expecting in the rest of the playoffs here in the MPL. So Leo, Saya, and Wolf, let us know what happened there.
To get away with it. But you know what? I'm sorry. That was worded wrong. Benefit of the doubt, you gambled, and I think for the first 25 minutes, you were right. I'll give you that. You were right. You know, Bren was on the back foot. Can you tell me what went wrong? You were almost right for the most part, but where did it go wrong?
So, unfortunately, this is how would I say this? This is another rookie mistake. Is that a... I'm sorry, I'm finding my words. I'm looking for words, but unfortunately, my only word for this is a rookie mistake.
Okay.
In a way that they aren't rookies anymore.
Yeah.
But what they committed was one thing that they would have committed if they were playing a few years back or a few months back, or if they're just a newbie in the season, right?
All right.
Because they dove under turret and they were wiped.
Yeah.
Remember the first wipe?
Yes.
I think I kind of felt that the game was over, actually.
We'll dig into what went wrong for Execration for a bit, but right now let me remind you guys that our raffle draws are going to be happening. If you saw, we'll be doing some draws later on. The mythical raffle draw is happening, and 3 random winners will be chosen at the end of the day. And all you got to do is check out that link that I posted up, all right? bit.ly/MRD-29, all right? Wolf, back to your point. I'm sorry I had to cut you off. As we saw, we are giving away some goodies to our friends. Watching now our Smart Game highlights, you mentioned that they were pushing under turrets. They were going into weird situations, especially later on. But truth be told, they started with a bang. This is an Execration we haven't seen before, and we were at the edge of our seat. We could have sworn that Billy was going to knock down Bren into the lower bracket.
No.
Yes, indeed. And if you look here at our highlights right now, it's really doing pretty well for the side of Execration. Like what we said, they have that early game aggression. But come to the late phases of the game, this is where the initial strategy of Execration comes in shambles. They started to get a little bit greedy. They went in one by one, in which on the other side of the coin, Bren Esports took that as an advantage. And look at that beautiful fatal links that really decided the outcome of our game number 3. Them crumpling up together, use the fatal links alongside with Ling to clean it up, and that was it. That was our cup of tea, right?
Yep, and Wolf at that moment, 29 minutes, 30 seconds, that's what he said, jumping brothers,
Jumping brothers, yeah.
Jumping brothers, right? And again, one half.
4.
Yep, one half of the jumping brothers, Carl TZ and that Ling. Let's talk about it. 24, 2, and 11.
Wow.
Our Smart Game MVP.
Before he got his first, or at least his second kill, he was one and probably like two death
Mm-hmm.
before he got his streak.
Yep.
And
And
he
I
only
think,
died once afterwards.
yeah, the streak started at 12 minutes, wherein I think he got a triple kill, which resulted in a 5-1 trade for Bren. And they wiped out Execration, they evened out the lanes, and I think that was the beginning. At 16:30, he was already at 10-1-5, Wolf. 10-1-5.
That's yeah. And this is why I felt that Execration. I mean, when I looked at the lineup, there's a very strong chance for Execration to take the game so easily against Bren Esports, and this is because of the fact that their lineup is more about bursts than it is about reap damage. And I think that we saw that in game number 2, and I kind of reflected on that. Transferring to game number 3, I like the Hellcurt change up. They kind of changed what they usually did and tossed it up with a Hellcurt in there, and I think it's genius. If you remember, I was talking about the Execration, hoping to see a different result, but right as I said that, they picked up the Hellcurt, and then I kind of felt, okay, Hellcurt makes a lot of sense. Just the stun with the arrow or any initiation from Chakno, pop the Dark Knight Falls, and all of a sudden your Hellcurt and Lancelot, they don't even care about the counter initiations of their opponents.
Yep.
And that happened over and over until that time where they snapped back to their former selves, to their Execration selves, that they
Yeah.
went back to going solo. After that, they're all over the place, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, for better or for worse, they became old Execration, right?
Yes.
But credit where credit is due. The lineup was very creative. Again, triple assassins, Hellcurt, Selena, and Lancelot. And I think you mentioned it already. The game plan was really just to hit Dark Knight Falls and just blow out anybody who would dare stand in their way. And so far, at least for the first 20 minutes, give or take, it was good. But at 26 minutes, I noticed this. Benny Cutie's Dark Knight Falls, they were not on point anymore. They were like almost a non-factor in team fights. They would use it to just re-scramble themselves. They would use it while Lancelot would jump in. Hate would be hesitant, and that's very uncharacteristic of Hate, right? We see Hate as this aggressive core player, and there were moments when he would just wait. He would wait. Hate is gonna wait, and that's not what we're used to. And I think that's why towards the end of the game, at around 31 minutes, we saw them just get blown out, right? And Seiya, now that Execration is going to be dropping down into the lower brackets, what does this spell for the crowd favorite? What does this spell for Billy and the gang?
I guess hashtag give Billy the trophy. But
Yeah.
again, going into
Possible.
the lower bracket for the side of Execration. Okay, draft wise, very creative, but I think they have to make it more well rounded in terms of okay, they like what that early game, sure, for the first few minutes of our game they have it. It's just that when things go south, get messy, and I think that's the thing that they have to polish even more, because if they manage to get control of their late game, I think they would really step up in terms of our lower bracket.
And they might even elevate what the lower bracket brings. But we'll be having that later on in the day, and we'll be seeing Execration back in action tomorrow. And this time, Wolf, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling about Bren? We'll get to that in just a bit. But right now, guys, if you're watching, again, I mentioned the mythical draws. We're doing that at the end of the day. And of course, got to let you know that MPL Season 5 is brought to us by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text donate to 3456. Donations are going to be open from April 22nd to July 16, 2020. MPL Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and of course, this is all organized by Moonton. Real quick before we go into a break, Wolf, what can we expect from Bren? They'll be waiting up in the upper brackets for us.
All right. These are not expectations, but this is a homework for Bren Esports. They need to polish their draft. They need to rethink their strategies, because obviously that game, that series should have went easily for them.
Yeah.
It didn't, and we can see looming problems on Bren Esports. And I'm sure whoever is gonna face Bren Esports in the next round, man, they can punish that if Bren Esports will not change it up. So I think that it's more of a homework now for Bren Esports. Yes, they can celebrate, but only maybe for an hour. The rest, they need to go back to the drawing board.
I agree. No true words have been spoken. Coming up next, though, we are going to be seeing Sunsparks go up against Onic PH. The long rivalry since Season 4, and of course, the brand new, the modern El Clasico. But for now, let's check out the top 5 plays of the series by Realme. On behalf of my panel here, it's Seiya and Wolf. My name is Leo. We'll be right back.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more! Make the switch to Smart LTE and experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99! Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more! Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99!
Face.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, pro camera, pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap. Realme 6 Pro, 6 cameras, pro display, Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Rook is powerful. Rook doesn't want to be your enemy. Rook likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Mega kill.
Let Rook go first.
Unstoppable.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Our strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Legendary. Legendary. Unstoppable.
Dawnbreaker.
Legendary. Double kill. Only light can drive out the darkness. First blood stands with us. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. My face. Unstoppable. Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill. Godlike.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. Monster kill. Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Mega kill. Legendary.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
unexpected yung roster pero nakita namin yung malaking advantage na dating MPL champions yung pumalit sa kanila. Mas malakas yung roster namin ngayon kasi mas may experience sila. Mas puro yung galawan ng bawat isa. At yung chemistry at attitude namin towards each other ay nag-improve. Kumbaga mas lalong naging solid kami. Ngayong season, expect nyo sa amin ay mas lalong magpo-focus pa kami sa lahat ng matches na darating. At gagawin namin lahat ng makakaya namin para makuha ang championship ngayong MPL Season 5.
Hindi namin in-expect na sobrang challenging kasi maraming player yung nag-improve and maraming team yung nagbago. Gusto namin ipakita yung improvement ng Sunsparks. Tingin naman namin, nagpa-practice naman ng todo yung Onic. But then again, mas nagpa-practice kami kesa sa kanila. Kaya kahit anong puyat, anong hirap nila, siguro mas natutumbasan namin ng higit pa yun. Ang kulang na lang is, kailangan natin ipakita kung sino talaga yung tunay na malakas at kung sino ang nagahari sa Pinas.
Yung first match namin sa playoffs is Onic, so talagang pinaghandaan talaga namin sila.
Shout sa inyo mga lods. Ako po si Iyak ng Onic PH.
Payo ko lang sa mga kalaban namin, especially kay Iyak, no, na siguraduhin mo na hindi ka puro TikTok at napaghanda ka kung paano mag-defense ng tore. Kundi iiyak ka na naman sa amin.
Natatawa na lang ako kay Grid kasi feel ko kabado siya sa choke. Sana konting practice pa sa kanya kasi nerf na yata yun, no? Si Grid kumamit. Grid, galingan mo para mahirapan naman ako.
Back to the MPL Season 5 playoffs. Coming at you live from our very own homes to yours. We are your panelists. My name is Leo, joined by Seiya and Wolf. Ladies and gentlemen, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS text donate to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd to July 16th, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and all of this is of course organized by Moonton. Back to action, it's the modern El Clasico as a lot of us would put it. It's Onic PH versus Sunsparks, a rematch from the 5-game series that shattered hearts, stole a breath, and of course made history in Season 4. Wow, I don't know exactly how to begin, but first let me remind you guys that we still have our lucky draws happening. That's right. All you gotta do is check out that link, bit.ly/MRD-29, and of course we'll be giving away Smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, 30,000 worth of diamonds and in-game items, and later on we'll also be giving out mythical prizes. That's for the very last day of the playoffs, where you can win Smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, Realme 6 gaming smartphones, again those in-game items, and personal favorite of mine, MPL PH signed jerseys and jackets. And all you got to do is once more check out that link, and of course check out the main Mobile Legends Bang Bang page for more details. With that being said, once more, welcome to the second series of the day. Could you believe it? It's just the second series, and we just witnessed Execration drop down into the lower bracket and Bren Esports move on and chill in the upper bracket, waiting for whoever might come out of this next one. Seiya and Wolf, how you guys doing?
Feeling pressured and, a bit of iffy as my internet as well.
Hoping you're fine though. Hoping that's figured out already. How about you, Wolf? How are you doing?
I had to drink. This is my second batch of water because that game, even though we were just literally watching and just paneling, that really it got me tired, to say the least, because we had to exert a lot of effort because that game was nail biter. But you know what? This series might be even closer than that one, and that is gonna be so hyped.
right. Every single time, Sunsparks and Onic set foot in the same matchup and go up against each other, magic happens. No doubt. I don't think anyone would ever disagree when we say this is the new El Clasico. And there's so many storylines interweaved in this matchup. You know, there are trades that happened prior to the season. There are rivalries that happened. The meta has changed so much. And I think before we go ahead and talk about the teams specifically, let's talk about the history between these two. Again, 5 games in SMX Season 3 and a newly built team, both of them in Season 4, Sunsparks and Onic. Let's talk about Sunsparks first, led here by Greed, who actually came from Onic in the previous season. Seiya and Wolf, how is that going to come into play here, especially as they go head-to-head and try to drop each other into the lower bracket?
For the first Sunsparks here, we've witnessed them, really shine in terms of during last season, and you really have to really watch out, especially for Raflisha, who is known as really the champion Kufra right here, and again as well as KLVJ, and let's not forget Kilowash right here, whom is, if I'm not mistaken, is a 2-time champion. If correct me if I'm wrong. So all of their rosters are pretty neat, and they have the caliber of performance, and yeah, it's really exciting how they would turn this out if they could be the champions once again.
Well, how do you take this into consideration? Greed now being part of Sunsparks, going up against his old gang. Do you think he's going to be bringing in some insider info?
Yeah, definitely, because Greed. I don't know the English word for it, but it's a contribution. There you go. Greed's contribution to Sunsparks is definitely more than just his amazing gameplay, his unique style of playing the support, but also the info on how Onic PH operates. And we kind of felt it during their group stage bout that Sunsparks, with game 1, it kind of felt like they completely understood how Onic Esports or Onic PH moves around the map. And obviously, Onic PH made it hard for them to win that series. So if you're asking me whether or not Greed will share the knowledge, I think absolutely he will, and it's gonna be very useful for Sunsparks. That being said, though, this Onic PH squad, they have Fuzakin anyway, so it is gonna play a factor. But since it's evened out, I guess the only way to find out is just to watch the game and see who really read who.
You're right. And not to count anyone out from Sunsparks, they have Kilowash as well, previous MPL champion from Season 3. But here, in Onic PH, there is also another Archangel representative in Jay. So looking at their lineup now, let's talk about Onic PH. Of course, where we're talking about Oh My Venus, we're talking about Fuzakin, the Kingmaker, we're talking about Dilar, we're talking about Wise, Iyaknu, and of course, Kajay. As you call it. Let's talk about Onic PH here. Obviously, they got a huge chip on their shoulder. As an organization, I think they felt like Season 4 really could have been theirs. It felt like they let the ball go. So now here, what kind of mindset do you think they're walking into the playoffs with? Are they nervous? Are they pretty chill about it? I mean, we saw them do well in the season, but Seiya, I gotta ask you now, how is Onic looking like to you?
This specific roster for Onic PH is going in hard, smarter, wiser, and stronger, and hungrier. Because Season 4, like we've all mentioned, that was, chair standing, really heartwarming, tear-jerking matches. But this time in MPL Season 5, this is another opportunity for them to really redeem what they could have had.
Onic PH, Wolf, I think you are one of the people who actually made the Kingmaker an actual moniker for Fuzakin. Let's explain to our viewers here why exactly Fuzakin is known as the Kingmaker.
Yeah, this was back in MPL season 4 when we were calling KLVJ the king, and he
I think
was
he
teamed
still
up with.
is the king.
Yeah,
I
he
think
is
he's still the
still is the
king.
king.
Yeah.
Yeah, when his name was King, there has to be someone who made him king. He needs a king maker, and we kind of felt that Fuzaken is. Now, when Fuzaken came to Sunsparks, or back then it was called No Limit, yeah, before Fuzaken, then came Sunsparks. Fuzaken enabled KLVJ to be the king that he is right now. And I think it's just apt that he went from the championship team to the the first runner-up team, and maybe try to make another king or queen through that team, which I think is honestly gonna be amazing. The Kingmaker moniker is still yet to materialize, but I think that in all sense of the word, in all sense of the word itself, I think he can be named the Kingmaker now.
Yep, and I think that's a big strength coming in
Yeah.
here for Onic PH to have a support player that's really just able to unlock the potential of your core. That is wise here in Onic, and even to make Oh My Venus himself a support player as well show up and put out an amazing performance. Again, that's Fuzaken the Kingmaker. So yeah, let's talk about Sunsparks though. What are some of the strengths Sunsparks bring to the table here to potentially go for another championship run?
Well, like I mentioned, we've already witnessed how Raflicia's contribution to the team is really essential. He is known for his championship Kufra, and then again, this is the thing. Sunsparks here is known to be one of the unpredictables. In terms of having crazy plays, in terms of having crazy strategies all throughout, and sometimes they do it on the go as the games progresses. So that this is pretty interesting because I think this is a battle of the typical strategies that we've seen from Onic and the craziness of Sunspark.
Well, if I may, I'd like to mention that there is also an out of the game or a non-Mobile Legends inspiration now for JP of Sunsparks. He recently just became a father, and we'll see how that positively affects Sunsparks going into this matchup. But first, let's see how Sunsparks, our defending champions, exactly ended up in the playoffs.
Sa early game, magkakaroon talaga ng problema yung Ares. Oh, pero look at this! The funnel! Everything in between! Halaban ng Sword Funnel na lang! Rocket will connect!
Playing and Showbird Esmeralda, but in the mid lane is Fuzaken versus 3 members of Sunsparks. Makes that 4. Fuzaken says, you can't take me down. They're gonna shut down on the far stuff.
Why survive for long enough for the rest of Sunsparks to overdive this?
Kay Diki, pero gusto pa lumaban dito ng SGI. The time journey mula dito kay Diki, pero Joy may fall down. Andito na yung ating League. League Dog Tactics. Tower the amazing duet mula kay JP. Ang tagal ko nag-par para dito. NSDI ngayon. Hindi na masatakbo. Naku.
A championship-worthy performance, nonetheless, by Sunsparks. Now, once more, facing their rivals in Onic PH in the first round of their upper bracket journey towards the crown once more. Here we go with the draft. Game 1, Sunsparks versus Onic PH. It's Sunsparks on the play. Onic responding. Wolf, Steya, and of course, my name is Leo. At your service, helping you out through this draft. It's Uranus and Claude taken out by Sunsparks. Onic respecting the Tams and Selena. First pick though, the Kaja. What do you guys think?
This is a surprise to me, actually. Sunsparks, I guess they want to just make sure that they have all bases covered, because Kaja is still one of the strongest heroes out there. It might be their answer, but Onic PH, interestingly, goes for a heads-up Esmeralda play with a Poplin Koopa that they don as a support, maybe from Venus side. So that could be Onic PH's play as for now.
Well, I'm so far for the first two picks of Onic PH, it's going pretty well. Very well-rounded and fundamental for them because we already witnessed how they use this in a very good performance with very good stats. So going here for Sunsparks, in terms of bans, okay, it's the essentials. It's both active and there's respect for both sides of the team. Now, Sunsparks here getting the Kaja and the Kufra. It's already established that this Kufra is going to be used pretty well into our game, alongside with the Cho to add that crowd control right here and to let it start a potential team fight. So it's looking pretty good for both sides of the team.
You know what? I just gotta say, Onic PH here, lock in that Popol and Koopa early on. In the regular season, they were one of the first few teams to actually make it work. In memory, I think the only other team that I could recall doing well with the Popol and Koopa in the support role would be Bren Esports. All right?
Right.
So with this being locked in, both teams not necessarily laying out their cards just yet, unless this is a core Esmeralda, which we saw in Series 1, fielded by Bren, was quite lackluster. So I'm not feeling this just yet. As they ban out the Ling and Sunsparks, taking out the Valier, mad respect here. I think Onic PH is afraid of JP. That's JP's Ling for sure.
There was the Ling and the Valier ban. I'm actually surprised that Sunsparks banned it. Maybe because they want to, because I kind of felt that they need the Valier as well, but maybe they felt that the Kaja Kufra combination is already enough. Now, for Onic PH, I'm surprised that they didn't get the Grok, but they got the Hylos instead. So it actually answers a lot from Sunsparks, not only with the picks, but also with how Sunsparks operate. Because Sunsparks, they want to invade. With this Hylos, it's almost impossible. So Onic PH, they then finish it off with a Kimi pick, which also I think is also good in this game. And so far, both teams having a very signature drafts.
Yep, I gotta say, if Bren Esports and Execration brought out the big guns, the big weird guns in Lancelot and Hanzo, Sunsparks and Onic PH, they're staying true to the meta. I respect that, and I just noticed as well, picking up the Hylos for Onic PH, that's a double-edged sword, or at least it hits two birds with one stone. You take out the Esmeralda counter, and you help out your Kimi with mad invade potential. So that's strong for Onic. Sunsparks, I can see why it's the Valier now, Wolf. I read into this because the torrents kind of stops Cho, Kaja, and Kufra from coming in. It pushes you back. So I think that was why that ban happened, and I think it's paid its due, more than paid for its due. So looking at these two lineup, as Onic locks in the Jawhead, I gotta ask you guys real quick, Seiya and Wolf, what are your predictions? Who is going to take Game 1?
To me, real quick, I will go with Sunsparks. Simply because they have that late game potential with the carry.
Okay, you like the carry. Wolf?
I would say Sunsparks read through the draft, but I think that Onic PH will win this because I kind of feel that Kimi will take over.
Okay, they're playing a card out of both each other's decks, It's usually Sunsparks who invades, but Onic might do just that. But I'm going to listen to my heart and say Sunsparks. I really do think that there's an X factor coming into this first game in this modern El Clasico. Let's see what Rockhart and Nomad think as they take us through the action.
Thank you very much there again, Leo, Seiya, and Wolf from the panelist desk. Very insightful as always. It is Rockhart and Nomad here to give you the action for another possible championship caliber game here, ladies and gents. Onic PH versus Sunsparks. What do you think, Nomad? What are the biggest things about this one?
Well, one of the biggest things about this is that we might go to another Game 3. That's something. But some of the key heroes that we need to look out for here is Popol and Koopa, especially considering the fact that Popol and Koopa, instead of being the marksman role, the core role has been seeing some of the utility role, because Koopa on his own, that dog Koopa, will be able to provide a lot of CC slows, stuns for days, and that would just allow Kimi on the side of Onic PH to just get free kills. But if the lineup of Sunsparks works well here and just scales really good in the mid to late game, especially on that carry, I don't think Popol and Koopa would be number one problem here for for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say Popol Kupa number one. I'm just kidding. But yes, in all seriousness, that's exactly what I think our panel also kind of thinks about. At least half of them, at least. The carry might be the biggest point here. The main reasoning why Wolf I think is a little hesitant is because he's seen so many Kimmy games go right for Onic PH. This is something they know how to play. And we're gonna have to wait and see if that will come out true here in game one as we head into the map for the first in the series of 3 Sunsparks versus Onic PH.
Now, important thing to note here is that Onic PH can't seem to beat Sunsparks for some reason other than their own that they the only ones that understand. And if anything, Onic PH really needs to step up this time around. This is actually nobody's waiting on the side of Sunsparks. Instead, Carry's gonna be getting the blue buff initially. Then that's when I feel is the rotation coming in from Sunsparks. From Sunsparks, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was saying, yeah. I feel like the early game rotation is gonna be super key. I don't know, we've been looking for ways to really shut down Kimi compositions early on. And I feel like Sunsparks, they actually might have that here with the help of Farsa, obviously. Obviously this JP's carry is not gonna be as impactful, but you know what, we'll see later on as we go into a bit of scruffle here around the jungle here of Sunsparks. Gonna have to force off those dogs, call off the dogs as they say, out of there. And they'll be able to at least secure some of their jungle objectives. The common minions, or the jungle creep.
I think this is a good call. Oh My Venus playing on the Popol and Koopa, since Oh My Venus has been known to be rotating across the map from bottom to top. Oh My Venus should be able to initiate the fights, especially with Koopa.
Absolutely, and in the hands of Oh My Venus, sometimes the biggest problems of Popol and Koopa players is they don't look like they're proficient with it. If you notice, like a lot of the Popol and Koopa players that played earlier on in the past few weeks of the last few weeks of the regular season, they're the Popol and Koopas that didn't look super proficient. Are you gonna say that for Venus? Because right now he's gonna be the one taking the brunt of the damage. Yaknu, he was just standing for a majority of that time. He was super slow down there. That might be a big problem. We'll have to wait and see if they'll have a remedy for this. I was just saying, Venus probably does have a good grasp of Popol and Koopa by this time. He was just beaten out senseless by Sunspark.
The only problem with Popol and Koopa is that Popol and Koopa can only really shut down one hero at a time, and that's where the rest of Sunsparks would shine, because that would be where Carry would be able to just stay in the backlines, allow the frontliners to just take the brunt of what Popol and Koopa has, and that would in turn, just like what we saw earlier on, that would in turn just eliminate Oh My Venus from the map. And judging by what happened in the top lane, there's really nothing that Oh My Venus could have done there to turn the tides of battle, even though he was the one that actually initiated the fight under the turret.
That's true. Despite their position, and they were not outnumbered too harshly. The AoE, that's a problem with Popol and Koopa. There's no way to deal with 3 people jumping on you at the same time. You don't have a dash, right? You don't have... the best you can do is just call back Koopa or Popol. Yeah,
Koopa.
Call back Koopa, and then, you know, you got a shield, you got some knockups on you. After that, you're just gonna walk. It's either walk or flicker out. And in those scenarios, if you're out of there, like, what are you gonna do, right?
And nothing else that you can do there. And here's just hoping that Oh My Venus would be able to rotate properly and try to be at least with 2 other people in order for them to get the advantage. And that has been what Oh My Venus has been trying to do. We saw Oh My Venus in the mid lane earlier on, moving towards the bottom lane, securing the first blood of the game, and then reset, move back to the top lane. And I think that is going to be a trend that we will see from Oh My Venus in this fight.
Yeah, I think so. Because obviously Popol and Koopa only shines when you get some items on the Popol and Koopa, right? The reason why Popol and Koopa's the Koopa so strong is because it takes the stats from the items as well, right? So a stronger item build on your Popol means a stronger Koopa, and that only will happen in the later parts of the game. So for the meantime, you can just expect Oh My Venus to just go to it at whichever lane looks safe and maybe contribute to a tower take here and there. But you cannot expect Oh My Venus to be in the middle of the fights for a majority of this game.
Yeah, and that would also be where Popol and Koopa would shine, because if Popol and Koopa just hits the right items, at least 2 or 3 items in, he and the dog would be able to push out the turrets without any problems. We've seen that happen with you when he picked up Popol and Koopa during the regular season. And transitioning into the playoffs, I think that would be the main thing that Oh My Venus would be playing here. It's either, I'm going to make, Oh My Venus would be making the calls, and as soon as they make the call and successfully take down a member of Sunsparks, later on in the game, we will be seeing Popol and Koopa split pushing. That may be the case.
Yeah, that's something we're gonna have to wait for. Yes, for the meantime, it's gonna be the carry show all throughout, alongside Farsa, KLVJ's Farsa. Because at this point, if you look at the lineup, the offensive options are of course going to be the Kimi as well. The Kimi is you kind of need a lot of people around the Kimi to make it work. If you recall a lot of other games in the past, you need a lot of backup on the Kimi for it to work. And the reason why it looks scary is because it looks like a 2-core composition. Because again, Popol and Koopa is classified as a marksman, which means it does kind of need a lot of items to go online. And you gotta remember, the Kimi is kind of taking a lot of the resources as well from the map, right? So that's something to take into consideration as we head back into the game.
I mean, a 1-2-2 play is something that can still be done, but I don't think Oh My Venus would be relying so much on the kills in terms of being able to go online. The assist is where it's going to be, and as long as Wise can go online, that's already a win for Onic PH. But again, Sunsparks, Reflecia, the championship Cupra championship. The championship Cupra is here in amidst the Sunsparks lineup.
You know what's surprising is the Jawhead was the one on top. This time, Oh My Venus is the one joining the fights. So what's really the plan here for Onic?
We do not know just yet. It's still too early into the game. Mid game, I think, is where we can find out what Oh My Venus's plan is on that Popol and Koopa.
Yeah, because I feel like you can't really do that much except for maybe disable a single target. Then you have a pretty substantial cooldown, and you also have a little bit of a front line. Maybe you can just throw the Koopa as a bit of a front line. It is a bit tanky in the early game because people don't really have their skills yet. So that's probably one of the reasons. At the same time, though, I think Jawhead might be more optimal in that team fight if we see it roll out later on. Oh man, this is gonna be a bit scary here.
It is, or I don't know, probably a Sicilian, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Sicilian might have actually done really well in this lineup. The Sicilian is one of those heroes that does a lot of damage, even though you don't feed it too much. As long as you can release your bats, you get stacked up mana, you get stacked up damage output, then you can do what you want, even though there is a core on a different core. So Popol and Koopa sharing on the resource is not that fun for me.
Yeah, and the Sanguine Claws really just displaces a lot of people, and it catches them off guard to the point where they wouldn't know what to do because they're already stuck. They're already teleported right smack in the middle of the Sanguine Claws. And really, a Sicilian would have worked better this lineup. But then again, this is Onic PH controlling the game, so we need to find out if Popol and Koopa would be the wiser choice because of that, bottom lane turret is going down. Already went down.
Here we go. It's going to be a big scruffle here around the Lord Turtle area. Who's going to go for it? Obviously, Sunsparks has more firepower here. Will they be able to use it? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, KLVJ going to go for the Feathered Airstrike, kind of goes on the offensive. Look at that!
Oh,
the steal! Oh my god, that is huge! Wise now has the turtle buff. How do you stop this? You kick the wolf, apparently. You kick the wolf. but it will not be enough here. We'll be taking one. That's gonna be a buff and a kill and a tower for Onic PH.
Macro decisions from Onic PH have been on point. It was really unfortunate that the maximum charge just connected straight onto the turtle. ULVL was already flying on that peacock, but you know, it wasn't going to be blocking that maximum charge anytime soon, and they're gonna go for ULVL as I say that. Predator strike committed, and it's just gonna be Koopa that's gonna take the brunt of that damage.
I was a little confused here. Can you actually cancel the Johan throw? That was pretty amazing. Anyway, it's gonna be Kiluash once more. The Lotar's Lord gonna be pushing that guy back. Did not even see it coming. Hello to Jay, says Kiluash.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. That is what Jay experienced. It's still too early into the game to see what Onic PH can really bring up the table. Yeah, they were able to take down the top and the bottom tier 1 turrets, but it's not converting into anything just yet. It's only a 2,000 gold lead, and as I say, that maximum charge not going to be connected to anybody. There goes the ejection onto Greed. Greed's going to go down. D-Lar and Reflecia in a bit of a scuffle. JP going to be forced back, and this is not good if JP is being forced back. That just means that Sunsparks is not doing a good job protecting their back lines, and that's the last of the tier 1 turrets falling down. Tier 2 turret is going to be sieged up once again. Predator starting to clear out the minion waves just to force a reset. Get stun connection onto Jay. Glorious pathway connected, and kill VJ. He's going to secure that kill. Meanwhile, Oh My Venus is on the run.
Kiluash going hard on Oh My Venus, but while all that's happening, Turtle will be taken here by Wise, so that Kimmy is going to remain very, very strong. The falling star mode in the middle of the fight, D-Lar very squishy at this point. Wise still getting the kills left, right, and center. That's gonna be a killing spree. And the damage is real, but the rest of Sunsparks still able to disengage after that fight.
I mean, D-Lar had the right idea to dive into those to 5 people all at the same time, but the fact of the matter remains that D-Lar does not have the items equipped just yet in order for him to sustain himself in that fight. They managed to pick off Reflecia, and I think Onic PH would, instead of just giving away free kills, they're gonna be focusing on the objectives part of the game, because that is how you win the game. You secure objectives, and as I say that, Kiluash down to half HP. Koopa dishing out a lot of damage, not a lot of damage on that turtle, but on that turret, but you can see the possibilities of a solo push here by Oh My Venus.
He has the tools, he has that Koopa for that solo push, and if Sunsparks are not careful, if they're not watching the map, they could actually give it away. So they have to be always watching each and every lane. Where is Oh My Venus? We need to check that every time we start a team fight.
And the maximum charge just caught KLVJ. And it's slowly not looking good for Sunsparks. If Onic PH keeps up the pressure in the map, I don't think Sunsparks could actually win this. The win condition here is on JP himself, on his own.
Yeah,
that's how I see this.
I love it. Right now, I feel like JP still... This is still a pretty even fight in my opinion, because we haven't actually seen Sunsparks go all out. Like, we haven't seen a pure 5v5 yet, so I feel like we're gonna get a taste of a big 5v5 sometime soon. But Wise, oh my god, no one is stopping him. All around the map, he's getting everything he wants. What is happening to Sunsparks? They're losing edge.
And they're losing their turret as well. Sunsparks. This is not the Sunsparks that we know and love. This isn't the playoffs caliber Sunsparks that we saw during Season 4. And this is not a Kiluash that we will see in the next couple of seconds. Unless he manages to go away. Yaknu connects the catch up there onto Kiluash.
Yaknu's being very instrumental in these fights, isn't he? He's actually doing a pretty stable job against Kiluash on this choke. He cannot fight. Oh my god! That wasn't even max charge. I don't think that was max charge. I just saw the Kimmy hand raise up. So You gotta be careful here. Wise is super strong here on the Kim.
And the only way for them to really shut down Wise is on Kilowatts and Reflection to be able to jump in the back lines, but you know, it's not gonna be the optimal way to fight this because they would then give away KLVJ. They would then give away JP to the hands of either Oh My Venus, Wise, or D-Lar.
Yep, D-Lar is gonna be... Actually, we're not noticing D-Lar, but he's not actually dying that much, I think. And if you look at the items, look, he's sturdy, he has damage. You have to be careful about D-Lar as well in the coming team fights. They can't focus too much on just Wise, because Wise is... I know it's hard not to focus on him because he's just super strong. They need to take him down, but there are also other threats here for Onic PH.
A lot of threats, and especially I know we've been talking about Oh My Venus and that Popol and Koopa for the past 10 minutes, but it's still instrumental. Popol and Koopa has been instrumental in most of the kills that they've had. Currently sitting at a 90% kill participation there, almost a 90%.
Yep, almost 90%. I feel like that signifies teamwork, right? Right there. So anyway, oh seriously, Greed has to stop catching these rockets. That is so scary. You gotta be careful.
It's like the rockets are magnetized towards Greed all the time.
Oh my god. What is Greed up to? Anyway, it's a good sacrifice, right? As long as you don't hit kill VJ or JP, you're doing a pretty good job already. I think that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, oh, just the amount of damage being dished out to Greed, oh my god.
Yep. And Greed, he's taking everything, but he's not dying. He is doing the ultimate sacrifice for his team so far. Will that be enough though, as Onic PH are now in the Lord area, going down really, really quickly. No signs of a response here for Sunsparks. They're gonna give it away. They know it's up. They'll just stay safe, and they'll just try to see if they can catch some gold from the remaining scraps around the jungle area of the blue.
It feels like Sunsparks is playing really reactive to how Onic PH is playing this, and that should not be the case. Because as soon as Onic PH has the reins in this wagon that is the quarterfinals match, it's all going downhill for Sunsparks. They need to start stealing the reins over from Oh My Venus and company.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do they do that though? I'm not sure how, but you know what? The feathered airstrikes from KLVJ are a bit difficult to answer for Onic PH. They don't have the super long range, except for the Kimi rocket. So they can actually hold off the push. Now the Lord on the bottom lane is the big problem. You can't just feather airstrike this.
This is essentially a 7v5 because of Koopa joining the fight, and that is JP taking out Jay. This turn is still going to go down regardless of what Sunsparks will do. And this is going to be a reset by Onic PH.
Oh, come on, seriously, stop. Everyone's burning now. So, that just goes to show, right? That's the amount of power that Sunsparks currently has. They can't go near. They can't go near a target at this point as well. Because if they go near a target, you know what? The Kimi's probably going to do a huge amount of damage. This Popol and Koopa is doing a great job protecting the Kimi if you don't notice. Right? He is just pseudo-tanking everything that they're trying to throw to the Kimi.
Because as soon as they see anybody coming close to Kimi, Oh My Venus is just going to be sending over Koopa in order to soak up a lot of damage, slow the primary damage dealer, or slow out the initiators on Rafflesia. And then if Koopa dies, that's when everybody from the side of Onic PH would come in and just take care of the rest. And I don't think it's possible for Sunsparks to even touch Kimi at this point in time.
Yeah, because Kimi just throwing out those rockets from out of vision. You can't even see the Kimi anymore, right? And all he does is that. He's already doing so much. He's putting a lot of members of Sunsparks to half HP just because of one rocket. Imagine what they can do if you go for a full-on, like, 5v5 clash. Like, everyone's gonna melt on side Sunsparks. So, in my brain, I'm thinking of a way out of here for Sunsparks. What do you think they should do?
they need to start forcing They need to start forcing Onic PH away from the front lines. They got the carry. Carry needs to be accompanied by whoever to start pushing any lane for that matter. As soon as they're scattered, and I believe that would be when they can go on and go for a team fight. And I think that is the optimal way to fight this, because they can't go for a full 5v5 fight. They will always be outnumbered because it's a 6v5. I don't know. There's nothing else that they could do there, but just take objectives away from Onic PH.
Yeah, and the sign of a good Popol and Koopa player, by the way, is to make them feel like it's a 6v5, which is exactly what you described. It's exactly what's happening here. So big props here for Onic PH for doing that. However, again, they're not out of the woods just yet. I'm thinking of a way where someone goes behind. I don't know who's gonna do that. Kiluash, can he do that on the show? Like, what are the opportunities here for Sunsparks to make it out of the base at all? Because you know what? Yeah.
Nah, yeah, you were saying.
I feel like if they see someone missing inside the base of Sunsparks, they're already gonna assume someone's going for the Kimmy. So the Kimmy's out of the question, right? Maybe you can catch someone else instead.
Unless we see Championship Kufra being Championship Kufra. Like, go ahead and go for the revenge go for the rage onto the revenge. A good 5-man revenge. Knock everybody up. Go for the ultimate. And that's when they should start going in. I think that's, if they're going on for a full fight, that's how they should be approaching the fight for if you're Sunsparks.
Absolutely. JP still has some firepower. KLVJ still has some firepower on the carry. They should utilize that completely. Esmeralda's a little weak against carry in the mid game, so maybe that's something you can use as well. I don't know. I'm still looking for ways around this. To be honest, I'm looking for a big pickoff. That's all I'm waiting for. Like you said, a big pickoff. Like, channel that Championship Kufra, because otherwise this might be the revenge that Onyx been looking for against Sunsparks.
And if Onyx manages to win against Sunsparks, it just might be, a clear shot towards the grand finals. I honestly believe that may be the case. But if for the people that are tuning in, this is just the second match of the day. First game, Sunsparks versus Onic PH in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5 playoffs. Yeah. And I think we are going to be diving back into the game right about now. Let's find out what Sunsparks needs to do to come back in this fight.
I want to see what happens. I want to see how they conclude this, because I feel like it's only for Onyx, it's only a matter of time before they can just conclude it, right? As long as they can take down KLVJ to stop him from clearing those minion waves, they might be in for a good spot. Now, KLVJ already used the Feathered Airstrike. That's a few seconds of opportunity for Onic PH to maybe close it out. But, yeah, here we go, Rafflesia. You gotta keep your eyes on the Rafflesia on the Championship Kufra.
Yeah, this Championship Kufra needs to show some championship caliber play despite it. Oh
my god!
Half HP immediately. And this is going to be a... Yeah, it is. And this is going to be a top lane turret going down, no doubt.
Yeah, I think very, very soon. They're just waiting for it. Of course, Wise already using the rocket here. And Koopa, I love it when he does that. He just zooms on around the map. Anyway, Green is in a pretty bad spot. It's a 2-man knock-up here. Kick in the way of the dragon out of there just for safety. Green and Kiluash, they're in danger. KLVJ with a Feathered Airstrike, not going to be enough to stop or even slow down on the PH. The dive-in by Hiyaku. That's a double for Oh My Venus, and the push into the tower for the top lane.
Rafflesia tried to go in there, but it didn't matter because Onic PH, it's even though they took down Iyaknu, it's still a 5v5. I mean, going into game number 2, they need to start respecting Oh My Venus and that Popol and Koopa. I know Popol and Koopa is not worthy of a ban, but Oh My Venus is making it work really well. But the HPs, JP trying to kite out the 5-man member here. They do get the one. Immortality is gonna get popped here. And Jay almost gonna go down, goes down because of the base, and they should still be alive here in this game.
Yeah, unstoppable pushing potential being shown here by Onic PH. Now, of course, it will be cleared up really quickly here by that Farsa. However, again, they left a lot of the base of Sunsparks in shambles. I'm not sure how long they can hold out. Again, Rafleisha, we're still looking for that one-time big time into the Tyrant's Revenge! And Kill VJ helping out. Take down Oh My Venus. Finally giving them some breathing room.
Signs of life. Signs of life here from Sunsparks. They just need to make sure that they convert this into an objective, and that is what the Lord is going to be. The next objective here for Sunsparks. Rafleisha doing a good job just zoning Wise away. Will be taking the brunt of the damage of the maximum charge from Wise, but you know, we have yet to see what is happening.
Boy. What is happening? The Lord! I need to hear it!
I need to see the Lord!
The Lord! Who took it? Who took it? I don't think they can, but I don't know. Iaknu's right there. Can you see this? Can you see what I'm seeing?
I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Iaknu might have actually pulled that off. Possibly.
I mean, he was there, right? But
he could have probably taken it. And Kimi was on the way charging the rocket, so we're gonna go into a bit of a pause here. Just so that you guys know, we are gonna go into a pause. And I think they called a bit of issues, so don't worry about that. We're gonna get back to that as soon as we can resume. Oh my lord! Speaking of Lord, oh my lord. All right. So what's the call there? Will that be enough? Will the Lord be enough to actually turn this game around? That's what I'm thinking.
On the side of Sunsparks, yeah, I believe it would be more than enough for them to secure at least a bit more time, because that would be objectives going down. If they walk with the Lord, mid lane should be free for the taking for them. But if it did happen that Iaknu took down the Lord, it might just be game over, and we would need to find out what happened there. I'm really curious.
We'll be hanging on to each and every fiber of that, every second of that one, because it will be super critical. However, of course, we are still in game 1, by the way. If you guys are just watching, this is just game 1. It's already taking quite a bit. But Onic PH is on the road. They're on the road to take that revenge, you know. They've always been said that they can't take the weakness. That's their weakness. Can't take a series out of Sunsparks. So this is going to be a huge chance for them to get into the statement. Well, let's go back into the game. And we didn't catch it. Oh, the Lord is going to go. Yeah, right. So they did secure it. I mean, Iaknu, I guess that was a nice try, but this is what I'm talking about. Was it going to be enough? Was it going to be enough for Sunsparks to go back? The Lord just died right away after spawn.
Didn't even have enough, space to cover there. Just outside their base. And this is game. This is already game for Onic here. There's no way that Sunsparks would be able to turn this around unless JP manages to micro the living hell out of Onic PH, as well as Kilowash taking down Iaknu on his own. It's still Onic PH managing to survive. Wise takes down Rafleisha though, so that's one tank out of the picture. And this is Sunsparks managing to survive this. Survive this onslaught from Onic PH. It's a 3v4, I mean.
It's a 3v4 right now. They will probably have some chance to breathe. DLR is still alive though. That is the hugely tanky frontliner available for Onic PH, so they're not out of the woods just yet. I think that was just a huge sacrifice play from Iaknu and Jay. They know they were going to go down, but they went for it anyway, because what was the exchange? You get to empty the Sunsparks base, and from there, how do you defend? Right? That's going to be the question. How will Sunsparks actually defend this? They don't even have that much AoE damage.
And they don't even have big AoE catches that Rafleisha has inherently on the side of Sunsparks on that Kufra.
Exactly. Again, the Kufra, you have that one trigger. That one Tyrant's Rage. If it goes down, if it fails, that is going to be huge for Sunsparks. That's gonna be huge for Onic rather. Sunsparks might not make a counterplay after that, because everything else is gonna be single target. Divine Judgment, Way of the Dragon, everything else is gonna be single targeted on the crowd control. And how they're gonna beat a 5-man comp, a 6-man comp for that matter, is a problem.
Yeah, this 6-man comp is a problem for Sunsparks. And again, this is Onic PH just pressuring Sunsparks, not able to come out on top. I need to see good plays here from Felicia, good pickoffs by Greed, good Way of the Dragons by Kilowash in order for the dream to work here. But then again, even if Sunsparks loses this game, it's still a game 1 in a best-of-3 series. They can completely adjust in game number 2.
Yep, absolutely. Again, this is what they call download. I still don't like that term, to be honest. I don't like download games. I think that each and every game you should always play to your maximum potential. So download games are not, in my mind, not really an excuse for teams to lose out, even though sometimes they can turn around to a reverse sweep, right? Reverse sweeps do happen. But yeah, if this is one of those, I don't think Sunsparks is in the right to do that, especially against one of their most heated rivals, Onic PH.
If anything, this is exactly what happened during last season's playoffs. Onic PH was in the lead, and Sunsparks just managed to come back. We might see that here.
We'll have to wait and see, because right now, if you guys remember, if you guys were not there, it was supposed to be a clean 3-0 in the best of 5. But you know what? They turned it around. Sunsparks was able to really work their ways, work their magic, rather, and capitalize on each and every inexperienced play that the Onic PH was doing.
Is he? I like this. If Sunsparks catches the bait, Onic PH, D-Lar would be able to just go ahead and go for the split push, but instead that's not going to be the case because D-Lar is rejoining the team. HP is dropping dangerously low for Onic PH for the first time in this fight. They will be able to take down Greed, makes it a 5v4, and they need to back off here. Sunsparks has to forfeit the Lord.
Yeah, there's no choice for them. I mean, if they try, they're probably going to get taken out. Iaknu's in the front line. You know how good Iaknu is at throwing people for some reason. And he will be the one to be taken out first. Oh, nice split in. Better strike. Strike 1, strike 2 will miss. Strike 3 without range anymore. Managed to make it out of there, but of course using the flicker in the process.
Small window for... very small window for Iaknu there in order for him to at least flicker in and eject somebody. A bit of space from Sunsparks, but regardless, Onic PH is still going to try to secure this Lord.
Yep, absolutely. Now the Lord is going to be another huge... They're going to try to contest the Lord area, because I feel like Sunsparks, they know without a base, without a strong AoE damage dealer, we won't be able to defend against the Lord, but now D-Lar is going to be the one taken out here. Oh my gosh, he's absorbing all the damage from JP. Gets taken out by Kilowash in the end. Bottom lane, we have other members up.
Oh my Venus!
Oh my Venus goes and takes down KLBJ just like that. And everyone from Sunsparks falling like domino.
And this is game. This is already game. Kilowash and Greed should not be able to defend this Onic PH. Still 4-man heavy. We'll be able to finish this game number 1 in this best of 3 series as we move on to game number 2.
Oh my gosh. Again, we have been here before. I gotta say, congratulations to Onic PH for that very, very impressive victory. And this guy's gonna get left in here. Okay, apparently not. Is that Jake? Yeah, anyway, yeah. That's gonna be it for that. I feel like that should have been closer. But Onic PH showed us they can really tear it up. As long as people on their team don't make any big mistakes.
Yeah, and I just have to commend all my teams on that for making sure that nobody touches Wise. Nobody, even their mom, can touch Wise in that game, allowing Wise to not suffer a single death. Given the MVP of that game.
Absolutely. I feel like you just gotta make sure get Wise proper, and that's all you need. Look at that. Look at the damage output. Look at 805. No one literally was able to touch this boy. He only used like for a majority of that game, he just used rockets. So he's like a rocket man, rocket man. And I feel like you gotta give it to the guy, and you also gotta give it to Onic PH this time around. They look so much cleaner. I mean, I'm trying to remember the Onic PH we had before. Big difference.
Yeah, this is a completely different showing, especially up against Sunsparks, Onic PH. If they manage to secure a good game 2, just like what I said earlier on, they will steamroll their way towards the grand finals. But I think there's going to be a different opinion on the board here on to our towards our panelists. Leo, Seo, Wolf, what do you guys think?
Nomad and Rockhart, thank you so much for calling the action. That was actually a game 1 worthy of this modern El Clasico that we keep talking about. Welcome back to the panelist desk. My name is Leo, joined by Seiya and Wolf. And in that 20-minute bout, I believe it was 20 minutes, there were a few pauses that kind of like took out the whole duration, the feel of the duration out of the game. I just got to ask here, Seiya, you and I said Sunspark. Where did it go wrong? How did it fall apart for the boys in black and blue?
To me, I think Carrie wasn't given enough space to actually go to gather as much as resources, and the fact that the positioning as well of Sunsparks wasn't into their favor simply because one, Onic PH has this good roaming abilities into our map, especially into the early phases of our game, just like right now what we're seeing. And the fact that they also, the fact that Onic PH knows how to utilize their map control is something that we have to take into account. That's why the carry wasn't as free as we initially thought it would be.
Yep, I agree. And I think the draft on Onic was so in your face. It was so violent throughout the whole duration of the match. There you go. I believe it was at this point in time where the game was about to end. So it was sub 20 minutes. Forgive me, it was sub 20 minutes. Wolf, you were the one who saw through this. You were the one who said Onic is going to take the game. What did they do right?
Yeah, they So I think that off cam we were talking about this. It was a longer story because I felt that this is the exact photocopy of game number 3 of their MPL season 5 regular season. Performance for both teams. Game. So it's almost the same in a way that it's a Kimi lineup versus a late game carry lineup of Sunsparks. And the only problem that Onic PH committed was to underestimate the power of comebacks from Sunsparks, which is weird because they already lost many times from comebacks from Sunsparks. Then again, game 3 of that match in the regular season, just maybe 2 weeks ago, was Onic PH letting go a little bit of their stronghold of the game. And the problem when you're facing against Sunsparks is if you get that foothold of that game, you can never ever lighten the grip. You almost always have to hold that grip, even tighten it up. And in this game, the way Oh My Venus played the Popol and Koopa with Wise as well, they really tightened the grip. And what I'm saying is, Oh My Venus is always up in the faces of the opponents of Popol and Koopa, while Wise is always target locked on the maximum charge. And I think that he only missed the one maximum charge honestly, and that's for the benefit of Onic PH.
Yep, and at some point you feel like that thing has no cooldown, right? It just keeps coming at you. And again, in your face is what I call this lineup because there's the propensity for the invade and you keep the pressure on throughout the game, and this is what you're talking about, right? You keep a bite onto your opponent, no pun intended with the Popol and Koopa, but it really felt like a gator roll, right? Like you get your prey and you never let go, and they never gave Sunsparks the time to breathe. Maybe that one time, I remember you were talking about that one mistake that they committed, that one time that they allowed JP to get the Lord. We apologize for the technical difficulties there, but they eventually got the Lord. But it was so underwhelming. It was so underwhelming because they were already inside their own base. They had turrets. They had the base shooting back, and they had the Lord to help defend. I think it was a Luminous Lord too, but still they were on the back foot this whole time. So Sunsparks, this might be a learning game, a download game if you'll call it, but this is really them on the back foot. But I was thinking this, and I was saying this to you guys off the air. this is home for Sunsparks. I'm sure they don't feel as much pressure.
Yeah.
They're okay. They're fine playing from behind, and they'll do what it takes to win the series. And going into game 2 here with our draft, what can we expect from both of these teams? I mean, this was a very early game that scaled for Onic, but what about Sunsparks? What kind of lineup can we expect from them?
For Sunsparks, I did mention earlier that they are known for one of the crazy and unpredictable pocket picks that they have. So if ever this coming game 2, I think this is a good time to actually show it, because you really want to secure your spot. So Sunsparks being Sunsparks, as much as we go fundamental, they are pretty known for something extraordinary. So I think this is the great time to actually use it.
Okay, okay.
I think that they need to activate this greed type of, I mean, not greed is the word, but greed the player type of picks, because I think that they went for Farsa as a core this time to deal the damage, but it kind of felt lacking when it comes to the early game and even the late game, which is weird because Farsa is known to deal so much damage. But actually, the problem I see is that they had 2 setters. They have Raflesha on the Kufra, and then they have the Kaja. Yes, they're very solid when it comes to initiating. But when your opponents decide can defend themselves, like Popol and Koopa was a support because you only needed Hylos for the lineup of Onic PH. But for Sunsparks, they kind of needed the Kaja and the Kufra to be online together. And you know what? Wise was uncatchable, which is weird. I don't know how. Maybe he's in the zone right now. That maybe he's in Super Saiyan mode right now, or maybe he just had a lot of coffee. That's why he was able to dodge many of those initiations. And then when the time comes that he's initiated upon, Purify on the Kimi, taking notes from Panda himself.
Yeah.
But kidding aside, I guess that they should change it up a bit. Don't go double tanks or double setters. Maybe get a Greed-esque hero.
I agree. You know, activate this crazy mind on Greed. This guy is one of the few Natalias in the league that actually works. And I think Onic is able to do that as well. Blacklist, if I'm not mistaken, have fielded some pretty good Natalias. So maybe this is the game to do it, to clutch the game 2 and go for the 3rd game in this series and really give us a worthy El Clasico, what the fans are asking for. All right, so here we go in the 2nd game of this series. Onic PH going to be on the play here, picking up the Tams. So this is so safe. Again, one of the best performers in the league, at least for the regular season, Season 4. But let's look at the bans real quick. Let's talk about this. Popol and Koopa now taken out by Sunsparks Long, as well as Claude. So they respect the output of Wise and Venus. On the side of Onic, though, they ban out the Valir and Selena. So I feel like they're targeting Greed pretty hard here.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that they Sunsparks took out about 3 games before they banned out the Popol and Koopa.
Yeah.
And Onic PH are getting the best out of it. Yeah, I think that it is honestly good for Onic PH to target the supports, the utility supports, or maybe the aggressive supports. There you go, from Sunsparks that Greed can play, so that when Sunsparks plays, they will be forced into to play passively, which I think that's how Onic PH can overcome Sunsparks when it comes to the draft.
Yep. 2nd phase of picking, though. Check it out. Kaja is in the building. The championship Kaja from Season 3, as well as Lars' signature Uranus. Obviously, going to be rocking the Execute. I'm hoping. Making Daddy proud here, Wolf. No?
Yeah. Really proud. Really proud.
Saya, as we close up Sunsparks lineup, how do you feel about this core in Ling? I'm pretty sure this is going to be a JP Ling. It's got shades of his Season 4 performance on the Gushan. What do you feel about this pick here?
It's actually pretty swell if it's aided with a very good support, like if Angela per se. But I think for the side of Onic PH, I think they won't let this Angela. But again, you have to consider that this final ban for the side of Onic PH is, you know, something that you have to take into account, because Onic really knows pretty well how Sunsparks moves here. So I think for this case. Okay, they are pretty confident if ever they will be facing an Angeling kind of tandem. But to me, for the side of Sunspark, they need a good follow-up damage for the lane.
Yeah, the Esmeralda, I feel like is gonna be lacking. So as they highlight this Jawhead, I can see it coming. I can see this actually being a good pick, and then I think they're gonna need one more hero. That is going to be actually. You know what? This is better. Wolf. This is what we're looking for, right? This is what we're looking for. The greed type of hero.
Wow. Okay, I was gonna say that Sunsparks put this Natalia in a very good spot, fourth pick, so that it will prevent the potential Venus hero. As Ling and Natalia, they are so good together in terms of taking down support type of heroes. But Onic PH, the manner in which they picked the Kimi and the Aurora was so quick that makes me feel that they are prepared for this, and they are. So what you do with this Aurora is maybe you get the flicker, but most importantly, when Natalia or the Ling jumps, you just pop your ultimate. There you go, flicker on the Aurora, and then when because the problem with the initiation from both the Jawhead and the Ling is that it takes time. You kind of see it coming. That's also true with Esmeralda. So you can be prepared. Either you flicker away or you move away for a little bit so that you can dodge that ultimate and then counter with your cold destruction. So maybe this is Onic PH's plan. And I'm sure that when you talk about the matchup, the El Clasico, or I would dare say this is more like a Lollapalooza for me, right? I know I feel right. And when it comes to this Lollapalooza matchup, maybe this is the time where you put out your guns. And I would be quick with my prediction. I think Onic PH has got this.
Wow. So you're saying a sweep. All right. Very bold, Wolf. Very bold. How about you, Saya? What do you think? What are you thinking?
To me, I'm loving the fact that Onic PH already has the Kimi alongside with the Aurora, because the Aurora.
All right. So hard on the Aurora. So I'm guessing you're also saying Onic PH. Okay. She nodded. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'll just say this because I think we deserve a game 3. Sunsparks, because of that Natalia pick, and of course there are a couple of signature heroes on Onic, but I think Sunsparks just have it all in the bag. There's the Kilowash Jawhead, there's the Akil VJ Esmeralda, there's the Ling JP, so on and so forth. They're all there. So I'm thinking it's Sunsparks, and we're going to be seeing a game 3. That's my prediction. Let's see what Rockhard and Nomad think as they take us into game number 2.
Well, we think this is going to be a very, very fast, either very fast or very slow matchup, because I feel like if you get the Kimi strong, that's the completely different story with the Aurora. Anyway, back here on the caster desk, I'm Rockhard. This is Nomad, and we're gonna give you the action here for game 2 of Onic PH versus Sunsparks. Now, Nomad, we were talking during the draft there. We kind of really lost our heads on that last rotation there by Onic PH. I think you want to expound on that even further.
Yeah, I completely did not expect the Aurora to be picked up, but at the same time, Sunsparks didn't have any choice on tanks. Sure, Esmeralda's gonna be tanky as hell, but Jawhead as the last choice there is not looking good at all for them.
Not a good look whatsoever. Anyway, we are on the map, and Onic PH are already 1-0 ahead of their rivals, the Sunspark. Now, a lot of heroes are on comfort, right? Jay on the Kaja, Greed on the Natalia, and we got JP on that Ling. Absolutely demolishes targets when we hit later parts of the game. But if we're talking about this demolishing destruction, we got the Aurora on Venus. So those are the things that we have to watch out for. JP and the Kilowash going in. Flicker. What? Did I just see? Anyway, it's gonna be a scruffle. The red will be taken regardless. I think he just tried to scare off Venus. But wow, Kilowash.
Venus will not be frightened, and actually KLVJ should be frightened from this Ihaku. Sustaining the living hell, even though they're only level 2.
Yeah.
But moving on into the mid game, if ever we see a big team fight, it's going to be crucial for Oh My Venus to actually connect with the Bitter Frost. Because that is going to be a targeted slow onto JP if it connects. Cold Destruction as well. As long as he manages to connect to a lot of people, that would be the good thing, and that is always available for Oh My Venus. And speaking of Oh My Venus is going to fall down, not allowing any chance for him to get caught by JP. JP will be able to come out there.
He's level 4. He's quite ahead here. He has both buffs. And he's actually really scary here at this point. So JP just needs to get some of that gold back in his pocket. He'll be able to do just fine. So for the meantime, it will be Sunsparks still in a pretty solid command of the map. I think what we're waiting for here is the spikes of the Kimmy. This Kimmy is a little lackluster, I'll be honest, with how Wise is playing it. I'm not sure why, but they're really forcing the mid lane. They're trying to force up fights in the mid lane. Rotating here. Will be another Tempest of Blades here. This time around, JP cleans up the Aurora really quick. Oh My Venus. Gonna be the casualty there with no counterplay available yet. Jay does not have the Divine Judgment, so he is not scared at all. So JP able to take that up real quick.
And I think that is the smartest call. Just shut down Oh My Venus and not allow him to be present in any big fights, because most of these CCs, they have Jay, they have Jay to actually catch anybody off guard, but Oh My Venus is the one that has the AoE slows and the AoE disables, and that's good that JP removes it from the fight. And it's also a good showing that Sunsparks is taking control of this game by means of rotation. They're not allowing Onic PH to get control of the game, so to speak.
At all. Like, Onic PH should have control of the early game with the help of this Kimmy, but they're not. They cannot even walk out of the map here without being super scared about Rafflesia or JP just suddenly jumping up on their faces. As well as Kiluash here onto the Jawhead. Gets up D-Lar, and D-Lar gonna be taken out so easily.
And I think this is the optimal way to play Ling. Yeah, Ling can move all across the map on his own, but if he can go with his team, as I say that, there goes the Divine Judgment on the KLVJ, and there is really no chance in hell that he's going to survive that. But yeah, as I was saying, JP on this Ling will almost always rotate with his team and then use his wall jumping ability to jump away from the fight and re-engage whenever it's safe. That, I think, is the optimal way to play this Ling. Another Tempest of Blades being committed, and Greed's going to be there to follow up the damage, taking down Wise. And this turn is going to go down. Oh My Venus and D-Lar should not be able to defend this. There goes the AoE. Disabled by Oh My Venus. Cold Destruction really being destructive into that, taking down Kilowash.
That's exactly what I see in a Magic chess games, you know? You got the Aurora with a full mage synergy, you go Cold Destruction and units just disappear from the map. We'll have a look at that replay though real quick. JP look like they're super confident as well going into the team fights. They are pretty solid, they are pretty tanky at this point, but you know what? You gotta be careful there. Oh, we didn't see the last one. Anyway, you gotta be careful when you're fighting off against Oh My Venus here, fully charged on the Aurora.
Yeah, and I mean, to an extent, yeah, Aurora is an item-dependent hero, but at the end of the day, as long as Oh My Venus connects with a Bitter Frost or Cold Destruction, it's going to be more than enough for them to dive into the team fights, especially considering the fact that Wise really just wants to be able to hit freely in the backlines. Speaking of backlines, Greed is going to be there on that Natalia, waiting patiently. Gonna go for Wise. Gets the silence. Wise is dangerously low. Gets the flicker, but it's not going to be enough for him to survive that. Oh My Venus next in line. Kilowash going to be securing the kill. Securing the kill. Tempest of Blades onto Jay. Jay's going to fall down, and this is Sunsparks completely dominating this game so far. 8-2 is going to be the scoreline, and I think D-Lar would not want to overstay his welcome there in the mid lane.
And that's all the way from downtown. It's under tower. It's behind enemy lines. They're that confident in taking out Onic PH members. And I think the call there was from Greed. Instantly when he found the Kimmy alone, go straight in, have the Hylos lay down the glorious pathway, and then take down the target. That was a great assassination mission coming in from the duo of Onic PH of Sunsparks.
I mean, we typically joke that Natalia is a walking vision for the
Yeah.
team, right? But as soon as, cold-blooded strangling is available, you can just go ahead and kill anybody in line. As I say that, they do take out D-Lar in a snap of a finger.
That was real quick as well. And that is the power of their lineup right here. I mean, it's not all up to JP. Everyone else is a pretty solid hitter in their own regard. Even Greed. Don't forget, Greed has that execute. JP Tempest the Blades enforcing it out so he can get on out of there. It's a small blunder. But if we're talking about, the win conditions here, obviously the win conditions are a bit more solid.
Yeah, the mobility of Sunsparks is their only win condition here. If Kill VJ goes online, that would be their second win condition. And I don't see any possible win conditions here from Onic PH aside from Wise being able to survive anything. As I say that, Greed will just hop in and out and become a problem here at the back of Onic PH.
Yeah, in game 1, the Kimmy was super safe. This time around, he is in danger, everybody. He is in danger, and there is no way that you can actually get out of it because it is a Natalia. You cannot just simply watch your map and look at where the Natalia is. You do not know when he's gonna jump in on your face, and then there's gonna be someone slowing you down or knocking you up. That's the high-low score that Jawhead. Now it's gonna be a fight over the red buff. Very, very important to get for the Kimmy. Will be stolen up really nice. That's Sunsparks. It's looking like a game for you, boy.
And, it's really Greed just being able to recognize and acknowledge Natalia's innate passive, where Natalia will be dealing 15% extra damage when you're in the backlines, but if he is concealed, Natalia will be dealing an extra 25% on top of the 15% damage. And that is how he's able to take down D-Lar on his own. And that is how Oh My Venus is slowly disintegrating from this game.
Okay, so their supposedly engaged lineup is now trying to just survive. Just survivability question for Onic PH. And that's not how their lineup was designed. That's the problem. So now they need to suffer for it. Oh My Venus, Winter Truncheon under the tower forces JP out. But the damage will have already been done. 8,000 gold lead here for Sunsparks, and it's growing by the second.
It's growing every single time that Greed and JP picks off members of Onic PH. And this is something that you have to take note. Every time you're playing up against a Natalia, you have to make sure that you guys are not scattered way across the map because you need to respond immediately to that Natalia. Yeah, there are players that play Natalia as somewhat of a utility role and just providing providing information, but this Natalia by Greed is now an assassin Natalia, which could really take down Wise, could also take down Oh My Venus, and that's immediately one guy down on their side.
Yeah, this is execute Natalia. You gotta be careful. It's 4-1 and 6. It's got the tools. It can take you down, especially if you get that Blade of Despair completed already for Greed, which he is on the way to doing. Now the Ling is actually in a pretty solid spot here. We haven't even talked that much about JP yet, who is 6-0-4 on the Ling. They will take that Lord very, very easily. And now, Onic PH are watching their back, they're watching their front. They don't know what to do.
I mean, JP already got the Queen swings, makes him that bit chunkier once he dives in. I don't know how Onic PH would be able to survive this game. I'm gotta be completely honest with you there. It's hard to tell what their win condition is because their win condition solely relies on either Jay or D-Lar catching anybody on the side of Sunsparks. But with Natalia being able to just go into the backlines and JP just immediately hopping on top of them and delivering the Tempest of Blades, I don't think Onic PH would be able to hit the check marks that they need to win this.
Yeah, this is what I said. I mean, Wise already passed his item spikes. He is nowhere near them anymore. So that's basically -1 here for Sunsparks. They can just take this very easily. Will they complete it though? That's something we'll have to find out. They are in the bottom lane. Lord is already on that tower. The fight is happening. Green is very, very low, but he doesn't need to die right off as of yet. And everyone who's low is on the back end. Reflection's on the front. They're doing a great job! And a 2-for-1 on that link. Oh my gosh.
And that is the bottom lane turret wide open as well. Sunsparks they just need to take care of the map priority. Make sure that the lanes are pushed towards the side of Onic PH, and that's exactly what PLVJ is doing. As long as they keep up this pressure, Onic PH won't be able to answer properly in this Sunsparks aggression.
I don't see any immediate answers here actually for Onic PH. Unless like a huge mistake comes out here from Sunsparks, there's no way they can actually take a team fight here against these guys. They're just monsters around the field right now.
There's a lot of things that Onic PH needs to catch here. It's either going to be JP, who can immediately escape their grasp, or is Greed, who they can't find anywhere at all. Even if it's going to be KLVJ is just going to be diving in as soon as a majority of the damage has been dealt to them by either JP or Greed. Who are their only other options here? Is it going to be Rafflesia on the tanky high loss, or is it going to be Kilowatt that can just be ejected? I don't think Jay can actually spot out anybody properly in this, and I don't think that they can really turn the tides of this fight. They got outdrafted here.
Absolutely. I feel like this is becoming very, very scary right now for Onic PH. I know we had our doubts here against Sunsparks, but man, there is a reason why meta is meta, right? It's showing right now. There's the reason why you pick these heroes and you don't pick others, because these heroes just do it efficiently. As long as they're played properly, it is so efficient for them. The way they walk around the map, the way that they control, the way that they gain that gold, it's very difficult to keep up with, especially with heroes like oh my Venus' Aurora right now, which is falling so hard. Because you know what their win condition was? Is to take this so fast into the game early on, using the Aurora, using the Kimmy. Did that happen? No, it didn't. And that's why Onic PH is here right now.
Yeah, the Aurora pick could have been a Sicilian pick.
Could have been, yeah, exactly. Could have been.
There are a bunch of players here on the side of Sunsparks not moving though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see that. I don't know if they're waiting. But Sicilian, I think the reason why they didn't want to go for the Sicilian is probably because, you know, they thought they needed more actual crowd control, like hard crowd control. Not just the slow, not just the mini push, they need that hold stun. And that's probably why they drafted Sicilian.
And I feel like that is the inherent problem that Onic PH has in their lineup as well as a team, because they got supports all around. Yeah, that's for sure. And there are times where they get Grox, they get the Kufras, but it didn't work out for them. So they just decided to, hey, let's stick with the support type of playstyle and make sure Wise hits its power spike. But it didn't happen in this game. And again, it's just Aurora being the suboptimal pick. They had the right idea in terms of how to catch Ling with the Aurora, but it's not enough. I don't think that it was the wise choice.
Yeah, no pun intended, by the way, guys. This is absolutely no power spike Kimmy at all. 0 free. I don't know what he's gonna do until later parts of the game, but right now Jay's just camping on those bushes, and Jay, so far Wise, I think he's gonna need to develop some really strong items. So I think 25 minutes there might be something that they can do at around 25 to 30 minutes. I'm not sure if they're gonna let this game go on long enough though, as they are walking in towards the Lord area and towards the mid area.
Yeah, that's Jay going down as well, not even able to catch anybody off guard. Lord's gonna be able to take down the mid lane turret. It's just down to those 2 turret minions, taking down the HPs, because right now Sunsparks will force a game number 3 in this best of 3 series, and this is just the second game of the day, mind you.
Exactly. What the heck? I feel like, what is up with these guys? They're supposed to be, I don't know. It's just second day. It already feels like final. We are gonna go into that a bit in a short while, but I gotta say, this is where the Sunsparks championship mentality is coming in, right? They're not being rattled by picks like, oh my Venus' Aurora, none of that. none of that is going to rally them on their objective to get JP strong, to have Greed hunt down the Kimi non-stop, and to have Reflation just basically the rock that holds this lineup together. Kiluash and Kelvin J was a little bit weird in some of those fights, but they did the job anyway. 2-1-7, 2-1-1. This was a pretty balanced lineup here for Sunsparks itself.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see, is Onic PH going to go back and go for the exotic picks in this game? I mean, exotic lineups work from time to time, but they don't work all the time.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Do they work in situations like these where, they look like they could take some Sunsparks by surprise? That's what they were trying to do here in Game 2, but it didn't work. Instead, they were the ones who got thrown flat in their faces by a lineup that was supposed to be stronger in the late parts of the game, but they got beaten. So, I don't know. Nomad, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered here.
And those questions might be answered by our panelists, Leo, Seiya, and Wolf. What happened there?
That's a huge responsibility, Rockhart and Nomad, for us to answer these questions. And there are many, no doubt, there are many. But I think there's one statement that needs to be made here. Boy, it's Baloy. Again, we mentioned earlier, pre-draft, that Sunsparks needs a hero that's very Greed, that's very much to Greed's playstyle. And I think the Natalia really worked well here to be able to shut down Game 1's amazing Kimi Wise. All right, so watching the highlights here, Seiya and Wolf, what went right, what went wrong? Let's talk about the side of Sunsparks first.
How about you, Wolf? I think you have a lot to say.
Yeah, I do have a lot to say. So let's answer with what went wrong first. For Onic PH, I think that their side laners are weak. Because here's the thing. You cannot get the two best side laners, put them together, and expect the best side lane setup ever. It's not like that. You don't get the Thams or the Uranus together and hope that it's like the best setup for you. Put Thamus and then perhaps a Joyhead on the other end or a Cho on the other end. That's a good one. Put Uranus and put a Joyhead on the other. That's a good one. But put Uranus and Thams together, their damage is way too in your face and more of reap as compared to having an additional stun from your opponents or additional push potential, because both of them, by the way, are very poor when it comes to taking down turrets. They can shove lanes but not push turrets, so that's a main problem here for Onic PH. I mean, surely you can argue that the Aurora is too cheeky of a pick, but when you look at this game, the problem with the Kimi didn't have air because the side lanes didn't make the space for them. What went right now for Sunsparks, I think the best, the better pick now in the story of this game, of this series, is the Hylos. When we look 2 weeks before, Grok was the main commodity that both teams are trying to win the tug of war over the other. But this time it's the Hylos for sure.
Yeah, and I think that Hylos really was the one that enabled our smart game MVP, JP, on that Ling, making the most of his bounty hunter talent emblem, scoring 907. How much gold did this guy get? Look at this. Item lock, my dude. Item lock. Everything that the Ling could have possibly needed to be able to carry us to victory. And again, with no short due to the rest of Sunsparks, right? I just gotta say, everyone was on point in this game, much more so than in Game 1, and I think it's just right that we see a Game 3. So with that being said, a minute away from the draft here, Seiya and Wolf, what does Onic have to do to win Game 3? We were talking about this just really being a coin toss, really. I mean, a lot of games, even in the draft, you can tell who wins, but with teams like Onic and Sunsparks, they're just so talented, they're just so skilled. What exactly do we have to see in the next game? You can mention heroes if you'd like, for it to swing to either direction, right? Because we're at reset, we're at Game 3, it's sudden death. What do you think, Seiya?
To me, I think for the side of Onic PH, they have to go back to their comfort pick. to where they know best. Because okay, sure, from the previous game, the Aurora is like what you've mentioned, cheeky. It's true, but this is the playoffs, and again, we are at a reset. They couldn't afford any more, let's say, flaw in terms of draft, because you both mentioned that the Toms and the Uranus do not mix well, and with the addition of the Aurora, all the more makes the recipe go plain,
Okay.
go bland.
All right.
So
All right.
for the side of Onic PH, I think they need to reconstruct their overall draft and go for the draft that they are comfortable.
Yeah, don't be greedy. I guess don't be greedy for Onic PH, but I think for Sunsparks, Wolf, will you agree with me or not? They need to go greedy. They need to really rely on greed.
Yeah, they need to be greedy this time, or greed-esque, or whatever.
Yeah.
Just make greed comfortable. But actually, for Onic PH, it's kind of related to what I just said and a little bit about what Seiya said. I think that Onic PH, they're playing so well if Iakno is playing on those heroes that set up for kills as well, like Cho, like Johead, and not Thams. I mean, he was a good Thams player for sure, but imagine just put that kind of role onto Dilar. Make Dilar the hero that will go in front or go in the side lanes and attract the attention of their opponents. I won't blame them if they put Uranus on Dilar for the entirety of the season of the playoffs. I mean, but put Iakno in Cho, in Johead, or maybe other heroes that will let him shine with his solo killing potential, right? So with the way Venus plays, he's comfortable already. Wise is also comfortable, as well as Fuzaken or Jay. But I think that they need to activate Iakno this time. They did that in game 1, and they have to do it again in game number 3.
Yeah, and I think now that both teams know what the playoffs dictate, again, Hylos wins games. If you make Iakno comfortable, you win games. If you make greed do greed things in the draft and in the game, that wins games. So I think in game 3, we're going to be seeing Onic and Sunspark just at the top of their game here. The draft is about to begin in just a bit. But Wolf, I think you want to say something.
Just real quick, no loss with high loss.
No loss with high loss. All right. I felt the anticipation. You were like, Leo, just look at me. I need to say this. And you're right. I agree. No loss with high loss.
Yeah.
So whoever picks up high loss in this game 3 has just an astronomical advantage over the other. But with that being said, I think both teams, especially Onic, more so Onic, because I've heard, a little birdie told me that they've had their draft on point in game 1. Something went wrong in game 2. So I think both teams now just have the mindset to just ban Hylos. Just take out the four-legged centaur man. Just take out Lord's baby, and I think all will be fine.
Yes.
Yeah, but as we go into the draft, before it even shows up on screen, any other priority bans? I think the Kimmy should be something to be respected. No?
Yes,
Selena and Natalia should also be considered, but wow,
guys, all of those heroes that we talked about, there's like just nope. This just shows us that Sunsparks and Onic, they're on a whole new level. All right, game 3, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The decider as to who will be dropping into the lower bracket and who's going to be chilling and waiting in the upper bracket to face Bren Esports. Sunsparks on the play. Onic PH going to be answering back. Sunsparks says no Claude and no Popol and Koopa. Onic says no Tams, no Selena. So they got one thing right. They got rid of Greed Selena. But let's talk about this first pick here. The Valier.
Yeah, I love it a lot because it makes it so that Onic PH will always doubt whether or not they'll get the Valier for themselves, because this is a hard counter. And Sunsparks as well with this Valier pick also stop the potential Uranus pick from Onic PH. They might still go for it. They might go Esmeralda Uranus, but this pick alone actually is a very active pick from Sunsparks. But I understand why Seiya is so happy with this pick from Onic PH.
Tell us about that gasp, Seiya. What was that?
Well. I am a very fan favorite of when in terms of survivability in the map, and the Esmeralda and Kufra is a good recipe, not just in terms of the tankiness, but also the combos that they could dish out, especially when engaging in team fights. You have various options. You could choose an eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Is it the Falling Star Moon or the Tyrant's Revenge? It's a lot of options for Onic PH. That's why I love this kind of setup. And you pair it up with a carry. A carry that can scale all the way and give you the cleanup that you need.
Wait up though. As much as I'd like to acknowledge Onic PH's draft, and you're right, Seiya, there's a lot of jump, and again, carry, arguably the most reliable core in the game right now, alongside Ling and Kimmy and Claude, although Claude is out of the question right now. Wolf, check this out. Sunsparks has just picked up everything that we were talking about that could lead us to victory, right?
Exactly.
They got the Valier, it's a solid first pick, and then they pick up the Hylos and still give the new father, JP, his favorite hero this season. So this is just Sunsparks showing us Onyx mistakes because they're opening up. What's going on?
Well, Onic PH better be prepared for this. Hylos counters Esmeralda. Hylos also answers a little bit carry. It's also decent versus the Kufra. Honestly, the first round of picks are just way too good for Onic PH, but at least they do get one thing right. They give Onic PH a hero that will activate Jay and also a hero that will activate Iaknu. So that's good. And now Sunsparks, they're unstoppable. They go X-Borg, Angeling combo with the Hylos on top. Onic PH, I cannot of an answer at all. If they pick the Uranus, they're gonna straight out lose here. I think Onic PH, if they want to win this game, they need to find a hero for Dilar that will set things up for them. They hovered the Balmond. Man, if they pick up the Balmond or the Freya or a Hilda, I would have preferred that over a Uranus.
Yep. Maybe the Freya. I like the Freya. Freya can lock down the X-Borg and go toe-to-toe, but it looks like we're gonna be seeing Sicilian. This is the Oh My Venus special right here. So
I love it. Yeah.
It's made a lot of fans in the regular season, so I don't doubt this. But that means, ladies and gentlemen, that it's going to be Dilar and Iaknu in the side lanes with the Esmeralda and the Cho respectively. So with that being said, these lineups are set in stone now. This is going to be the Game 3 decider. Seiya and Wolf, based on the lineup, again, it doesn't mean much when it comes to these two teams because it always comes down to execution. And that's the kind of team that Sunsparks and Onic are, and that's why they're such good rivals. What's your prediction? Real quick, tell us about it. Sunsparks or Onic, who do you give it to?
Sunsparks has a good draft, but my heart says Onic PH. So Onic PH all the way.
All right, Wolf.
All right, I'm gonna go and vote for Sunsparks so that when Onic PH wins, at least my heart is happy. But for now, I'm gonna go with my brain. It's Sunsparks game.
Yeah, I just gotta say again, if it comes down to execution, that's another thing. But in the draft, I do believe Sunsparks just won all the way. There were such good picks in the right order, and it's so hard to see this kind of lineup fail, especially with Valier pushing people away with the Torrent. That cool friend Esmeralda, like even if they do jump in, there's not much that they can do. So Rockhart and Nomad, it's gonna have to come down to you guys. Tell us what's gonna happen and bring us home with this Game 3 lineup. Let's go.
Thank you so much, of course, Leo and the rest of the panel there. This is Rockhart Nomad bringing a Game 3 here for Onic PH versus Sunsparks. It's 1-1, boys. There's a lot in stake here if I was Onic, to be fair, because if I lose this game again, that will mean I still cannot take a series away from Sunspark.
Yeah, and that has been the dent in the armor for Onic PH every time they go up against Sunsparks. And especially during the playoffs, they do not want to lose against Sunsparks again. If ever they meet in the grand finals, they will be coming back to this game if they lose this. And I feel like Sunsparks actually can get this from them. As long as they hit all the check marks, they can win this. I'm not feeling confident with the Onic PH lineup, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. In the beginning of the draft, I think Onic it looked like they were drafting a Sunsparks lineup. To be honest, the way they were drafting Esme straight to the Kufra, it looks like a Sunspark lineup. But in the later parts, they got locked in. I feel like they got forced into a bit of a spot there, especially on the last pick. they were debating within themselves. Is this gonna have to be a Uranus? Is gonna have to be a Cho? Yet Cho was taken up as well. So there's so many decisions, and in the end, Oh My Venus is gonna be the one piloting the Sicilian once more in this map. Again, just to complete the revenge. Will Onic PH actually do it?
Yeah, and they need to make sure that Oh My Venus's rotation is on point 100% of the time here, especially in that Sicilian. Again, Sicilian will be having the Sanguine Claws available for him at any given time. And the Sanguine Claws will reposition Sunsparks. And as I say that, the reposition from the Sanguine Claws catches Rafflesia. Green is going to be the next one. The next target manages to survive, barely manages to survive there. And Sunsparks is going to be retaliating here by taking away the blue buff here of Onic PH. And that is already a sign that Onic PH does not want to lose this fight against Sunsparks.
No way they're going to lose this fight. That's what they're thinking right now. Because I feel like there is a bit of a leeway time. There's a bit of a delay time for Wise to go online. Carry is, of course, has always been a great hero for them, but this is a lineup that will want to take it at least the mid game before they start fighting. Even Oh My Venus on Sicilian, it will hurt. The Bat's Feast and all that will hurt. But that's only happens like in the middle parts of the game. The early game Sicilian, aside from Sanguine Claws, does not really do much. Top lane though.
Fighting under the turret, don't really want that to happen. JP is anywhere near them. And I think the Lar will not make it out of here. JP follows it up with a double kill on his own. And will be rotating it over towards the middle lane in order for them to start pushing up. Pressure Sicilian here away from the map in order for them to try to take the turtle later on.
You saw there just basically why the panel was a bit flabbergasted with that player pick as well. So powerful at these points. However, though, of course, the follow-up is a bit strong here for Sunsparks. D-Lar being taken out there by a double kill only ensures that this JP, this Ling, just gets stronger as this game progresses.
And as we progress here in the fight, this is Onic PH just trying to even out the loss they're getting. Sunsparks is still managing to come out on top there. JP targets Oh My Venus instead, goes for Wise, and a pause will be called.
It's gonna be a bit of a pause there for a meantime. Whew, I like it. I like the teamwork between PLVJ and JP. They really know when they need to go in, right? That was a bit of a tricky call. They did lose someone right away, but oh man. I gotta wait. What I'm waiting for here is what's the answer for Onic PH? Like, when do they actually want to start fighting again? D-Lar it's I think the second game on Esmeralda. He's not really that fast in scaling up as an Esme, right? Which is, no one can actually blame him anymore for that, because that's just how Esmeralda's role here. That's why Esmeralda has fallen a bit in priority picks. If you notice, Esme is always there, but not always impactful in a lot of the winning teams in ever since, like, I think week 5 or week 6 of the regular season. So the question in my mind that's going through my mind is, how do Onic actually punish these early game aggressions being done by Sunsparks? I feel like they don't really have an answer as of yet. Even Wise on the carry is taking a lot of time to get online so far.
I think the only way for them to bounce back from this is if Kufra would be able to go for a good counter initiate, because inherently Sunsparks will be the guys that will immediately go for the team fights, try to force out an answer from Onic PH. And if Onic PH answers properly with a good knockup from Kufra towards throwing them to the wall and have everybody just feast upon the rest of Sunsparks, I guess that's the only way for Onic PH to fight back. But we are still in the early game stage of the game. We're not in the mid game just yet. And I feel like Oh My Venus would be able to rally up the troops, so to speak, and be able to out-rotate Sunsparks, because this isn't what we're used to seeing from Onic PH. We're always used to seeing Onic PH rotating left and right in previous weeks, securing objectives, you know?
That's what they've been doing consistently. On the other side of that coin, though, I mean, if Oh My Venus can rally this team, what if this actually shakes them? Their position right now on the game free, what if it shakes them? This will speak to the experience of Onic PH in games like these. I think they're just so used to being ahead all the time in the early game that I don't know if they know or they're super confident about what they need to do when they're pushed behind or when they're super even Steven. So if they're able to do that, you know what? I might be proven wrong. Maybe they do have that. They already have that championship mentality locked in. If not, it just goes to show that Sunsparks have always been ahead of them. So
Yeah.
this is a big task for them to overcome.
Yeah, if Onic PH does go down into the lower bracket, they're potentially going to be going up against either ULVL or SGD Omega, which are teams that they're already taken care of during the regular season. They can manage that. But the real problem here is if let's say Sunsparks wins over Bren Esports and Onic decides to go ahead and do a lower bracket strategy, like the complete opposite from what happened during season 4, it may be a case of PTSD for them because they haven't won a single game against Sunsparks.
Yeah,
in
I
the
feel like
recent times.
I feel like they can take on any team so far, except for who they're taking on right now. That's been the trend, at least, right? For ever since I think week 4, they've been able to take most people, right? Except for the guys in the blue and black. So, how is this eating up their Is this eating up their mentality? Is this actually making them double guess themselves? Every decision they make around the map. Maybe is that one of the reasons why Sunsparks has been always ahead. They've got that mental edge over Onic, maybe, right? So that's something that I want to see change, at least with this fight.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's still going to be a mental fortitude type of test here for Onic PH, especially where it counts the most. This is the playoffs. This is not the regular season where you're just going to be racking up points in order to qualify into the playoffs. This is do or die. Yes, they are in the upper bracket, but once they drop down to the lower bracket, it's a completely different story. Fatigue's going to be coming out on top of that. Overthinking in terms of what could have we accomplished if we played differently during that match. And that's something that Onic PH and Sunsparks, for that matter, would need to consider if ever they do drop down to the lower bracket.
And of course, we are back into the game here with the rest of Sunsparks still controlling that turtle area. No contestation whatsoever here from Onic PH. They are going for that blue take. That's a pretty easy call there for Sunsparks to do. No one to respond yet. Again, even Dealar on the Esmeralda just trying to see if he can get out of the fight and into more of these minions. He needs more gold.
They are getting pressured inside and outside the game, I feel. And really, that's not something you want to happen if you're playing in the playoffs. If they want to get the reins back in this game, what Onic PH needs to do here is to split push. Just like what Wolf said in the past, in the panel, they need to give D-Lar a hero that can really shine the side lanes. And they have good side lane heroes. We got D-Lar on that Esmeralda and Iacno on that show, but I don't think they have been instrumental in this so far. They haven't secured any objectives. They haven't been pushing the lanes as much as they wanted to. And Sunsparks just finally secured the top lane turret there.
Because even the front line of Onic, right, cannot actually sustain long enough here. It's gonna be a one-time, big time here under the tower. They are sustaining, they can survive, but looks like they lost one. They already lost Greed, and without any big consequences for Onic PH, aside from losing a few gold on the bottom lane, I feel like this is gonna be the start here. Problem is, again, D-Lar has not been contributing as much in the fights, so I'm still waiting for it to go online. Maybe later on, this might be a different story. But again, Sunsparks, they have a window they need to capitalize.
Yeah, and just like what we said earlier on in the break, they need to make sure that they go ahead and go for the good counter initiates, and that is exactly what happened there, allowing Jay to just knock up people, and then Oh My Venus with the Sanguine Claw displaced JP when he dived in. That's one of the ways that Onic PH can fight back in this game, and they did it. And that just goes to show that they can fight back as soon as we go into the later stages of the game.
Yep, absolutely. Now it's gonna be a bit of a scruffle on the. I feel like what Sunsparks is doing, they're just waiting for objectives to spawn at this point. They have so much free time, like they're just walking around everywhere, right? They're just waiting for objectives to spawn each and every time, and they just want to get some of that goal lead ahead. Because as much as they have so much map control, the goal lead is only like 1,000, right? It doesn't feel like a 1,000 goal lead game, but somehow Onyx looks like they're ahead, but they're not really. Sorry, Sunsparks looks like they're so far ahead, but they're not really, not by that much.
Yeah, they're trying to get their lead not by kills, but with objective takes. And that's exactly what they're trying to do as KillVJ gets caught with the Sanguine Claws, will be forced back. Over at the top side, though, Xborg doing his job, just pushing the lane, and D-Lar cannot answer at all. JP doing what he can, goes for another Sanguine Claws, and manages to escape, and that's how slippery Ling is.
Yeah, he's fine. He is absolutely fine. No hard crowd control means that he can just walk on out of there. That's a problem with this lineup, by the way. Who do you use aside from Iaknu to push the Ling out? Absolutely no one.
Is going to be a fight that Wise may actually now want to go for. Gets a mega kill onto Wise there. And JP is going to be forced back. Almost gets taken out there, but fast response from the rest of Sunsparks here.
It's actually a quick response. Everyone else is starting to go into the next objective, which is going to be Yaku here on the bottom lane. Trying to see if they get a kill. Rafflesia in with that glorious pathway. They're able to catch up. Flicker going to be used there by Yaku for the meantime. And it's going to be KillVJ locked in under the tower. It's a lot of hits. It's going to be Venus picking up the kill in the end.
You can slowly call Venus as the Batman here. But with just releasing all those bats from under him. That's still the turret going down. That was a waste of an ultimate from Kufra. Really didn't want to see that.
So was that absolute overconfidence there for Sunsparks? Maybe. But I feel like it was an opportunity that they needed to take. Right? I feel like they needed to do that so they can exert dominance. In the end, though, they do get some leeway in the turtle area. They get some of that tempo back here. But still, slowly but surely, I feel like Onic might be recovering from this. We haven't seen D-Lar in a while now. Maybe he's got some gold now.
He's just sitting at 3,800. I don't think that's going to be enough for D-Lar to bounce back just now. But if they give D-Lar opportunities to just farm up and just get some of the buffs in order for them to bounce back, I mean, we might feel D-Lar's presence as soon as we hit the 10-minute mark or 11-minute mark.
Yeah, because that's what we want to see, right? We haven't actually seen it. We need that as Geralda in. Right now, all he's doing is trying to see if he can handle Kiluash on the X-board. And like you said, Kiluash has been doing his job so well. Like, no one can actually answer him when he tries to go for minion wave clears. And because of that, against Sunsparks are getting a huge side lane advantage with the split, with all the distraction, and JP doing a pretty good job in keeping Onic PH on their toes as well.
I mean, just a couple of quick facts here. Xborg is one of those heroes that if you're going to be running the Fallen strategy, Xborg is one of the heroes that can actually scale pretty well, despite him not having a lot of money to work with, just because that he can he can catch up in terms of gold by the objectives that he's taking, the minions that he's clearing out because of his fire missile, because of fire stakes. And as I say that, a big fight is here happening in the mid lane.
And nice try for Yakuno, trying to go and see if he can pick one off, but they're the ones who are gonna get picked off as well. With JP so strong on the lane, just playing it off left, right, and center. Pitch boys onto a wall and goes straight into the push. The flexibility of that Ling and Angela combination.
And the Angeling combination is really working wonders here for Sunsparks, and I feel like in the future fights that we'll be experiencing here in the playoffs, if they're going up against Sunsparks, you're not going to be giving away Link to JP. It's either that or if you're Bren, you don't give away. If you're going up against Bren, you don't give Ling away to Bren. It's Ling's starting to become a problem in the playoffs.
Yeah, not anymore. I feel like there's been so much cause for a Ling ban. No one's been willing to ban it out as of yet. That much. I feel like Ling's been left open way too many times, and it has been proven that a lot of teams are a bit ill-equipped to deal with this Ling. So if ever they meet again in maybe an upper bracket, lower bracket matchup, I feel like that Link's gonna be out of the question here because JP just pilots it so well.
Yeah. And if Sunsparks wins this, I'm curious to see if it's going to be a Carl TZ Ling or is it going to be a JP Ling, you know? It's,
Exactly.
It's about who's going to be going up, who's going to be controlling Ling better. But we're going to be going back into the game because the Lord is going to be fighting in the mid lane. There goes the last Insanity, catching a lot of people off guard. The Glorious pathway as well in order for Kilowatt to jump in, and they're not going to be stopping just yet. Sunsparks, they are going to be pushing the top lane turret, and no answers from Onic PH just yet. Jay charging up, not going to be committing just yet. Not going to be the wise call. Iaku's going to be caught here in the bottom lane. And then a lot of pressure is going to be on the side here. Gets deleted by Oh My Venus. This is going to be a defended base, but I don't think it's going to last for any longer.
I feel like Oh My Venus, see, they're not gonna make this easy on Onic PH as of yet. They're gonna make this so difficult for Sunsparks, rather, that they have a lot of wave clear. They have that. They just need to use it properly. They just need to use it while JP is far away as possible. And I think that's going to be happening later on, but not right now. The kick going in to JP on that link and be able to make it out there with that hard guard. And because of the Finch boys, he is out. Revelation going to be here. CV and keep Onic PH stalled for long enough. And KLBJ, he's also on the sides trying to do some damage. Yaknu and Oh My Venus, they are still charged up. They still have some firepower to their names. They don't need the ultimate, they just need to clear this properly.
And they're focusing a lot of attention here on the bottom turret. They're not focusing on their base because this is going to be Sunsparks moving on over towards the semifinals, going up against Bren Esports in another best of 3. That's going to happen tomorrow, but man, Onic PH just gave a lot of attention in that bottom lane turret. They shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, look at these guys, so happy here with that Sunsparks victory. I feel like it's well deserved, and I feel like we gotta see more of those. Man, so far I feel like the lineup here for I don't know, whatever we said in the beginning, it really did come true, right? I mean, they were completely outdrafted on that last rotation. Oh My Venus, as much as good as he is on that Sicilian, was not, his skills were not really enough to cover up the fact that they were outdrafted really hard.
Yeah, and really JP masterful on that link, being assisted by KLVJ all at the same time with that Angela. Really is more than enough, but Kilowatt and Reflecia did their part as well in that team fight, making sure that Ling survives. And moving forward, I think this may be the start of Ling bans coming in on the side of Sunsparks, don't you think?
Yeah, it's been highly, it's been a long time coming. That's all I have to say. Ban out the Ling.
And what does the panel have to say about that fight? Will Sunsparks be the next comeback kings? I don't know. Leo, Saya, Wolf, what do you guys think?
Thank you so much, Nomad and Rockhard. Back at the panelist desk, and we have found ourselves once more staring down a reverse sweep from the king of reverse sweeps themselves, as shown in the Season 4 Championships. Best known, now I think, legit, we have seen a New El Clasico. Congratulations to Sunsparks taking this series 2-1 against the rivals Onic PH. Saya, Wolf, our panelists here. My name is Leo. Of course, we just witnessed a very quick matchup, and again, as we called it from our predictions, Sunsparks just took this so dominantly and with such gusto. Wolf and Saya, watching these highlights right now before we get into our points, what exactly happened in that quick match?
So I think that we were talking about this Ling so much and how important it is in the matchup together with the high loss. But I want to comment on the Ling because this is your anti-funnel strategy, right? It's still a funnel strategy, but it trumps any other funnel strategy. And the way I see it is when you have this Ling that can just dish out one combo to a hero that you have been funneling for a long time. Imagine spending like the first 6 minutes trying to make your funnel receiver, your carry for in this case, just to make him farmed, and then all of the items will be thrown to the trash because you're just one combo away from the Angeling combination, the anti-funnel strategy to losing that match. And I think that's one thing that Onic PH should have just straight up banned out
Yeah.
against Sunsparks.
Yeah, our smart game MVP here again. That Ling on JP 504, a far cry from his 9 kills in game 2, but still, this new father, he's very inspired, and I think he was enabled in game 2 and 3 to take Sunsparks up into the next round in the upper bracket. Seiya, how did you feel about this performance?
Pretty similar to what we felt on during the game 2, but this time I think the Ling was pretty executed in a more evident way. And I guess you could say, guys, that the Ling of JP right here, anti-funnels, the funnelist, if you know what I mean. And going back into what went on the downside for the side of Onic PH is that once again, similar to game 2, their core damager was not able to be given some space and economy for themselves. And the usual tactics that Sunsparks did earlier was that they really know how to maximize their map control all over with the same aspect of patience all throughout.
If anything, this series makes me believe that game 1 was possibly a download game, right? For Sunspark, because that was such a cookie cutter draft for them, especially with JP on the carry. And then in game 2 and 3, they're like, you know what? The gloves are off, pal. Ling is coming unleashed. And I like how Wolf talked about it. It was the anti-funnel. It's like both teams have $1, but if my dollar can kill yours, then that's all that matters. Right? It's like my dollar can throw yours in the trash, and that's how we're gonna do it. But really, I think what we're seeing here is such a strong representation of a theory I'd like to borrow from another type of esport, from the fighting game community. It was coined by Ryan Laugh On, and it's the 3 types of players. There's a body, a mind, and a heart type of player. And at first, I originally thought that Sunsparks was merely a body player, just mechanically gifted, able to do things that most other teams could do, but just on a much better scale, in their spectrum. But here we're shown that they're also mind and heart players. They just have the instinct, and with the help of Baloy, Reed, they have the mind. So they're able to show us fundamentals, and this is not even them with the cheese strategies. They haven't shown us any pocket picks just yet. This is season 5. Right? This is just a season 5 game. So with that being said, are there any last words from you, Seiya and Wolf, to wrap up this series?
I think Wolf has one.
Yeah, I think it's a very exciting upper bracket finals that we'll have. It's Bren Esports versus Sunsparks, the cousins, the sister teams. It's gonna be so exciting to see. But you know what? For Onic PH, they'll be waiting for the winner of SGD Omega versus ULVL. That's also very interesting because honestly, that's not gonna be easy. If SGD wins, that's not gonna be easy for Onic PH. I mean, if ULVL wins over SGD Omega, well, that's a miracle at this point. But I'm gonna be celebrating if that happens. Surely I'll go to a bar after that happens.
Oh, for sure. The road to many different bars is what's paving the way for our friends in ULVL. But just the same, SGD, they've been in the MPL for the past seasons, and they have a chip on their shoulder. They really want to show us that they're not just the bad boys and girl. They're not just here to ride their coattails and rest on their laurels. They want to get out of the lower bracket and maybe even taste gold. But that's for later. That's the next series in the day. And then after that, we are also going to see Blacklist International go head-to-head with BSB. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for making us part of your Friday. Again, in my head, it felt like it was a Saturday already. Like, the action has just begun, ladies and gentlemen. So after the grueling round in the upper bracket, we'll be coming back with our lower bracket matches. And I believe it's going to be Wolf and I in the caster's desk.
Yeah.
So you guys got to watch out for that. It's the animals bringing you the action. But of course, who's bringing you MPL Season 5 playoffs? It's our sponsors, all right? MPL Season 5 is presented to us by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text donate to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd to July 16th, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our esteemed panel, Seiya and Wolf, and of course our casters, Rockheart and Nomad, my name is Leo, your panel host. We are going to be going into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. You are watching Day 1 of the MPL Season 5 playoff.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Face.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, Pro camera, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap. Realme 6 Pro, 6 cameras, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Is powerful. Rock doesn't want to be your enemy. Rock likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree. Mega kill!
Go first.
Unstoppable!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Our strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Ages ago, under the protection of mighty dragons, our world used to be prosperous and at peace. Though that was before the vicious Kraken and its minions broke through the magical barrier. Everything changed thereafter. To protect the human world, the Guardian Dragons waged an arduous battle against the Kraken. However, little did people know about the Kraken's secret power that deprived the Guardian Dragons of their energy. Ultimately, all the Guardian Dragons grew weak and debilitated. Running out of options, the Guardian Dragons had no choice but retreat to the Dragon Sanctuary, a place initially constructed by humans as a safe hold for the Guardian Dragons. With what little power they had left, the Guardian Dragons created a magic ward that was strong enough to withstand the Kraken's fearsome attacks. At the same time, they called upon all human warriors to protect the world from evil. Eventually, the first champion who successfully passed through the ward and the dragon trials heeded the call from the fiery dragon. Even the difficult challenges await him on the path ahead. Only by facing his deepest fears can the champion embrace his true destiny.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Only light can drive out the darkness. First blood stands with us. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. My fate. Unstoppable. Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill. Godlike.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Sila Deb, Peter, Unseen, Daniel. Sila talaga yung magkaka-team. Tapos nakakalaro ko rin po si Saki. Kaya doon niya ako na-introduce dahil nakukulangan sila sa offlane na kampi nila. Mas maganda po yung magkakasama talaga kami dahil nasasabihan namin yung isa't isa sa mga error namin. Ganun. Bali yung preparation namin ngayong playoffs medyo gumanda dahil nakakapag-practice po talaga kami. Saka gusto namin din talunin yung SGD. Isa rin kasi yun sa power team ng MPL dati pa.
Maganda yung performance ng team namin nung season 4. Kinuha lang pero naging third place pa rin naman kami kahit papano. Maganda yung naging opportunity para sa amin sa roster shuffle na nangyari. Dahil sa mga placing ng Bren Esports at Boss PH, na pag-usapan nila Haji at Hayes na umalis sa mga teams nila at magsama maglaro sa isang team. Jump pack yung team namin. Dahil nadagdag nga sila Haji at Hayes, magiging versatile talaga kami. Pat 6 man namin talagang magiging palaban rin kung nagkataon.
Hi, ako nga po pala si Salit A.E. Ma'am, aka Hajizi ng SGD Omega. Ang napansin talaga namin sa ULVL ay maliit yung hero pool nila. Kaya yung drop nila madali namin nababasa.
Alam na ng lahat, Haji, sasabihin na malakas mag-mid na to. Pero alam mo, tingin ko dapat baguhin mo na yung strategy mo. Basang-basa na, idol.
Pero sana sa playoffs makalaban ko yung talagang big nila. Kasi nung match namin parang natakot eh. Nag-support na lang bigla. Ayun tuloy, napakitaan ko sila sa mid.
Haji Z? Sakto. Magiging easy ka lang sa amin.
Kaya mag-level up na dapat talaga sila para maganda laban mapakita namin sa playoffs. Sige na guys, Haji Z out. Akon Dragon.
And there you have it. Welcome back, everybody, to the third match of today, right here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5 Playoffs. I'm Rockhard, of course, joined to us by Seiya and Nomad here in the panelist desk, bringing you the action, or bring you the analysis for ULVL versus SGD Omega. So, again, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart, and together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456. Donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moon Time. And don't forget, also, there's going to be a quick announcement, and of course, Hyun Bin, watch out for that, of course. For Smart, we have announced it on June 1. Check it out. Should be coming in soon. And of course, the raffle prizes that you have there. Just follow the bit.ly link. That's going to be uppercase MRD-29. Make sure to check the casing on that. Very important. And you'll get a chance to win a lot of prizes. Of course, Smart Good Games all day, Realme Buds 2, and 3,000 worth of diamonds and in-game items. Again, all these are in the bit.ly mechanic, in the bit.ly link. So read the mechanics and join us for our legendary and our mythical giveaway, which will be happening later on as well today. So far so good. I also forgot to mention my favorite part. You also get a chance to win MPL PH signed jerseys and jackets. That is something I'm actually personally looking forward to. Like, do we not have any? I don't know how they translate that in.
Are we not there?
Are we not included in this? Please,
can we participate too?
Yeah, it's my salary. It's fine. I'll take it. You know. But yeah, those are all for you guys. So check out the bit.ly link there, MRD-29. Again, brought to you by Smart and Realme. So right there and then, those are going to be coming in later on. But again, we are going to go back into this matchup, which should be very, very interesting. ULVL versus SGD Omega. Again, Seiya and Nomad, I'm pretty sure you guys have formulated your thoughts about this matchup already. What can you say about this?
to me, I would like to start with ULVL, and we've already noticed that they have very strong side lanes too, and they are one of the most notable teams to ever dish out, let's say, a Zask, and to top it all off, accompany it with the Cho, the Jawhead, and the more fundamental kind of picks. But the thing is, I think they were a bit shaky in terms of creating or initiating the team fights because of the split decision makings of the teams. So I think that's one of the lacklusters for ULVL. But Nomad, for you, what do you have to say about SGD Omega?
Well, for SGD Omega, they've been a staple in the MPL ever since they were still finesse back in season 2 before they got picked up by Sterling Global Dragons. Speaking of SGD, we are seeing them on the screen right now, and they have very interesting picks in terms of how they're going to be playing the games, and they also have a lot of very interesting pocket picks. We also have 2 of the gold medalists during the Southeast Asian Games here in SGD Omega, which is going to be Hayes and Kenji. So that's another factor altogether.
Absolutely. I feel like this team has been almost unstoppable around week 4 and week 5 of the regular season, then dropped down a little bit on the last one. Otherwise, they are still a pretty solid team to beat. And despite having only 2 in contrast to the 4 of the old medalists here for Bren, obviously, they are still showing that they are a bit of a monster in terms of where they are, and they can really take out the wins whenever they need to. On the other hand, though, I think we're gonna get into ULVL really, really soon. I've been thinking about this team already for like a big part of our preparations. I'm thinking where they are right now in terms of how they feel about their placement in the MPL. Are they thinking maybe this is just a fluke? Can they do better? Where were they in the last few weeks of the MPL? I feel like they got on this place just because they were so good in capitalizing on the power of True. Whenever he gets strong on well, that was way before. But now Bitcoin isn't as strong as it was before. They have really fallen quite a bit. Almost close, actually, relatively close to beating them. These guys probably could have interchanged, and some people might have actually preferred that.
I mean, there have been times where in the past couple of seasons we've had, there are always newcomers that manage to make their way over to the playoffs and really shock us with their performance. And I still believe that ULVL has that within them. Like, they can still wow us with their playstyles, but inherently, just like what Zaya said, they have a small hero pool, and they really seem off during the latter parts of the season. I'm curious to see if Basic is actually going to make his return here in the playoffs, since he was relatively the core player on their roster. I'm not sure how ULVL is going to be playing this.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, for the side of ULVL, sure, they were showing some signs of life. Hence the reason why they managed to secure their spot for the lower bracket per se. But the thing is, this is already playoffs, and Escanor did mention that they were able to practice even more focused for this time around. And I really do hope that we get to see that it's not just side lanes that they prioritize, but it's the overall, map control. And the same thing that they have to consider is the draft as well. They have this kind of impression wherein they don't really have much hero pools. So I think that is one of the things that ULVL needs or need to raise in terms of the concerns that they have during the regular season.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think they've been battling against inconsistency as well. And sometimes some staffing issues I've heard. But of course, in terms of like who gets to play whom, right? So I feel like a lot of people have always liked the early regular season Basic. If you guys remember that, he was so good. in the early regular season, but in the later parts, he was just relegated to maybe sometimes playing Esmeralda, some really off-laney kind of hero, which absolutely did not suit him well. So I'm wondering if they've been able to fix these issues, or maybe are we gonna see SGD just overtake ULVL like they've done in the past a lot of times. What I'm looking at here for SGD is what are the weaknesses that ULVL can exploit against this team.
Is it? I'll go first then.
Yeah,
Well,
go
some
first.
of the weaknesses here is really the way that SGD Omega has been drafting here. The way that SGD Omega has been drafting the past couple of weeks is they make a lot of check marks in order for them to get the win condition. And even then, even if they get the check marks to get the win condition, sometimes they fall off. But it's all going to be mostly on the draft itself, in which if they can outdraft Dale, if he's still the one drafting for SGD Omega, they might just be able to get a game off of SGD Omega. I mean, ULVL might just take a game off SGD Omega.
And another thing for SGD Omega, speaking of inconsistency for ULVL, SGD also has inconsistencies as well. And I'm referring to it in terms of the execution in the battlefield. Because, okay, sure, we've already witnessed that SGD is very dominating in terms of the early game aggression. But come the mid game, they're a bit shaky. And we all noticed that. The draft-wise, it's good. With the coach that they have, it's very fundamental. But with the execution that they are demonstrating or are performing in terms of the regular season that we've just witnessed, it's evident that they come. There are some missed called shots in terms of on the go, but they still managed to make it through and managed to win the game. But you have to take note of the word barely, because it's a safe zone. But the thing is, SGD has to make this safe zone into an advantageous one so that they could really secure their spot.
Yeah, and in a lot of those times, by the way, it's usually Hayes who usually really steps up and makes the big plays, even though a lot of times he's not even in the carry or like a core position. Sometimes he just makes so many big plays. No matter what role he's been being given, he has been like given Selena's, he's been given Atlas's. They've always worked out in like a really spectacular way. So I'm wondering if are we gonna see a lot of that, or are we gonna see some other members of SGD step up to the plate, and maybe that can allow them to solidify their possible win here against ULVL. Again, those are some of the questions. Who else are your outstanding performers here for SGD if ever they are going to take out a win?
I feel it's going to be Hayes and Haji, maybe. That combination never really faded away. But I am
but the front line is fading quickly.
so curious to see how SGD Omega made this happen. Storyline.
Yeah, and this is that was basically how they were able to secure themselves onto yeah, there you go. We're going to show you how SGD got into where they are right now in the first place.
Papaya dito. Hit. Medyo pumaback down. Ayun na naman! Si Mr. Ace! Diyos ko! Apat na miyembro!
Prof B did shout out Hayes. Oh my god. Seriously. I wonder if we're going to shout that out as we go into the draft here for game 1 of SGD Omega versus Upper Level.
And yeah, you have to take note. We have to take note that SGD is really known for their tactical strategies. They really go with the aid of coach. So in terms of drafts, it's already established that they created themselves an impression wherein they go with the fundamentals. And you mentioned that unfortunately it was Hayes who was making more of the game. But the thing is, for this playoffs, they shouldn't really depend on Hayes alone, but rather they must also as well, dish out more. I think for this specific particular playoffs, I think the Toshi or Kenji can make a play.
Man, these bans are actually pretty standard coming in from SGD Omega. Just the Natalia just denying it from ULVL because ULVL, if I'm not mistaken, ULVL did pick up a Natalia that was pretty effective. And the Ling, we were talking about this, Rockhard. Ling finally gets banned out in this.
After all the games that they have watched, I think it's about time. The Ling is put under control finally, alongside of course the Claude, which has been like the only perma-banned hero, I think, for the past how many games we've already had. So far, again, controlling the Ling means you kind of have to open up other funnel options if you want to go that route. A lot of teams are starting to really adapt into the 1-2-2 meta a lot, so I'm wondering, are we going to see a lot of that in this round?
Most likely, because there are some teams that are, still into the adjusting phase in terms of that 1-2-2 strat, and it was pretty evident during our first series against Bren, right? So again, going back here for our third series right now for the day, into the draft we go. SGD going to pick out one of the most the comfortable heroes that they have, the Esmeralda, and of course the Selena as well. If you know, usually the Selena is the priority ban, but for this time, I think SGD will call the shots because this is good. They already have early game aggression, and they have the follow up with the Esmeralda.
I'm actually curious to see how ULVL is going to be banning out the next set of heroes here. They already secured the Kufra and the X board here. They need to limit out the options of SG Dragons. And again, with SGD Omega having such a wide hero pool compared to ULVL, I'm curious to see how they're going to be reacting to this in terms of banning. They still have to pick up a marksman here for their own.
Yep. I'm not actually sure if it's going to be a completely like a marksman hero, but we will find that out soon. Again, the options are a little limited, plus not to mention that Selena already locked in. I'm like 90% sure that's going to Haze the way he's been playing Selena for the past few games of the regular season. But again, there are still other ways you can go about this. Maybe this Popoling Koopa might be the only one. Maybe they want to go for a core Popoling Koopa this time around. I think that is still a pretty good possibility. I have seen it work in other tournaments, although I'm not sure if you're gonna try it here. I still think a lot of support options are gonna be open for ULVL though. I'm not sure though on the pick here for this one. There's so many options here for SGD to just counter it, you know?
A Cho might be a good idea though for ULVL.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Really?
you were saying.
For the side of the bans of ULVL, it seems that they really did the research this time, really banning out the Atlas because it kind of complements the Tham's Esmeralda and the Selena all through, especially with his Fatal Links. And we just seen in the video earlier that that's one of the key factors of SGD. And now going back here, and so for the final ban of SGD, which is the Jawhead, this is also good because ULVL has been using this certain type of hero pretty well, which also contributed into their spot. But here, though, the marksman, I was initially expecting a carry, but this Kimmy, though, I think is a better pick for this specific type of draft.
Yeah, because of this, I think I feel like the early game for SGD is just so strong here. As long as they can keep up the momentum. And we are gonna see another Lancelot being locked in for ULVL. Lancelot's reigning today, boys and girls. I wonder how well that's gonna fare. If you want to chase the Kimmy, Lancelot is a great tool. Maybe it's a reactionary pick. Maybe you have a different plan for this. We'll have to wait and see, of course, as we head into the game very, very shortly. But watching on the draft before that, who do you think is gonna come out on top here? Say Nomad.
Real quick, I will be going for SGD simply because they have a more fundamental pick, and I'm a bit iffy on the Lancelot because as much as Lancelot is okay, it's really a choice. It's really situational.
I don't like the picks here for U level, especially the Popol and Koopa. I'm not sure how he's going to be playing in, if it's going to be a support or transitioning into core role. So I'm going to have to give it to SGD.
Yeah. I feel like they did say exactly what I said. This feels more like our core Popol and Koopa, the way they are positioning it in their draft. I think it will be SGD. I don't think it's ready just yet, but hoping that I get proven wrong here by, of course, these teams as we head on into the game being brought to us by, of course, Wolf and Leo, the animalistic duo. Take it away.
There it is. Thank you so much, Rockheart and the gang. And of course, here in the caster's desk, my name is Wolf with Leo, the animals, wilding it out again in the English broadcast for SGD Omega versus ULVL. You know what, Leo? This is so exciting because this is the first time we're going to see teams getting eliminated now.
Yes.
It's not looking good for ULVL, to say the least. SGD Omega, very strong team. But tell me, what is it that ULVL has now that maybe, just maybe, they can win over SGD Omega?
I love it. You know what? High stakes matchup require high stakes decisions. And just recently, I think ULVL signed on one of the most prolific coaches in the MPL's history. Season 2 championship winner, Coach Blotzy, as you saw, is now signed with ULVL, and I believe this is his professional debut with the boys in orange and white. So with that being said, well, I think this matchup is going to be a different ULVL from what we've been seeing in the regular season.
We'll see. They did go for Lancelot for Chu. I think that at this point in time, ULVL versus SGD Omega, you have to bring out your cheese picks or your pocket picks. Strats against SGD Omega. Now, I like how you question this Lancelot off cast. You're saying that, is this a cheese pick or is this a niche pick, or is this something that's not gonna work against SGD Omega? I think that it is the right idea for ULVL. Right, to go for these cheeky picks that might surprise SGD Omega, because when you just go with your standard picks, I think you'll never gonna win against SGD Omega if you are ULVL. But now turning out the Lancelot, maybe it can work. I'm just happier that they did this instead of just going for standard. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that this is the best scenario, that Lancelot is like the best hero for them. It's just like the idea is there, and I'm like what I'm seeing so far from ULVL.
Yeah. And as our teams were talking about earlier, as we got back from the break, Hajizi and Secret just talking it up, talking shop to get everyone hyped up. It was mentioned that ULVL has a small hero pool. And now I see ULVL saying, who has a small hero pool now? All right, we're drafting Popol and Koopa, putting it on the most hardworking man in esports today, Escanor. Put him in the off lane, and we have Lancelot on show as our core. I believe that this is ULVL just stretching their wings. I talked to Secret in the past few days, and he said to the whole world. I asked him, "Do you have a statement for your fans?" He said, we know that we're in last place, right? We know that we're in the bottom, but I think people are forgetting that the aces come in last, right? So I'm looking for their ace. What is their ace card? And it might be this. It might be them having figured out the Popol and Koopa formula, as the other teams have, like Bren and Onic. But just the same, it might be the Lancelot core, right? It just came out today, very well used by Execration. Maybe ULVL is on the same page.
Maybe we just hope that will happen, because ULVL, we have not seen yet their lineup into fruition. I think the best scenario that ULVL showed us was when they appeared first against GeekFam PH in the first week of the MPL PH Season 5 regular season. We kind of hope to find more. Leo, we were talking about something else. I think you have some info on SGD Omega that might be worth considering, because SGD Omega, they already got it going for them when it comes to the group standings. But I think they have something special today as well.
Yeah, if not today, maybe at least in the next few days, at least in the playoffs. Coach Dale promised us something different. He said this to me, right? He said this while we were talking. earlier in the season, they showed us Angela. And I think Angela now, undoubtedly one of the best off-laners, one of the best supports. But yeah, as the action is unfolding here, SGD Hayes throwing out an arrow, first blood onto Unseen, but Hayes might be paying the price, flickering out, and here comes Hajizi, gonna make him pay, bouncing ball to his face. Dev gonna be in trouble, and down he goes. Happy birthday, Hayes. Double kill on Selena. All right, so back to the story here, Wolf. I was talking to Coach Dale, right? And he said that if we introduce Selena, which before the regular season debut was quite the odd pick, right? Whenever you see Selena get picked up, you'll be like, Angela. Why would you pick Angela? What the hell? So Coach Dale said, you know what? If you guys were surprised by our Angela, guess what? In the playoffs, we might bring out something worse. Something worse.
I wonder what that is. Well, they did show us Freya at a certain point wasn't successful. They did show us this offlane Angela, and everybody else just followed.
Yeah.
And maybe we can see that in game number 2. For game number 1, I like that SGD Omega are actually just tackling this in a more standard way. They have Hayes with a playmaking hero, Heath on his comfortable Grok. They have Kenji with another comfortable pick, Thams. Been playing for that for so long. Had GZ on the Kimi. That's also very standard in Toshi on the Esmeraldas. So all things considered, the Omega are trying to take this really. Oh, look at that jump from Heath, and even trying to make it annoying for Escaner to actually find that red buff, but that'll be the case though. As SGD Omega are winning those micro skirmishes, jumping from them will not find anyone. The counter jump from SGD Omega, they want to dive this. They are dealing damage to that GC. Now in the front lines is the Zelina as well as the Dams. They get the kill onto them and will be able to cap it off with a steal onto that blue buff. How good was that for SGD Omega?
Great conversion, and I think Hayes is popping off. He's got that birthday buff, Wolf, and I love how they got that kill and converted it into a steal. That was rude, extra rude, if you will, by taking the blue buff away, or the purple buff away from ULVL's Cho. He really needs that. But right now, they are contesting for this turtle. Heath, when we're walking around, I don't think it's going to be enough. There's so many of them. Only Lusty, I believe, and a few other guys in the business right now are capable of this, especially against 3 members of ULVL. But check down bottom. That's a hard push right there by Hajizi, and with no response.
So it was a trade for SGD Omega going for the turtle. Oh, Toshi though will be chased down, finally taken out. Well, let's get to say that that was a trade of our turtle for a tower for SGD Omega. SGD Omega getting the turret, obviously, and ULVL gets the turtle for that take. And obviously, SGD Omega kind of happier with it. The way they operate, they want to go for those turrets. Anyways, Kenji gonna be gone upon by 3 members of ULVL. Here comes the last Insanity, the Savior. It's gonna be really good for ULVL as they take out one. Death though, very low. Mega kill for the Selena. Also gets away. Hayes, happy birthday indeed, Heath. Doesn't have his ultimate anymore. Hayes actually jumping in. But all this time, Hajiz is just focusing onto the turret. Well, I think we'll be successful in taking it.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, Hayes just jumped into 3 members of ULVL and the turret with impunity. He got away with it, barely even hitting half health. He goes unpunished. And what a take here by Hajizi. We're at barely 5 minutes and they're already up 4,000 gold. I really like how Toshi here has evolved into an offlaner, right? We were used to seeing him prior to the Hajizi signing being the core for the Omega squad, right? Him or Cartesi, but both are gone. At least the dynamic changed. But check this out. Escanor being chased down by 3 members up top. Popol and Koopa, it's not enough. 2v3, as you might call it, still the numbers game on the SGD squad side. Now, mid seems to be the next target here for both teams, as we are 10 seconds away from Turtle. That would have been good if ULVL stayed on and bit down. But so far, it's an uphill battle for the boys in orange, because they have not pushed a single lane, Wolf. Not a single lane, and the only kills they got were stragglers from SGD.
And the economy is telling us that it's not good. Now, Maximum Charge Secret able to use the Flicker. Toshi in a bad spot will be taken out with the Valier and the Lancelot. Deb finds Hayes, the bouncing ball, so that will be able to get away. So Heath with the ultimate. Deb gonna be caught there. was able to use his ultimate, so there could be a counter kill from him, but he is so tanky. Gets away, chased the Escanor, the hardest working man in esports. Now he's gonna be trapped between Kimi and a hard place. Now onto the other clash that's happening here. They're gonna take down 4 members of ULVL, I mean, in exchange for 2. So SGD Omega, they find a better trade after ULVL was so anxious to get the kill onto the supports of SGD Omega. And you thought the 4-4-2 is a bad trade, man. They traded for just supports. That makes it even worse. And to top it all off, the turtle and a turret for SGD Omega.
Mad efficiency, Wolf. Mad efficiency, as economic as it gets. Basically, SGD Omega paid $1 for a Lamborghini in that sense.
Yes.
They took turret, they took the turtle, and again, at what price? Just their support. So this is going well for SGD Omega. But up top though, in the jungle, there's a Tams with the Conqueror Inferno. He's still alive. Kenji goes down, unseen, fights fire with fire, and they get a pick off. But they are gonna have to retreat behind their turret. There goes Dev, trying to save his allies, and it's gonna work out. Hayes, the birthday boy, finally goes down. And here comes Secret. Let's head right around. When you go down, when you go back into their base, they're fine, but they pay the price once more. Hajizi focusing fire onto the turret. I believe it was just a distraction, Wolf.
It was
Kenji
the
and
whole
Hayes,
distraction.
right? Kenji and Hayes
Mirrors.
for the turret. That's fine. They'll take it. SGD Omega still keeping the pressure. No turrets. Almost 8 minutes in.
Yeah, this is how SGD Omega thinks about the game. They will give bodies in exchange for turrets. They will prioritize turrets over turtle, but they will never ever give buffs. That's one thing that you have to take note though, because you really need that to have 2 minutes of impact in the map. Deb now, bad spot. There is a bouncing ball to be used. Chase him down, falling Starman. He thought the backlines with a good usage of the wall charge, while there is Kenji jumping in for Unseen. Unseen trying to run away. This last insanity just to complete the retreat. Heath very low. There's a Thorn Rose to get that kill. And Lancelot gets away into safety. Hayes gonna be caught by the stun from Escanor. They jump it forward. They have the burst and they have the Thorn Rose. Takes down Hayes. Heath and Hayes down. More for ULVL though, but Escanor, nice timing on the callback of Koopa to push back Kenji so that he will stay alive.
I love it. I love it. I think that was an exchange that ULVL won. Maybe the first one. They won all game.
Yeah, that's right. Positive trade for their side for the first time. And Kenji just trying to delay this turtle. But yeah, I think that for me personally, SGD Omega might go for this. No, they didn't. Okay, so I thought for sure that they will just poke the turtle so that they will get it before the Lord respawns, but it seems like they will not. They rather err on the side of caution at this point. They are leading by so much. You know what, Leo? I'm gonna ask you the typical question. What can ULVL do to come back from this game?
You know what? It's typical, but also it's correct. That kind of question comes up all the time, and I think what they can do here is, again, typical question. It's a typical answer. Stay down, play defensively until the late game, and wait. Because I believe that this is still true, despite it being so cliche, and I guess it's still true to some extent. The Kimi. It can expire, right? The Kimi can expire, and especially with the lineup like choose Lancelot, things can happen. But then again, as I mentioned, that Chu goes down for Hayes, not a good trade. But look at this up top, Deb laying down the smackdown on Heath. But again, Heath is a tank, Heath is a rock, and fighting a Grok just like that, it's not gonna pay off. So as we were just talking, Wolf, they get an easy Lord, they'll be marching up top, and this is looking grim for ULVL. I mean, not a single turret still. We check in every few minutes. Maybe they could get it down, but man, SGD Omega, they're just on the map. They're just on the map.
Yeah, real estate agents, SGD Omega. The story of this game is just SGD Omega diverting the attention of ULVL, always getting the better trades, like death for a turret, death, two heroes for the Lord, a turret in the middle, and of course the better real estate in the map control. I mean, and ULVL, they're falling for all the smokes and mirrors. It's all smokes and mirrors for SGD Omega, but this could be the clash that they're looking for though. Will it be the jump onto Heath? But Heath with the power of nature stands strong. They try to control it, they try to do the damage from wall charge to get away. They keep their towers intact. but up to what? There's a good gorgeous barrier in there, but the punishment onto the Thams. Take out the Kufra this time, and SGD Omega, you know what? Round 2 means that they'll take down the turret. Oh, will they? Because in comes the last Insanity just for the defense. I like the idea from ULVL. They're trying to just survive in this time of crisis. Kind of need to reckon that they need more, but at the very least, they still stand.
Whatever credit is due, Coach Blobsy made the right call here, saying, boys, just defend. Kill the minions and back the hell away. And they got that right. Kenji for Deb. Yo, Kenji is a good damage dealer. He's the Thams. Trading it for Deb's Kufra. That's what Kufra does anyway, right? You got to sacrifice yourself. And I think that was ULVL winning the trade. They keep the turrets. They kill the Lord. They take down Kenji along the process. And maybe 2 or 3 more times this happens and they catch Hajizi off guard, then maybe we see a ULVL game. Just maybe.
And it's gonna be up to how ULVL will utilize that resource, or the time that they get out of the defending all of their turrets. So what they can do is to have this Escanor, most hardworking person in esports, farm up. So far it's 2-1-4. That's actually decent. I thought that his record will be worse. But that's okay. Secret, I think it's already reached critical mass, so it won't matter that much whatever item he gets for the next ones. And but Lancelot as well as this Popol and Koopa, they need to still farm up. And I'm actually amazed that they are farming.
Here's the thing, Wolf. The reason why I still have hope in ULVL's lineup as they beat down on Heat up top, while Charge is a defense mechanism here, is because they have Popol and Koopa. And he can transition from being a support into an actual damage dealer, right? Let's not forget, Popol and Koopa still labeled as a marksman, and he's able to throw those spears, that little boy, with the help of the Heat. But right now, here we go. In mid, this seems to be the next priority. Secret, just throwing out the fires, no caution to the wind, just to defend, and they still succeed. I swear, a team fight was about to break out. It was just waiting for Heath to happen.
Yeah. The wild charges from Heath are used offensively and defensively to perfection, honestly. And I like the decision that he always goes. This is Heath, the Mr. Fundamental, the Team Duncan of MPL PH in Season 5. We always say that because he is indeed very good with his fundamentals. And look at this. Cancels the stun onto them. But they want to go for the Kufra this time. Figure away. Secret now going to be exposed to the rest of the SGD Omega. But I don't think they won't. Because you know what? They just want the red buff. Or at the very least, take it away from your levels so that when the clash does come, they have better damage output. Now, Chu has the retribution. No retribution instead of SGD Omega, but it's gonna be found out. And the stun connects the arrow from Hayes. There's the damage from Hajizi, but the throw goes into the dash. Will not be able to escape from 5 members of SGD Omega. From bad to worse to ULVL. Man, I think SGD Omega with Heath, we were just talking about his fundamentals. My goodness, it's getting the better of ULVL. The extended clash here as Toshi mans up against 4 members of ULVL, all to again divert their attention away from the Lord take of SGD Omega. Secret with a jump, doesn't have the Firaga armor anymore, but look at the Kimi, just taking down the Lord. Secret to run away.
I think they're fine.
I think they're fine. Totally fine with this. Honestly.
I think they're fine. The Secret's gonna go in deeper. Lord has finally been reset, ladies and gentlemen. Nice alley-oop here. But Secret's gonna flicker out. He still has Firaga armor. Laying down the true damage. But I think he's gonna go down here. Oh wow, he's still alive. And down he goes finally. Heath gets the kill. Dominance Ice picked up here by Mr. Fundamentals himself. And it's back to the grind. The Lord is once more the target here for SGD Omega. And ULVL has no choice but to let go as they go ahead and get distracted here by the Thams. Kenji once more pop into Continent Inferno. In goes Toshi with the Falling Star Moon. Down goes Deb and Escanor will follow as Unseen falls down. Chu take Kenji. Is this enough for him? No. It's a wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. All 5 members of ULVL goes down. SGD, I believe, gonna finish down through bot. Not even care about Lord. I think 16 minutes in, I'll call it. It's a GG. I think it's over, Wolf.
I think it's over. It's a disaster for SGD Omega. My goodness. I tried to hold on. Okay, can they? Celeste Insanity getting decent damage defending, but 1 cannon was left, and it should be it for SGD Omega. Game 1 goes in favor of the Dragons, as if we did not expect that to happen.
Oh no, of course, but it's one thing to hope, you know. ULVL here walking in as the underdogs, but there's just so many factors that goes up against them, and this whole season really, especially after the second or third week, was an uphill battle, and this is about the end of their journey if they can't touch a game 2. Because right now, SGD Omega, they're feeling it. They have the momentum, and what a great birthday gift for what a team here, right?
9-4-7, 9 kills for a support. You take that any time of the day. Of course, the MVP had GZ untouched all throughout this game. You know what, Leo? I don't think you can blame me for feeling some glimpse of hope for ULVL in that game.
Yeah.
With the way the draft worked, I thought that this would be an outright one-sided game for SGD Omega, but ULVL really fought hard for that. I think that this is what we get from this team. They aren't a pushover team nonetheless. They might be at the lower part of the bracket of the group standings, but they are not. They should not be taken for granted.
Not
that being said, though,
pushovers.
Leo, not pushovers at all.
At all, and I think the draft went well. That Lancelot was an all right pick against the Kimi, but they just couldn't get into Hajizi. There's just too much work to go through, right? There's just too much.
Yeah, and the right idea again to kind of put a little bit of flavor in there for ULVL. Just put some ube in the pandesal. I know the Filipinos get that, but let's take it back in to the panel. This is Animals now giving it back to the solid rock heart. Or maybe not.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. A very colorful cast as usual. Wolf and Leo. Back here on the panelist desk, it is I, Rockhart, with Seiya and Nomad. Can try to break that down for you real quick. So, we did see ULVL kind of falling short there on the Popol and Kuba pickup, the Lancelot pickup. It would have been great. Like they said, it was not completely one-sided, contrary to what we saw in the draft initially, or at least most of us saw in the draft initially. I think they're just going into that scene where they're getting in that mode where this Popol and Kupa is just not enough as of yet. We'll have a look at the highlights. We'll see how that went wrong, because obviously what went right is Hajizi on the Kimi.
Truly, and this is one of the things, again, the perks of having a variety of hero pools is that you get to experiment, or not really experiment, but more you get to mix rather the overall draft of your team, and this is pretty much demonstrated well by SGD Omega. But for the side of ULVL though, yes, I will agree with our casters that this isn't fully one-sided. Yes, they showed signs of like they had that moment wherein they could have had a potential comeback. But the thing is, I think it's a matter of mispositioning, like this one in the specific highlights right here. Okay, so they had that good initiation, but the follow-up is the question mark.
Yeah, the follow-ups really weren't there, and I'd like to counter everybody here. The draft, yes, on paper it looked good, but for me it really didn't look as solid as they wanted to. They did for the Popol and Kupa. They went for the Lancelot, which are exotic picks that should work, but it didn't. And that is all because of the fact that SGD Dragons drafted way better than ULVL. We are seeing the fruits of the labor right now because of that draft. It's going to be Hajizi as the MVP, as the smart game MVP on that Kimi 4-0 and 12, completely untouched. And you would think that Popol and Kupa would be the one to actually try to close in on Kimi, but it didn't happen.
Yes.
That's true. That's been happening. That's been the trend. Like, I feel like Hajizi, he got a little bored there in that game, I'll be honest. There was not many threats. He was running, and most of the times he was in the middle of the fights. Sometimes he would go straight to the Popol and Kupa's face, but there was just so much backup. There was so much cohesion on the side of SG Dragons that I feel like it wasn't a factor. His safety wasn't a big risk, even though there was a Lancelot on the enemy team, which normally it should be a big problem. But in this game, it just wasn't. Chu, you could tell this guy, he was pushing a lot of effort to try to get onto Hajizi. But overall, I feel like the Popo and Koopa is just not ready yet.
True. It's not ready alongside with the Lancelot, especially if you have. To me, it's kind of a risky play because okay, I get the fact that ULVL has this limited hero pools, and it's essential really that they learn a lot. But the thing is, if you're going to really hone a certain hero, you have to make sure that you're pretty much not just confident, but in a way that it has to work, especially when come the team fights or the clashes. And I think that's the lackluster for ULVL. Now going back to SGD Nomad, to me, I also like that patient gaming from them because anytime they had the choice to finish it off, but it just goes to show that they really wanted to secure the game.
Yeah, just opting to just back off when it mattered, didn't really want to give ULVL any chance to go for the counter plays, which is completely possible with the lineup that they inherently had during that fight. But ultimately, just the discipline is where everything lies.
Yeah, I think they got broken down there, and they could have actually finished that a lot quicker. I have to completely agree. I was waiting for them to finish it quick because I feel like they had the tools to do it. They had an overpowered Kimmy at some point, and everyone else was just doing what needed to be done in that matchup, again with the Selena as well. Like the ULVL could not go out. Anyway, let's have a look at the second game draft, and maybe something will change here for ULVL. Will they force the issue on the Popo and Koopa, or will they do something else?
Nandito na agad si Basic. Nandito na rin
Nandito
yung
na
ultimate
agad.
disaster.
Oh!
You wanna go and die for May.
They want to end this. Kaya tapusin ni
Kaya
Basic
ba to?
in ko. Ano magagawa ni
May
Manny
bottom
May? Ay! Naku po!
Basic.
ULVL!
Oh!
Getting game! 5 minutes in.
Yes, ganon. Oh,
Oh! Grabe!
from the parking lot.
From the
ULVL.
That is from the logo!
From the logo.
The prioritization onto the turtle take right here by the Claude, and looks like we will be having a clash right now, Rockhart. This is getting messy. The Bruno takes the kill, but in exchange, the Claude
Secret on the top lane, though, gonna be in a bit of a trouble. The rest of the team is here to back it up. Look at that blazing Koopa going really crazy in there. Double kill and make it a triple for Chu. Once again, more. Ending, but a strong start. That is how they got here, and we are heading into the draft. So, Goodbye Ling is going to be the theme of the theme song that's playing on our speakers today, apparently.
Goodbye. And a goodbye Natalia as well. These two really don't want to be, you don't want to see them in the map, in the playoffs at any given point, because they will still be problems. But if anything, if we're judging it off of how ULVL has been playing in the earlier part of the days, give Chu a solid core.
Yeah. Where is the core? Give Chu that Claude. Stop banning the Claude. Give it to Chu. Maybe something's gonna happen, because that's something that I think that's one of the strengths that ULVL has that I don't think they're capitalizing on a lot. Chu has showed off like super strong. I think week 5 and week 6 we saw that, right? Even if the rest of the team is falling, Chu has always been like somewhere on the map picking something off, someone off. And I think that's something that's understated when you talk about ULVL.
And speaking of Claude, looks like he will be open and up for grabs for the side of ULVL here. Now I think if we mentioned here, we'll see if the Claude will be aided by the Cho anytime soon. But for the side of SGD Omega though, in exchange for that opening of the Claude also comes with the Toms, which we really know has been used very effectively for the side of SGD Omega with the Esmeralda as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if ULVL decides to go for some of the cheesiest strats that they can ever think of, which is going to be the Angela Claude combo. Might be a good pickup, but instead they're still going to go for the Popol and Koopa. High loss would be a good pickup here for ULVL if they decide to go for it.
getting a little exasperated here with ULVL's insistence on the
Yes.
Popol and Koopa. I feel like you could do better. I mean, they already listened to us like on the first pick, right? Get the claw right away. All right, there you go. But is Popol and Koopa really the right ingredients? I'm hoping to be proven wrong, but it's very unlikely.
I will agree with you on that, Rockhart, because number one, okay, if Claude is going to be the core, you will be needing to give him a amount of space to really scale and funnel off. But with the Popol and Koopa here, in terms of resources, it's automatically going to be split, and you have to really they have to call the shots on who's to go first. Next one here is that I think it would have been better if it was a a more bursty kind of a hero that ULVL picked. But transitioning here to SGD Omega, it's already kind of a trend that if the Toms and or the Esmeralda is open and up for grabs, they will be pairing it up with the carry, especially if the Claude is provided by the enemy team.
So far, yeah, this might be a problem here coming into the game where I feel like SG Dragons, they know this is happening. They literally left the Claude open just so that it will get picked up. And this might be a trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Your team is picking.
But yeah, Nomad, I think you were about to say something.
Yeah. I think he might be disconnected. Anyway, a good supplement to that would be the Kaja. I'm surprised this was ignored on the picking list or ban list rather. So I feel like it's so scary in the hands of SGD. So sacrifice did need to be made here for ULVL. They needed to remove that Selena, which has been pestering them ever since. So they needed to let the Kaja go. How effective this is gonna be though? Big question. Again, that Popol and Koopa is also one of those heroes that are super vulnerable when it comes to Kajas.
Yeah, true. And yeah, you did mention into our game number 1 that Popol and Koopa isn't really ready, especially if you're going to pair it up with the Assassin and the Lancelot. But this time, I liked it that ULVL tweaked it up a bit. Instead of going for an Assassin, they went for the Kufra and Xborg instead to add more CC to the initial strategy that they have right now. But for the side of SGD Omega, though, I will be as early as now, I will be predicting that this one's for SGD simply because in terms of the damage and survivability, it's all balanced. They have the initiation and they have the follow up.
Yep, double. I would have to agree. Very early call there. Seiya calling that this is definitely gonna be an SGD 2-0. What about you, Nomad? Do you think the same?
I feel the same. I mean, if they change Popol and Koopa, would have been a ULVL game, to be completely honest. But it's an SGD game. It's gonna be a 2-0 for me.
All right, I think so. I've been saying this before. Popol and Koopa, why are you forcing this? Stop. At some point, you have to know when to stop. This is your last chance after all. We are in the lower bracket, and this is going to be game 2, possibly the last live here of ULVL. Will they rise up to the occasion? Will they fight the challenge, or will they fall? It will be up to them. Let's go into the game here with Leo and Wolf. Give us the action.
They do.
Thank you, Rockhart. Nomad, very solid panel from that part. You know what? The Animals are really hoping that we can cast a 3-game series, but it feels like SGD Omega have tripped ULVL on their way. This draft is looking to be one-sided for SGD Omega because of many reasons, but Leo, give me a glimpse of hope. What can we look in terms of what positive thing can we get from this draft from ULVL?
Man, I can admit now I'm visibly and very obviously stressed out because of, yes, one is you mentioned the draft was a trap, right? Admiral Akbar, it's a trap. So if we're all hoping for the Chu Claude, not the Claude Chu, but Chu's Claude to come in and save the day, I think SGD was just banking on that as well. So again, they got trapped in the fact that they're expecting that. So SGD knows that. One, check. Number 2 is you're right. I think it might become a one-sided affair because of what happened in game one. And sure, U level here, they moved a few things around. And if you're asking for some hope, Wolf, I think the one thing I can tell you is maybe, despite it being a trap, Choose Claude could perform just the way it did the last couple of times we saw it in the MPL regular season. But just the same, we're going to be seeing an Escanor Jawhead.
Yeah.
And the few times that we saw it, especially me personally, I think I casted a game or two, especially in the first few weeks of the season while we were still in the arena. I could remember very clearly this Jawhead on Escanor wants blood. In addition to being all about his work, being the hardest working man in esports today, he also takes it personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this Jawhead is lethal. If he smells blood, he's gonna come at you. And I think for them to win this, in addition to Chu doing Claude things, good Claude things, I think really what you need to do here with Escanor is to get into Hajizi's space, like just violate Hajizi's personal space, toss him up with an ejector, unstoppable force the boy, and force essentially a game three.
So I think that the thing here that we need to consider is that SGD Omega, they have their straight up plan, and that's a U level as well. But for U level, in order for them to win this, even with their best hero Claude on Chu, they should be disrupting the rotation of SGD Omega. They should be disrupting the plan of SGD Omega, and obviously it's not the easiest task. This is SGD Omega. I've seen them with Dale at the helm. They set traps for their opponents. I think that when they were facing like something like Signal Ultra before, they allow Gushan or they allow Harith because they have answers to it, right? And those were from maybe a year ago. Oh, that's actually almost a year ago. That was a long time, but yeah, this is not foreign for SGD Omega. And why do I say this? It's because U level still is operating with Bluff C this time. So it still is the classic, right? Bluff C versus Coach Dale. They have been battling it out. But I think that stats wise, Dale got the better of Bluff C just out of her from wins. But
more
maybe
often than not,
more often than not, yeah. But maybe it can change this time, right? And before we add another animal into the cast, that's the Cups, I think. Maybe we can jump into the game. But here's the thing. SGD Omega, they do have a standard draft. Do you feel that U Level's game plan is to just predict what SGD Omega can do? Because even if you look at the lineup of SGD Omega, it seems like this is one thing that they have always ran and have always been successful with. Do you think there's something that U Level knows about this standard drafting from SGD Omega and that maybe they can play around with?
Good question, Wolf. And I think it comes down to this, right? The advantages that SGD have are based on fact. They're based on events that have already happened in the past. And even more so now, it's being established because of the heads of the operation, right? It's Coach Dale versus Coach Bluffsy. And more often than not in the past, it's Dale coming out on top. So check, right? And again, with that kind of premise, SGD lays traps.
Yeah.
And this is all fact, right? But what U Level is coming in with, the strengths that they have, or the ways that this could go well for them, possibly, they're all essentially theory. They're all hypothetical. They're all hopeful. And with that being said, it really is just going to come down to the fact that U Level, this is their rookie year. Despite players like Secret and Escanor having played in the MPL before, it's just totally different when you're coming in with a new organization, a new team overall. And, I think this is just SGD gonna come in and say, "Welcome to the big leagues. We'll see you next season."
Yeah, that's actually harsh, but
Right,
I think but I think you need that.
Yeah,
I think they need that. They need
as
that
much
team.
as as much as we all want to see a nice feel good underdog story, that draft alone is just foreshadowing us with a dark chapter in U Level's history. But again, I don't think it has to be that grim. I think we can still see an awesome and competitive game, just like we did in Game 1, right? Especially with how well SGD drafted in Game 1. Hayes on that Selena was just a beast. Going into Game 2 here, yes, it was a trap laid out by SGD, but again, this is Choose Claude.
Yeah. So there are many things that we can take from this draft for sure. And I think that if you want to learn a little bit about drafting, look at SGD Omega, look at Sunsparks, like in the previous game, the way they were drafting against Onic PH and how they are winning it. So that's one thing that you should be looking at if you want to improve your drafting. For
Mhm.
U level now, I wanna expand on what you said about U level being in the same league with the big boys of Mobile Legends in the Philippines. And I think that this is just a warm welcome, honestly, because this is this warm welcome from everyone in the league, right? Okay, hello, basic, hello, Deb and Chu. I know that you're doing good. We know that you're doing good outside of MPL, but this is MPL. There's a reason why only 10 teams make it, and I think that this is such a good display. I mean, that's such a good lesson for everyone who wants to be part of MPL. It's not that easy. You know,
Yeah.
unfortunately for U level, they will be part of. They might be part of MPL again. Actually, I don't know the rules anymore. If the topic will be retained, just like in the previous seasons, it makes me want to talk about the two teams that's outside. I hope that you're okay with this. That we are talking about Geek Fam PH and STI, because I think that they both of these teams have the problems that U levels also facing, but it's just that U level, at least they have the brilliance of Chu and Basic at a certain point, and STI never really found that kind of brilliance. But
Yeah.
I want to ask you, Leo, what do you think is the what do you think is lacking from those teams that weren't part of the playoffs anymore?
All right. So, first of all, I'm not uncomfortable at all because we have friends in STI and in Geek Fam. So we wish them well and hoping still that they're here, right? An MPL final without UG feels so weird, right?
That's
An MPL playoff with no Kripzu, it feels weird. But again, some things happen along the way, and the league started months ago, and we just really need 8 teams. We can only have 8 teams. So what was lacking in STI and Geek Fam? Well, I think as we're trying to figure out this next game 2 in the series, it's nice to go on a little tangent. So real quick story time. If you're wondering how Geek Fam and STI have come to not make it to the playoffs, first of all, Geek Family. Once geek, always a family. I think that's their tagline. Um, I really do think that they went through a sophomore slump. You know, their first season in the MPL, it was not without flaws. It wasn't without humps along the way, but I think they did so well. They got away with weird lineups. They were bringing meta changing strategies. Correct me if I'm wrong, Wolf, but in the season 4 playoffs, I think they shocked us all with like a 3 or 4
Yeah.
arrival lineup, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. That aside, they got a nice boot camp. They fed us some nilagang baka. That's I think beef stew, and I think
Yeah.
it was why not who cooked for us. So again, I can't help but throw some love over to our fam and geek fam. But yeah, I think they're going through a sophomore slump, and I think through the speed, I think it's also an innate speed and in the pace of season 5. I think they got left behind.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you because I think that's the perfect that's the perfect, I would say, description of what happened with Geek Fam, with STI, and honestly with U Level and the Blacklist. They got left behind. I would also include BSB in there because honestly, the top 5 teams versus the bottom 5 teams of the MPL, there's a big difference. There's like a big jump. And SGD Omega, they were just, I would say, unlucky to not win against Execration, but they kind of belong in the upper echelon. So this is weird because it's a dichotomy, honestly. And even if you look at the stats, if you look at the numbers, the top 5 wins much better and performs much better as compared to the bottom 5. And I
Much
know that
better,
it's not,
wins more often, right?
wins more often. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And it's not. I know that this is a harsh description, but they are really lagging behind. The top 5 teams have understood Mobile Legends of 2020. The bottom 5, unfortunately, they cannot. That's why I always feel that whoever is at the bottom five will not win it against top five. It's a
And
very harsh description, but I feel that I am right. So far, I'm right. But
And
yeah,
that
Leo, what do you
sucks,
think?
right? Doesn't
Yeah,
that suck, Wolf? That it's
it is.
the bottom five, and SGD gets it left behind. There's stragglers because they should be in the top four, or they belong in that echelon in MPL teams. But we can only have a top four. We can only have four teams in the upper bracket.
That's right.
And Execration kind of edged them out, and they have one more game in them, or at least one more series in them before they're knocked out of the playoffs. And you know what? It sucks that SGD, they only have one life to work with. They only
Yeah.
have one more game to lose. But at least here against ULVL, they're minutes away, mere minutes away from clutching the win in the series and moving up.
Yeah, they are. Nevertheless, I know that personally, we know that a lot of people are wanting ULVL to win this over SGD Omega,
Yeah.
but I always say, okay, that is a David versus Goliath. Oh, sorry, maybe that's not the best. Because David won versus Goliath. But this is
Yeah.
like, this is I can't think of a metaphor actually.
There's a biblical figure wherein he got eaten by a whale.
Oh yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm talking about? Is that
oh yeah,
Joshua
that's
or something like that? I don't know.
whale.
I'm trying to Google it right now. But the story goes is that this kid in the olden times
Jonah.
Sorry?
Jonah was the
Jonah. There you
of the
go. So I
said a
think
whale.
yeah, I think ULVL is like Jonah. He's like Jonah because SGD here, they're the whale. So they're gonna eat ULVL up here, but later on ULVL is gonna come out alive, still better than ever, right? So that's I think that's the best that we can expect. That's the best we can hope. Or you can really just again say it as you will. Maybe David and Goliath. Maybe ULVL just brings out their aces again. Secret promised us aces, Wolf. They promised us aces. Secret, you promised us aces. So I'm hoping it comes out here. Maybe.
It's out. We finally have game number 2 of this best of 3 series. One game behind. This ULVL could be an invade happen. It will not continue. SGD Omega with Candy will just back down. Already SGD Omega are leading in terms of economy. They have this funnel strategy onto Hajizi this time. Hayes on the Kaja, hit on the ever so comfortable Grok. But Escanor with the Jawhead, you have high expectations for this. It's kind of different in terms of how Escanor plays because when he does play like other heroes like Thams or Cho, he's the hardest working man. But when he is the Jawhead, he's playing it more actively, I would say. But yeah, can you hype to the viewers how good this Jawhead is for ULVL?
Oh, first of all, how good the Escanor is, right? I mean, you guys are wondering, while the action is unfolding here, let me explain why he's called the most hardworking man in Philippine esports today. Is because one of the strengths of ULVL is their side lanes. And that's where they put Escanor, in the off lane. And what you'll notice is where in the games that they do well is it's because of Escanor pressuring these lanes so well, and he ends up just working the turrets. He just ends up working the turret before it's too late for when it's too late for the opponent to notice. And eventually, ULVL just snatched him the win. So that's why he's one of the most hardworking men today. But look at this, up top, Kenji getting sandwiched by 3. Chu gets first blood, ladies and gentlemen, and Dev walks away unpunished, but down bottom it's Unseen getting taken out by Hajizi. Escanor now with the ejector, Heat gonna flicker out and survive, walking near the walls to get himself a little regeneration and a little defense. And Escanor now forced once more in the middle of his recall. And here we go! With an ejector, and Heat is gonna survive. You see that? You see that?
Here's strand of health left for Heat. SGD Omega completes the double kill onto the bottom. It took them long, but ULVL are actually happy with that, all things considered, because that meant that Chu is now at level 6. I wonder what his gold now is, but I can't assume that it's better than Hajizi. He is level 7, has got a veteran hunter with the retribution, already at the second round of jungle creeps, so he's really happy about this. The economy shows that SGD Omega are leading, but it's only because of kills. Chu waiting for the right moment to pop the Art of Thievery, SGD Omega will go for a standard place. So this is just two teams just getting, making sure of their own jungle. But as I say that, they jump in for Deb. Chu is here, just trying to fend off the attack from SGD Omega. Want to go for the turtle, actually. With help of Unseen here, zoning on the members of the SGD Omega, but Eagles hit with the Harp Nature. Toshi's here as well. That's the Esmeralda. He's taking so much damage. Nice knock-up coming out from the Popple and Koopa. Was to control Tochi. And she's now here. There's the dams. Want to go for the Popple and Koopa. Very low health, but the Esmeralda is taken out before the Popple and Koopa. Now, Kenji with the Continent Inferno will just back down as we are seeing right now. He is really rich.
The whole engagement, Heath is just fine. Heath is like, yeah, I'll be okay. But look at this, the turtle sneaky by Chu. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he does. The retribution advantage, ladies and gentlemen, and Hayes might pay the iron price. Down he goes. Secret gets the kill, ladies and gentlemen. ULVL is just evening the odds. May actually in the lead now, about 1,000 gold. Wolf, this is good. Signs of life coming in from ULVL.
Is excellent for Chu. 3.3k. Last insanity on the Kenji. They know that the Continent Inferno is out and they take him down. Last hit goes to Chu. And even better, funneling this Claude, they are getting everything they wanted. Escanor, though, cannot defend against Toshi. Unfortunately for him, it's not the best in terms of matchup, as the shielding will just be taken away. Honestly, Esmeralda is a very good pick for SGD Omega as it answers the Claude, removing the extra bit of sustainability with the shields. It's great versus the Jawhead. It's decent versus Unseen as well. So this is the really good Esmeralda game. Wow, what a first stakes in there, but might have just defended the turret, but will not be the case.
Yeah,
4 for 4. Yeah.
Good game for Esmeralda, but it's going so great for Chu, I just gotta say.
Definitely. No, I completely agree with you. You know what? SGD Omega, Toshi is out, but the Cyclone Eye, okay, steps on it before Escanor, so that meant that SGD Omega will take that and he gets away. And it's not like he is threatened anyways. But yeah, Demon Hunter Sword with the Raptor Machete for Chu at 6 minutes. You're gonna love that for sure.
Yep, it's almost like the 5 minutes Blade of Despair on Sunsparks Blue Wash. But we'll see. This might be the Hail Mary we're looking for. Heat knocked up. There you go. It took 4 members to take him down, but at least a kill is a kill. And now in comes the Blazing Duet by Chu, and he's paying the price here. Hayes making him, you know, just suppressed. And, you know, he says, DJ to your face. You should not have come into the bush like that, young man. And down he goes. I think that was a lost trade for Chu. I think he was quite sour.
Not quite. Completely. Anyways, Ted threatened by the Popple and Koopa, but he gets away with the Phantom Step. Obviously loves that to happen. This Guardian's Barrier. Coming out from Heath, Secret finds Kenji near the turtle area. So far, honestly, compared to game number one or game number 2, Secret is doing well with the export. Maybe this is his newfound hero, as they want to try to the tug of war for the crab, but it feels like Kenji has taken the last hit. Now Hayes with the suppression takes down Popple and Koopa. It's a big -1 already from SGD Omega. Escanor wants to go for the reaction, for the reciprocation, as Chu slowly takes the turtle, but it will be taken by Heath. What a wild charge to steal that off. Now they want for him to pay the price, but it feels like SGD Omega are just retreating. There's the Continent Inferno keeping Kenji alive. Nice Guardian's Barrier in there. Backstab from Toshi. Finds Deb and Escanor. Will he jump now? Doesn't need it. He just deal the damage, and the AoE is real from SGD Omega. Deb gonna be taken out, and the jump onto Escanor. Secret, the one left in this, receives the attacks from HGZ, and look at that. The guy looking away from explosions. HGZ takes the life out of Escanor in there.
Cool guy. Yeah, the cool guy moves, just looking away from explosions. And oh my god, Wolf, that was just sour to the 9th degree. They lost Turtle, they forced the fight. I appreciate the Blazing Duet, they picked up Kenji, but at the price of an almost wipeout. It just did not register as a wipeout because Unseen already respawned. And I guess the mere length of that team fight is just evidence enough already of how long they should have been gone, right? They should have been out of there. They should have gotten out of there.
And you know what? After Heath stole that turtle, it kind of felt that ULVL were so angry. But one thing's for sure, you cannot be angry at your opponents when it's a professional match. You have to respect. They had no right to chase a Grok. Never. They don't have the hero to kill it. They don't have the carry. All their damage is like small burst. Right? Now the takedown onto the Jawhead. How can they defend this? They're so far away and they lose their inhibitor for free. Oh my goodness, ULVL have tripped once again.
And at 9 minutes at that. This is happening way too soon. Chu is not online to the level that we want, and he's on a veteran hunter. He needs to take down the jungle creeps with the retribution. That's gonna take some time. Hajizi, on the other hand, he's on a bounty hunter, so he's just gonna get money, you know, gold up the wazoo after kill after kill after kill. And I think SGD, they smell blood. They're just gonna go for it. They're like sharks right now, more like sharks than dragon. They smell blood in the water.
Yeah. Or shark dragons if such a mutation exists, because they are so hungry right now.
Yeah,
Put the guardian's barrier, forcing the flicker. Oh my goodness.
Man, I respect what Escanor is trying to do, especially in that turtle contest earlier. He was hiding in the bush, waiting to catch Hajizi off guard, but I think Hajizi's a step ahead. Like, he knows that there's a threat looming, and let's see if Chu here is able to clutch this purple buff, and I think he does. Yes, Retribution gets it, but no, Hajizi gets the Lord for free. What an awesome trade. SGD's like, yeah, you can take Kenji, and of course the purple buff, but we'll take Lord.
Oh, Kenji's really happy with that, and Escanor goes in the wrong bush. And of course, half man, half amazing, Mr. Hayes is there. The birthday boy already winning another trade-off for SGD Omega. It's not even a trade at this point, as they exchange Kenji for a kill and the Lord. And obviously more real estate in the map, more buffs to take, and you know, taking it away from ULVL means that Chu will be again famished. All of what ULVL did in the early game, it doesn't matter anymore, because SGD Omega, they're just better when it comes to decision making. Look at that Guardian's barrier. They jump it from Heath once again. Secret getting some damage in here. Going for Dragon Armor. Does have the immortality, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Will pop the last insanity the last second. Will survive for a while, flicker away, but the Lord is here knocking on the doors. Now ULVL, they have Escanor in a very bad spot, jumping from the Esmeralda with a Falling Star with ultimate coming up from them. Not gonna stun Toshi. Toshi gets away. The damage from the guys is way too much as the Kufra is taken out. Lord, they worked upon by ULVL, but top lane Kenji is also pushing. They have to still think about that. Choose the damage actually with this Claude. Might get a kill onto Kenji and will with the help of Secret, but their turret up top will fall. That next on the line, it's the middle lane. Hajizi is in there. Hayes actually gets the wolf this time. That the best of the usage of the Guardians of the Divine Judgment. Chu jumps in. Damage in there. And jumping from Toshi. Wants to kill Chu. Chu onto the left side. Nice sidestep. But what cost? They've lost all of their inhibitors now. And SGD Omega inflated their lead up to 10k. Leo, it feels like SGD has got this in the bag.
Wolf, you're asking at what cost? I think the bill just showed up at ULVL's table, and it's all of their turrets. All of them. Literally all of them. And with that being said, man, I think it's just a matter of time. Even if you force this into the late game, I think we're already at the late game for Hajizi. 7 kills, and with such tactical prowess for SGD, just forcing ULVL to focus down on Heath, that's all they want. That's what they're asking for. And now here we go, another big fight. Toshi takes down Chu. Hayes gonna be backing out, and here we go. Kenji gets the bite onto Escanor. Toshi gets the finishing touch, and right now, up next, it's your boy Secret. Secret is going to survive for just one more second, but the immortality pop here on the dev. Hajizi gets the kill. He's legendary. And I think we're going to end it right now. The base is up next. 4 more turrets to take down. Last insanity here by Secret, just grasping onto what hope is left. There's the jump by Koshi. Unseen gets the kill, but he goes down. Hajizi gets the revenge kill. Unseen gonna spin for the very last time in the MPL, and that is going to be SGD Omega moving up, knocking down ULVL right out of the playoffs. Our very first elimination this week.
Moment of silence for ULVL. This is the end of the line. And as good as their run was, it's SGD Omega that they meet the finish line, and unfortunately, that will not bode well for them. SGD Omega, the better team in terms of draft, in terms of execution. Still, we gotta credit ULVL for what they did the entire season, but unfortunately, this is the end.
For a bit there, I guess in the first 5 minutes, it looked like True was gonna do it, right? It seemed like there was some gas in the tank for ULVL, but you know, they started to make mistakes, and I think the beginning of the end was towards the top, where they overstayed their welcome after losing the turtle to Heath. As ridiculous as that sounds, it's Heath with the wild charge, taking the turtle, and then they just overstayed their welcome. Nay, scratch that. I think the first time that they actually made a big mistake was Chu getting super sour down bottom.
Yeah. That was the first death on the Claude, I think.
Yeah, so that was the first domino to fall, and everything just followed. So with that being said, to our friends at ULVL, you guys have been great. The season has been awesome with you in it, but that's a 2-0. The series is over, and it's the end of the line for you at season 5 at least.
Yeah. Well, I guess that you can take away a lot of lessons from your run at the MPL Season 5 for sure. Still GG's to ULVL, but SGD Omega will move on in lower bracket of our playoffs. This has been the cast from the Animals. We still have one more after this. But for now, we're going to take it back to the panel. Will Rockhart say at Nomad your side? Please take it away.
Thank you so much for that visit and that to the zoo, and of course with the animals right there, and that awesome commentary by Wolf and Leo. I'm Rockhart with Seiya and Nomad here on the panelist desk to discuss what the heck happened there. ULVL versus SGD Omega. First off, it was great that they really listened. They kind of realized at the last second that Chu is crazy on the Claude, right? We're already giving them a lot of props for that. Now, right after that, they make the big mistake, I think, of drafting Popol and Koopa right into that one. We'll see how ineffective the Popol and Koopa was for a lot of times, and maybe how well Chu could have done more. Like initially, you saw already they had a great start, and they got the kills, they got the turtle. So I'm wondering, how did it fall off?
Because like what I mentioned earlier during the drafting phase, the amount of resources is going to be split if Popol and Koopa adds up to the equation. Basically, unfortunately though, that Popol and Koopa is one of the factors that really sank ULVL's boat right here. Because if you look at the gameplays that we have right now, the highlights here, they weren't positioning themselves in a way that they cannot be hit against SGD Omega. So what the thing is, with this mispositionings that are happening, this is like a free kill for the side of SGD. And ULVL recognizing this is not able to really retaliate or to get the reflexes done, because it's already too late for them to even have their.
I mean, looking at earlier on at the 10-minute mark, there was a showing of the graphic of how much damage dealt was there from each of the players. And yeah, we can't deny that Chu was crazy on that Claude, but the rest of his team was actually lacking in that department. On the side of SGD Omega, we had everybody equal in terms of damage being dealt. But aside from that, Hajizi came out on top with 57,000 damage dealt, and he is going to be our smart game MVP. But yeah, we were talking about the Claude. We were talking about how Claude was the linchpin in SGD Omega's plan to make it a 2-0. But I think the reason why it started falling off is because Carry, how Jeezy was able to just hit his mark, and Claude started falling off as soon as we hit the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. And I think it also adds there, as Leos put it, the sour moves. I think they kind of exhibited a lot of sour moves, a lot of uncalled for mistakes, which, you can't do this at this level of competition. Those small errors in judgment and in movement, you can't do it at this high level of gameplay and expect to get away with it. And that's exactly what happened. They got punished really hard by SGD there and gave them, of course, such a difficult time despite Chu just playing out of his mind. Same with Escanor, by the way. Highlights on the great performance as well would have been of Escanor if, again, some of those sour moves were not present there. So, last thoughts about this. What do you guys look forward to, and what do you think of ULVL and SGD's match?
Like you did mention, sour moves that came in specifically with the side of ULVL became a sweet treat for SGD, because the one notable thing about the fights earlier was Kaj's divine judgment. It was, really caught up in a way that the carry could go for the cleanup. Plus, really cornering out the main damager that also became the contribution for SGD's victory.
And if we're gonna be talking about ULVL here, they should be playing it like a Nilagambaka.
Yeah,
That's slowly heat up the mat.
Right. Either way, though, of course, we do still have the our legendary and our mythical raffle draw prizes still up for grabs. Don't forget to check out the bit.ly link right there in the middle of your screens. bit.ly/MRD-29. That is case sensitive, so you can get a chance to win some of these prizes from our sponsors. Of course, that's Smart Giga Games All Day, Realme Buds 2, and 30,000 pesos worth of diamonds and in-game items. And for our mythical draw, it's going to be a big difference, though. It's going to be Realme Buds 2 plus Realme 6 gaming smartphones and 300,000 pesos worth of diamonds and MPL PH signed jerseys and jackets from your favorite pro players. So again, this has been a huge moment for SGD. They're still showing their dominance despite dropping off in the lower bracket, as we did see in the last weeks of the regular season. So this should be very interesting, and I'm really looking forward. I'm going to look forward to this next game as well. And of course, before all that, of course, MPL PH is again presented by Smart together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart. We can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Just text donate to 3456, and donations are open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Forget there's going to be a big announcement by Smart on June the 1st with huge bin, something to look forward to there to our friends at home. And so far, I think that's going to be it. We have a match to look forward to here, and I think it will be a pretty good one as well. Don't go away, guys. MPL PH Season 5 playoffs will be back after this short break. I'm Rockhart. Along with me, say Nomad. Don't go away anywhere.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Face.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, Pro camera, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap. Realme 6 Pro, 6 cameras, Pro display, Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Is powerful. Rock doesn't want to be your enemy. Rock likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree. Mega kill!
Go first.
Unstoppable!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Legendary! Legendary! Unstoppable! Dawnbreaker! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. Monster kill. Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Mega kill. Legendary.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
bumuo kami ng team. Doon na nagsimula yung pangarap namin sa MPL. Kaya ginawa namin yun. Practice kami ng practice doon para maabutan namin yung mga laro ng pro players. Sa roster namin ngayon, mas malakas yung anim namin kasi lahat kami kaya namin maglaro. Confident kami lahat sa isa't isa kasi lahat ng players talaga nagbabatak ng roles nila.
Hindi ko masabi na mas malaki yung team namin ngayon compare last season. Siguro masabi ko na mas nag-sync lang yung chemistry namin ngayon. Lahat gumagalaw at team play talaga yung gameplay namin ngayon. Siyempre, expectation namin ngayong season. Actually, talaga medyo mabigat kasi halos lahat ng team nare-respect talaga namin. Sa playoffs, bibigay namin yung best namin. Paghahanda talaga namin na mabuti. Kaya sa lahat ng mga nanonood dyan, abangan nyo yung Blacklist International sa playoffs. May mga papakita kaming bago.
Feeling ko magandang matchup namin against Blacklist International. Kasi parehas tayo ng hero pool. Hoy, ikaw Aqua, salamat ka. Yung unang laban natin, hindi ako naglaro kasi ayaw kitang saktan. Pero kailangan na kitang saktan sa playoffs.
Ako nga pala si Aquaman ng Team Blacklist International. May sasabihin nga pala ako kay Superman ng Team BSB. Hindi bagay sa'yo ang Superman na pangalan. Ang bagay sa'yo ay Suman kasi kakainin kita ng buong buo tapos papalit pa rin kita fallback sa tungong karagatan para makita mo kung sino si Aquaman ang kumain sa'yo.
Kung ikaw ang mag-MM, sure win na agad kami. Basang-basa ko galawan mo. Boy, ilalabas ko lang lakas ko sa'yo, 5%. Kaya humanda na kayo sa laban natin. Sisiguraduhin ko, 2-0 kayo. All in na to. Labasin nyo na lahat ng lakas ninyo. Digmaan na to.
And welcome back, everybody. Back here on the panel desk for the BSB versus Blacklist International matchup. I'm Rockhart, this is Seiya, and Nomad, and we are going to be bringing you the action right here on the lower bracket round 1 of the first day of MPL Season 5 PH playoffs. Of course, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart, and together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456, and donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Make sure to check out the announcements video. It's going to be put up by Smart on June the 1st with Hyun Bin. Something to look forward to for you guys at home. And of course, right after this, I think I just got word we might be announcing the winners of our first legendary draw here. Of course, that was everyone who registered on the bit.ly link on the that we were showing all throughout the day. And I think from what I also heard, I think that's 48,358 people who registered. So that's that's a lot of people watching the MPL right now who are trying to go for these smart Giga games all day. The Realme Buds 2, and of course, that unprecedented 30,000 peso worth of diamonds and in-game items. Again, keep registering because even if you don't win, you can still try to go for the mythical draw happening on the last day. As long as you register on each and every day of the MPL playoffs, you get a chance to win some Realme 6 phones. Actually, 2 of them. And of course, 300,000 pesos worth of diamonds and in-game items. Smart Giga games all day, Realme Buds 2, and MPL PH signed jerseys and jackets. So here we go. We're gonna get some of our winners. Who's it gonna be? Say it, Nomad. Did you sign up?
I did not sign up so that I can give a lot of people more chances to win. Let's go.
Who's it gonna be?
Here we go.
Wow, one of them is very difficult to read, but I'm gonna read them anyway. Mosh Dragon. We got Escobar and Mediocre. Congratulations, y'all. Prizes. Of course, all the way from our sponsor, Smart, Real Me, and there you go. everything I mentioned earlier. Of course, you will be contacted. That's all on the bit.ly link. So congratulations if you see your name. If you know these people, go ahead and call them. Tell them they won the legendary draw for today. So
I mean, if a lot of the viewers are disappointed because they didn't win the legendary raffle, it doesn't matter. The mythical raffle is where it's at, in my opinion. Signed
Absolutely,
jerseys, man, and a new phone for you to use for you to be able to play Mobile Legends optimally. You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just
I
wish
think
we
they,
also
yeah.
participated
Show
there
it.
too.
Come on, show it. Show it.
Okay. Flexing.
You
Just
actually
flex.
got one of
The
those.
flex.
See right there. You gotta flex those. Again, some of the one of the better mobile phones to use when playing Mobile Legends, obviously, right? And personal experience, right? Anyway, we
But
are
I do
going.
wish that we could get to participate too, because I love that, signed jersey.
Yeah, you really should, right? I feel like, Anyway, we're heading into the game here. Of course, that's going to be Blacklist versus BSB. Got Blacklist on your screens right now. The touted dark horses of the tournament by a lot of the analysts and shoutcasters here on MPL. I wonder if that still rings true here, considering the performance that they've shown in the past few days of the regular season.
Well, yeah. I mean, into the very start or the first weeks of the regular season, Blacklist International was, dominant. But as the week progresses, they slowly kind of dwindle in terms of of maintaining the ranks right here. But nonetheless, they still managed to swag up a spot enough for them to be here into the playoffs.
Man, Blacklist International has been solid, and just like what you mentioned, they kind of dwindled in the latter part of the season, but it doesn't change the fact that this is a set of talented players here. I mean, most notably, it's going to be Dexstar and Honda B, some of the best tanks in the game. But we also have Killer, the next child prodigy, the one to replace Carl TZ, hopefully.
Or at least trying to at this point. But the showing Carl TZ made obviously is a little. The bar's a bit high, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, of course, these are, as Nomad mentioned, a lot of them are really solid players, veterans, I would say, all the way from season 2. Most notably, we got Dexstar and Honda Beast from the original team that they've had. I actually met them way back then, and I would say that these guys they've been super consistent. They've been joining the MPL, I think, for the past how many seasons now? I think 3 or 4 seasons already. And they've shown that they do have what it takes. Alongside, of course, the newer faces, Aqua, Edward, and Riddler. Killer actually has been joining them as well. So a lot later, back when they were called EVOS PH, right? That was a long time ago. On the other side, though, of course, that is the BSB, the rookies of our season right now. But again, not all of them are rookies. Some of them actually are very familiar faces, all the way from season 1. You haven't actually seen Schneider Cutie. One of the people who joined us in the inaugural MPL season, where they really gave us a good showing. I think they were at least 8th, if I remember correctly. And again, that's joined by Jirax, New Trevor, S-Man, Wilson, and Cap1. I feel like these guys, they still got something to show for us in this tournament.
Yeah, the same as to how most of the newer teams join us in the playoffs. I mean, BSB did come from they came from multiple tournaments back before the MPL even started, and they really surprised a lot of people, especially some of the pro players when they showed up. And I feel like this might be their time to shine. I mean, they weren't performing as much as they wanted to, but I feel like the playoffs is where it's going to be for BSB.
Yeah, and they kind of take a lot of extra preparations, especially this playoffs. So I'm expecting, some high unorthodox plays coming from them, because there's also, pros or perks in being one of the rookie teams, is that even though the regular season is there and we witness their plays, they still have a lot of room for mystery that could actually pave them the way for their slot.
Yeah, then that's exactly where you want to be. You want to be in a position where, you know what, people don't expect too much from you. They don't talk about you as much. And BSB, they can use that to their advantage. They can probably surprise us with a lot of new stuff that maybe we haven't seen before. On the other side, of course, Blacklist, also not a joke of a team, has also been practicing really hard, especially Honda Beast. I've seen him uploading nonstop on his YouTube channel for quite a bit. So it's going to be very interesting whether or not we'll see that come into play here as we go into some facts about these teams. But I think Blacklist is one of the teams that got like a 1,000 win streak when they were going on a grind. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was them.
Yeah, that was disgusting. I don't know how. How do you reach 1,000? Even if you just say it's ranked game, how the heck do you reach 1,000 win streak? I'll never know.
Well, I think the key factor there is consistency.
Yeah,
for sure. Because I think that's also one of the powerful traits of Blacklist International. It's just that maybe come the later weeks during the regular season, they weren't able to be as consistent as to maintaining their top spot, but still, it's still there. That like what I said, enough to have their spot. But the question is, for now, will they be able to get back on their feet and really show what Black International can do, or will BSB go for the mysterious ways and take you by shock?
Well, we are going to see very, very shortly whether or not these will be coming true, because Blacklist International and BSB, they're roaring. They want to show us some stuff, maybe some new stuff they learned. I've been waiting for new stuff, to be honest, from our team. Some of them are a little hesitant, sticking to what works. But, a patch did go through and some things a little bit did change. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to capitalize on that as we head into the journey of Blacklist International.
As much as possible, kailangan sa kanila. Pero ito na sinasabi natin na combo. Nag-double assassin dito ng Blacklist International. Bibigyan pa rin sa dito si Nick. So double kill for the lane, mga kaibigan. Figure out para kay Sealer.
Maniac.
And that is gonna be a triple kill. Maniac para kay Aqua. Kasi kapag hindi binabagsak nila ng sabay. Mapapilin nasa wala, pero nung sa tama sa dalawa kasi takbuhan lang, calculated at inuyong na nga sa may
At tignan mo dito talaga, minamamano nila to. Ranger really wants to defend, pero hindi mo karapatan mag-defensa ngayon.
It's change! Blacklist, what's happening? They need to respond, they need to answer! Going in for the Tempest of Blades is not gonna be
Just dito yung kalagayan niya, medyo walang buhay. Killer still diving on the enemy turret. Talagang may tiwala sa Angela sa parang Killer, pero RTC will take down.
It's times like that when we're on the arena. And I don't know, I'll never get enough of that arena feeling. We are into the draft here for Blacklist International and BSB. And looks like we are done with the ban. It's Claude already being considered here by Blacklist.
Well, that's a usual go-to for most of our teams right here. If you know that it's open, if it's either a priority ban, it's a priority pick, because there's a specific reason why this Claude is prioritized, because of the mobility that it gives, and of course the scaling abilities that could really be handy in terms of the gameplay. But so far for the side of BSB, however, we'll be going into a more sustainable route, having that Kaja alongside the arena.
Yeah, that Kaja is going to be a direct answer to this Claude, just if ever Claude decides to go for a BMI to dive into the lines of BSB, Kaja would be immediately going for the Divine Judgment. And once again, we are seeing Popol and Koopa.
Right. Again, this is what is this? A copy? It's a replay. This is a replay. It feels a little similar to what we just
I kind of
actually
get
saw,
it
right?
as to why Popol and Koopa is being used right now. Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's super justified as of yet. But if there's a team that's gonna prove us wrong, I'm hoping it is going to be Blacklist. Honda Beast and the rest of the team looks like they're a little confident. They look like they're on a roller coaster, don't
Wait, hold up. I just gotta point out, Honda Beast and Dexstar are playing at the same time.
Oh yeah! Wow, that's a rare treat. Isn't it a rare treat?
S-Man is gonna be subbed out here for Honda Beast, and I feel like we might see a double tank setup for Blacklist International, maybe, potentially.
No, I don't think so. Well, true, can be. But I think I find it a bit iffy again with the Claude and the Popol and Koopa together. I mean, we get it that it's a recent hero and some of our team still needs a bit of a more adjusting phase to it. But the mysterious factor rather. But the thing is, if it's not really used efficiently into our gameplay, then that's it's like a +1 pickoff for BSB. But going back here for the bans for both sides, Esmeralda's not going to be used into play alongside with the Link. So they kind of had a punch for Blacklist that they might be using the Angeline combination. So they denied that out.
Yeah, but do you smell what the Grok is cooking? I feel like Grok is going to be a pretty good pick here if you were thinking about double tank here. Masha, hello. It's been a long time. Where have you been? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm not. No, this is not going to be it. Obviously not. No, it's not a Masha, right? Because
please let it not.
Too many people are farming already. Oh my god!
Is picking.
Okay.
How?
Okay, guys, hear me out. Masha can melt turrets fast. Popol and Koopa, if they build it correctly, can also melt turrets fast. Now, what's concerning here is that there is going to be a Kagura in play that will soak up a lot of that farm as well. So it's either going to be a tank Masha or a split pushing Masha. Either way, it is going to be a 1-3-1 setup here for Blacklist International. I can feel it in their bones. Akemi being last pick for BSB, it's all fine and dandy, but they need to make sure to find an answer against the potential multiple split pushes happening here for Blacklist.
Most likely, I think this Masha is going to be an offlaner for sure, because I think Cooper's going to be going in for the tankier aspect. And yeah, like what you said, this Kimi though for the side of BSB can work only if this managed to scale in a smoother way. Because if this Kimi isn't able to be given space, it's going to be difficult for BSB.
I don't know what to say. I just think that as much as I respect Blacklist on this call, I'm not 100% sure it's gonna work. I mean, there is a lot of... Let's obviously support Popol and Koopa, by the way, but even though it kind of needs a lot of gold for it to be activated, which is not something you want to accompany a Cho in a Masha. Claude in a Masha. So... BSB is more streamlined. This is a more tried and tested method of winning it out. I'm gonna have to call BSB on this one.
To me, I'll call BSB draft-wise. Yes.
I'm calling it Blacklist. I don't know about you guys.
Well, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be 2-1 in favor of Blacklist here, BSB here. Wonder what our casters Wolf and Leo have to say about that.
Thank you so much, Rockhart, the panel host with Say Nomad. Nomad went for Blacklist. Not that surprising. BSB now for Nomad, for Say, I'm sorry, and Rockhart. I made an inside joke there and I think that you're laughing. But here we are back at the caster's desk with Wolf and Leo, the animals wilding it out again here for your MPL PH playoffs. For season 5, Leo, they were. I kind of understand why 2 out of the 3 members of the panel went for the PSP's draft. It's probably because Blacklist draft is so, I would say, flavorful.
Yeah,
Very
it's too
spicy. There
it's
you
too
go.
spicy. There you go. I like it. It's got shades of season 4, a little bit of out of the MPL leagues. It's everywhere essentially. It's international. That's exactly what it is.
International.
It's
There it is.
worldwide. There you go.
Worldwide. It's all over the place. But yeah, Blacklist International, I would dare say S-Man almost stealing that away from his brother. By the way, the older brother is S-Man.
Yeah.
Playing for BSP. For Blacklist International, they're going for support Popol and Koopa. I'm actually surprised that Popol and Koopa is not helping. Oh! Okay, this is a core. What? Wait, where am I? Edward is playing the support Kagura, Honda Beast another support.
Yes.
So this is a core Popol, technically speaking, but on the utility side.
Yeah, it's more like Escanor's Popol and Koopa from the previous series.
Yeah.
Because they put it in the side lane. So there's that, and then there's Killer on the Masha, which was just the hotness in season 4. But look at this! Jiraxnu really low now on the X-board, on the Shiny as well, but they're keeping the pressure down. Edward goes down, Wilson gets the kill. Wilson! Honda B is gonna follow suit here, but not until Trevor gets the final touch. And wow, Wilson just biting down this Uranus.
Okay.
It's lethal.
It is. Execute Wilson with Execute Uranus. It works. People, if you haven't tried it out, man, you're missing out 1/4 of your Mobile Legends life. Try it out. I'm telling you, it's one of the most satisfying ever. But anyways, you know what? Blacklist International seemed to be raided, or at least caught by BSP. They were trying to steal, and they were successful in doing so. There was one time when Edward actually got 2 buffs, a blue buff and a red buff. They have stolen it. If you look at Kimi now, there aren't any available buffs for BSP.
Yeah.
But then again, they were far too forward, and Edward was punished by BSP. Counted as a support, honestly, but I think Edward might be now shifted into the core role, and it kind of feels like Blacklist International running him in more important, I would say, playing field. This for Edward, because Edward, I think that I mentioned this many times during the early group stages. Edward used to play as a core, and that was when he was playing outside of the league. Before he was being scouted out by teams, he was regarded as one of the unkillable cores because of his positioning and his knowledge of the game. Even as a kid.
Yeah, but here's what's interesting, BSB here with the 500 gold lead in Blacklist International with this international flavor. It's just everywhere. I just gotta say, man, it feels like they are on a bus on a one-way trip to Value Town. But check this out now, up top, S-Man being bursted down by Aqua. His brother gets the better of him, and down he goes. Aqua 1, S-Man 0.
Shader Goody though, gonna be caught. Export tumbling away. Now Trevor gonna go for this, but the turtle will be taken to the claw. Now Wilson wants to fight his target to middle and takes 1 kill. Now inside is gonna be the Angela, healing up Wilson and keeping him topped off. And this means that he'll get the double kill. Actually, the Angela takes the 2nd kill, but that's 2 kills favoring Wilson as well as Angela. S-Man, I guess that is him getting the better of his brother this time. 1-1 for the brothers.
1-1 in the brothers' war, and Wilson just keeping up. Killer become the kill lead as they now convert into this tower off the top. Ladies and gentlemen, BSB just taking down turret after turret, up top and down bottom, not giving Aqua much space now if this pressure continues. I was gonna say, if Blacklist International's lineup is very, how do we say, it's worldwide. It's international. It's all over the place. BSB though, they're not exactly orthodox either, right? You've got the Kaja, but you've also got the Uranus, and it seems like S-Man likes going into the Uranus.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense at first, but I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Wilson can't die. Wilson will never die if Angela's inside of him, and they can just keep doing this. They can just be a little sour. They can be sour to the right extent, and Wilson will just pop off and execute anybody in range.
Oh, Eduardo facilitates for a kill onto that Kaja. So much damage. Blacklist International. Trevor is gonna be changed. But yeah, if you think about it, it's more about you doubling down on your tankiness. And there's no hero from Blacklist International to punish that. They don't have true damage or percent-based damage, but so I say that Angela alone is an easy target for Blacklist International. But yeah, they don't have like a carry or an Esmeralda or maybe an export to take down that Uranus with Angela. So it's technically a fail-safe strategy from BSP.
Second to let S-Man flicker away where they caught him, even to use Heart Guard because he was actually available. He had it in, but SGD here gonna go down. Honda Beast gets the kill. Up next in line might have been Aqua, but he's out of here. He doesn't want this, but oh wait, give me a second. He's still in there. He could BMI out, saving the core and saving Blacklist a headache. And Wilson now with S-Man inside of him gonna be forced to move out and just go for the turtle. Edward looking like he can still go ahead and force it, but no, it's actually now Giraffesnu securing the turtle. And you know what? I think this Kimmy, it play a little safe. We're past 5 minutes, and I guess he's just been focusing on turrets.
Yeah, this is the Kimmy lineup that PSP is running to great success. I think in their last game in the regular season, they also donned the Kimmy lineup, and they were successful in doing so. They are punishing Blacklist International because BSB with this jungle mage killer emblem Kimmy will be able to take turrets and take turrets. Now Shiner Cutie for the sacrificial role. Have the immortality, pumps the last insanity to just defend and will be successful in doing so. Angela in here actually, he's being sustained, he is alive, and he's gonna be able to defend the turret. In fact, top lane it's gonna be pushed by BSB. Blacklist International, they're so busy with taking down Shiner Cutie that their top lane is already being pummeled down. However, now Honda Beast, this is the hunter being hunted this time by the side of Blacklist International. They were forced to go back to the top lane and weren't able to kill off Shider Cutie, the export, but they did force BSB back and will not lose their inhibitor. That was very scary for Blacklist International at one point, and BSB, they have a different plan this time.
Man, I would not have seen it this way. I actually, I gotta be honest here, confession time, thought Blacklist was in better shape, but what happened in the past 2 weeks since we last saw BSB? Because they're really taking it to Blacklist here. Blacklist is on the back foot, and they barely pushed one turret in mid. I'm wondering if they can wait for BSB's Kimmy to expire, but again, based on today's performances, that's more likely a no. Like, I feel like BSB here, they just need to, once again, just like Onic, they need to keep the Gator roll on and then just bite and make sure to just not let go and keep the pressure on.
Speaking of pressure, top lane, there's pressure from the Honda Beast Kufra, but Trevor will be alive this time. Sustained by the Angela. Aqua receives the last insanity pump and will have to back away with the BMI. Honda Beast receives a maximum charge, taps it like a beast as well. Dexstar, the only one to fall, along with Trevor from the side of BSB. But Blacklist International will lose the battle nonetheless, as Turtle now on the side of BSB, the third one killer, Masha.
Yeah, he's just working. Again, ladies and gentlemen, whenever we say somebody's working, somebody's doing their job, this is exactly what it is. And all the time, when we're talking about the turtle, when we're talking about kill, trading, that was killer. Just silently working the turret down bottom, and he successfully does, just leaving the last tier turret down bottom for BSB. This is the breathing space that Aqua needs, Wolf.
Yeah, definitely. X-Borg as well as Trevor wants to go for the collapse onto Edward, but Trevor is not going to be able to take out Edward. Actually, that wasn't the Divine Judgment used? That's not supposed to happen.
I don't know, it might have been in the middle of the overturn.
But that should not be the case, right?
Yeah, suppression should be absolute.
Wow. Okay, that's weird. Maybe I'll try that out later. But I'm
Could've
sure
been
the Tripper had Divine Judgment before that, and it's on cooldown now.
Yep, I think he used it. I agree, but it's an interaction we haven't seen in a while. But check this out now. Dexter forcing the issue up top. He's gonna have to call back Koopa, or else that wolf is gonna bite the dust now. Look at this. Up top, Wilson once more with S-Man inside of him chasing down Aqua. Will they go for the kill here? They get the orange, the purple back. And there you go, in the middle of everybody is Shider Cutie. Immortality pop. Is he going to survive? Yes, he will. He still has the Pyraga armor. Gonna go back up and live another day, I think. S-Man flickering out. They let go. Get the Lithomancer instead.
Okay, that's a weird interaction. A lot of ultimates forced, actually. S-Man forced to use the ultimate to go to Wilson. The Urangela, I would say. Combination.
It works. It works.
It works. Yeah, I mean, it already feels good if you're Uranus and this is the lineup you're facing. You go Anticuras and the Aqua, the Cloud is no longer a problem for you. And it makes it much better if there's an Angela with you, because you'll have extra damage and extra slows, which meant that you are still killing people like this time. Killer fortunately has got another set of life. He's maybe alive this time, sustaining this Uranus. Yeah, the last life bar, Urangela, still going through. They want to kill off Dexter this time, and they're dealing the damage. Now, Execration is available, but they might have been baited into a tough spot. The turret is still alive in that part of the map. Edward, though, responsible Shider Cutie might go for the Yin Yang overturn. In fact, Shider Cutie is going to lose all the Pyraga armor, flickering away just to be safe this time. So 1-for-1 trade-off will be there. And obviously, Blacklist International are happier with that, as they lose only a support or utility in exchange for a full Uranus.
Not bad too on the items for Dexter. He already has Thunderbelt and he already has Cursed Helm, both of which very good for his interactions with Koopa. So with that being said, there's something to ask you, Wolf. I think we're gonna have to wait who gets this Luminous Lord at 12 minutes. But check out Wilson's talent here. It's pull yourself together. Which would you prefer, the pull yourself together or the average?
Honestly, if you're all in for killing, you want to go for pull yourself together because it's the better late game tool in a way. I guess that the idea here for BSB is that they might prolong the game just because of the fact that Claude is available in your opponents. It means that your cooldown with the execute is aligned with the ultimate as well of the Angela. So it's almost always that you have a kill potential, whatever it is. So honestly, I like the pull yourself together before the Avarice was before the Avarice meta was used. I liked it better, although I always use Avarice as well. It just means that I am more present in the map. So it's dependent on the case. But I guess in this setting, you're gonna like it better.
Yeah, I like to think that it's also an insurance policy because your death limit is already so you're willing to trade a little more. You're willing to put yourself out there, and Wilson has been doing just that with a 5-2-3 record. 13 minutes in, Blacklist looks like they're gonna start up this Lord, but they know that someone up top from BSB is waiting. I really like how Shider Cutie is on this X board. We usually see him with these high performance mages, but he's been such a role player in this game so far.
I like it. I like his performance so far. 1-1-1. Actually, this is what surprised me. But I guess the map presence that he gives to his team makes it so that BSB is getting the better of Blacklist International. Now, I guess the better question is Kimi expired already at this point?
Yeah.
At how many minutes do we have? Somebody's blocking us. 14 minutes.
Yeah.
There you go. And I can only say that I can only answer yes because of the fact that he's facing up against Masha. Masha is a much better pusher or a turret taker in the latter stages of the game. Almost any part of the game, but even so in the late game, Wilson though, unkillable Uranus. Well, there's the Angela helping him out and keeping him safe once again. They stun up Trevor. There's the ultimate coming out from the Koopa. He's doing as well. Ginang overturn on top of it. That's insanity gonna be used by BSB, but they're still losing the battle this time. They take down the Kagura, and now Wilson and S-Man, they will have to divide themselves as Wilson is finally taken down. Shider Cutie gonna be caught by the stun. Still has the immortality. Some healing in there, some life steal. Flickers away. Jumping from the Koopa though. Catching him again. S-Man is down. Shider Cutie, the second life. might also fall, but he will burst down on the beast first, and what a good timing on the last insanity to pop that man. However, Blacklist International will lose the Lord to Blacklist International. My goodness. I said Blacklist International twice, but I meant that BSB will lose the overall trade-off. We have an instant replay, Leo. Tell me what happened.
No question, man. It's crazy because the AOE on Blacklist International got the better of BSB's more focused type of damage. Check this out. Jiraxnu just really forcing the issue. He tried his best, and his best just wasn't enough. And now look at that. Oh wow! Again, he gets free of the Divine Judgment. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So I guess it really does come down to Kagura's kit.
Here, so suppression except every sort of crowd control immunity except the Kagura. Wow, it's weird, but Shadow Gritty gonna be caught popping the Firaga armor in the view of the defense. Oh, on the beast though, top one global Kufra showing up, and I think that so far the performance of Honda Beast living up to his name with the god of the Kufra in the PH scene, or even the world, maybe.
Yep. Given Raflesia, another crowd favorite, Kufra, a run for his money. So check this out up top now. Pressure from Killer, taking down that last turret before the base of BSB, if you will. And now, Wolf, Blacklist International, choking BSB out of their buffs. No orange for you. Jiraxnu, Shider Cutie. Now I'm starting to feel he's just becoming way too much of a defensive X-Borg. It's way too defensive now, but that just might be an overall representation of where BSB is at now. For the past 5 minutes, man, Blacklist International has come up, and they've gotten to the lead. It's 4,000 gold. 4,000 gold, and this is Aqua with 217. 2 kills off of that Bounty Hunter. So where's the gold going? Everywhere else, I guess. Everywhere else.
And you know what? The worst thing about this is that Blacklist International has got 3 scaling cores. For BSB, it's literally just the Uranus. I mean, in terms of damage, X-Borg is always present, and as well as Uranus, but the Kimi might not be the case. Donning the Mage Killer, I mean, when it just comes to like the raw damage output that they can dish out in the late stages, you're definitely gonna favor Blacklist International, even with just Edward just showering with all of his skills, and even dying at the end already did his job.
It's fine, yeah. He's expendable at that point. He's expendable. Okay, I think our panelists have figured it out. It might actually have been the Umbrella Flea on Kagura that allowed Kaja to essentially miss the Divine Judgment. So, nice catch right there on Edward. And despite that, I think he would have played Kagura in anyways. But check this out now. Shider Cutie coming in, popping the immortality on the beast himself. And Aqua here at half health. At least with an orange buff, they're gonna have to back off because the rest of BSB is gonna come in and answer back. By the way, S-Man has Harp Guard, so they have to watch out for this because the Wilson, the Urangela combo is real.
No, I love the son of Urangelus. Like
Urangelus, right? You put it in the middle. Yeah,
Urangelus, love it. Because that's literally what Angela does. Gets inside. Right?
Not in the back, not in the front. It's inside. There you go. I was smart. I thought I was dumb, but thank you. All right, back to the action. 11-11, 4,000 gold lead still on Blacklist International. No penetration just yet on either base. But I like how Blacklist has kind of stuck through. They're not exactly, they're gonna be just letting go. But look at this now. Will burst it down. Killer gets the final touch. Look at that. Just barely alive. Jiraxnu invaded in there by Edward, and it's fine. Oh wow, Blazing Duet still online. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Shider Cutie is gonna be up next. They popped his immortality. 4 men down on BSB, and Shider Cutie's up next. That's the wipeout, and that's going to be Blacklist International. They're not gonna convert it to Lord anymore. We're just gonna finish this right on the spot. Less than 20 minutes in. Wolf, I think it's the game.
It is the game. That was such an amazing display of teamfight coordination from Blacklist International. They have on the beast with the stuns. They have Edward with the yin yang overturn and also bursting down the backlines with the Kagura. This is something that we have missed for sure. Kagura has now been present in the meta only as a support nowadays, but Edward showing us how it's done. Blacklist International shocking the world with this all over the place, this worldwide lineup, this global lineup. I don't know what you might call it, but them being all over the place made them win this game anyways. So
yeah, here's that game by the numbers. Again, I think there's some method to the madness, if you will. Given that, as we put it, Blacklist International's lineup is all over the place. I think that's what allowed Aqua to just farm up and get the whopping 14,000 gold that he amassed and just be more of a presence rather than if they had a more streamlined composition, right? So this allowed them to attack from different angles and gave Killer on the Masha some space to allow Aqua to breathe and farm up instead of if he was a more traditional in this current meta sense offlaner, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And BSB by no means did they not perform good in that specific game.
No.
I think that they had it as well in the early game, just like a Kimi lineup would. But as just said, as a Kimi lineup would, it will expire eventually. And unfortunately, they didn't have an insurance policy. But let's see what the panel thinks. That's it from us, at least for game number 1. The Animals will throw it back to Rock Hard.
Thank you very much, Wolf and Leo, for the color for commentary there. Right there for the game 1, Blacklist International versus BSB. I'm Rockhart, alongside Seiya and Nomad to try to break that down for you guys, because you gotta give it to Nomad. He stuck to his guns and it did pay off. Good for you, man. But I think you already said it. I mean, I think Leo already highlighted, or I think that's Wolf, that this lineup is basically, the Blacklist lineup is like a super late game lineup. That as long as they survive, they'll probably win already. I just didn't think that BSB would not be able to pull it off. Either way, we're here to the highlights and to show you it wasn't completely one-sided. I mean, there were moments where you thought, you know what, BSB could clean this out. And it just goes to show you can never really tell in these tournaments.
Yes, and like what we all say, draft-wise is one of two things for you to win into a game. But in terms of execution, it's the caliber of performances for Blacklist. It really goes. It's showing prowess. And you have to take note as well that yes, BSB has the early game potential. They have it with the help of Kimi's early game potential, and it's also a lane bully as well. But come this mid game right here, the Kagura is really showing online with the yin yang overturn and the umbrella as well. So it kind of knocked back the members of BSB in a position wherein it took that as a disadvantage for them.
And being as the Blacklist International roster is, just like what you said, a hyper late game type of composition, as long as they hold it out, considering the fact that Masha, Popo, and Koopa are one of the most item-dependent heroes in this game, as long as they get their items, they will be able to push out, and that is exactly what happened there. But regardless, Claude Aqua on that club will be our smart game MVP of this game number 1. 58,000 damage being dealt and a 518 KDA.
That's actually pretty good considering we were not expecting Claude to actually farm up that much in the earlier parts of that game. So I'm amazed that he was able to reach these break points without too much casualties. And I gotta say, that's what happens. That's what happens when you have a team that you got a plan, you got to stick to it, and they really did. I think it's a great idea to have Honda Beast here in this one, and subbing in is actually really smart. Overall, I think it should still. After seeing everything I've seen, I still think that would have been a super winnable game there for BSB in like the first 10 minutes.
Mhm.
And I feel bad about that.
Yeah, I agree. Especially
Right.
during the
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
right.
Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, especially during the fact where BSB was already sieging the top inhibitor turret, that could have been winnable. But it just goes to show that Popol and Koopa had the items ready, as well as Masha. They relatively had enough sustain to survive the initial push there, and they were able to stop it. And that is when the snowball started happening.
Mhm. But this also leaves a question to the overall draft of Blacklist. Okay, we are already emphasizing that it is on a hyper late game, but BSB can still pull it off if they deny that hyper late gameplay, because there was a certain moment at the time that BSB really had it. It's just that I guess they were a bit too patient and cautious to the point that Blacklist escalated from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah, that's been pretty prevalent there in that matchup. Now, what do you think Blacklist is gonna stick to this trend where I actually imagined the lineup, right? There's a Popol and Koopa on top, and then there's like a Masha on the bottom lane. Anyway, that's something that we'll have to check as we get into this video real quick.
Gets Molino. And goes down. We're not going to be bumped. Anthem Steve doesn't even matter because it hurts. Crimson's going to go down. Loss over words. Wilson's going to be diving in the backlines. And SCI, they're going to try to defend this, but they don't have enough minions here available. But now they do. And this is going to be a BNB game. It doesn't matter anymore.
Try to defense, pero tumalon na pabalik. Secret, using the damage, pero tumanggap din siya ng bola-bola. Wala kay Bruno, pero Jawhead will actually fall down. The carry was able to get it. Pero ito, napakagandang talon. Tower lock?
Nako po, tower lock na dito para kay Barin. Siya lang on game.
With BSB able to push him back now, but BSB is wrapping around Deep Fam right now. Hylos gets taken out. Kimmy gets another kill. X-Sword is the rest.
This time X-Sword trying to win this with his signature hero, but it's not going to be enough. Geo is going to go down as well. This means that BSB will take on the base.
BSB's journey all the way here until the playoffs. Let's go into the pickings here for BSB versus Blacklist International Game 2. And bans are already out and about. Fam's gonna be locked in by BSB. And from that video, I think you already saw the game style of BSB, right? So scrappy and always capitalizing on team fights, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty evident onto the highlights that we've seen earlier for BSB. But again, this scrappy type of gameplay, I think it could work, but I think that could be working only on several games. It's not as consistent as it is. So I think for the side of BSB, they have to really polish it out. Draft wise, it's already okay. I think they just need that a certain amount of maintenance, that they can maintain that aggression from early up to the game actually ends. And for the side of Blacklist, Nomad, I think you would agree with me that in terms of caliber performance, Blacklist has it. It's just that it needs further polishing.
That is true, but I feel like Blacklist's initial draft during game number 1 is a cheese draft for that, because it's slowly looking like it's going to be a standard game here for Blacklist International. The Jihad and Uranus pretty solid off side lanes for that. Pretty sure a core is going to be locked in here for Blacklist International. Kimmy might be a good choice here. Instead, they're going to be securing the Kufra, and they might just limit out the choices here for BSB in terms of tanks.
Yeah, from a super core to a super tank lineup real quick. I like the change of pace here for Blacklist. On the other side, they are holding out there for possibly a Ling. It's it's not out of the question anymore. I think this automatically will become a link, unless it gets taken by Blacklist. We'll have to wait and see, because I feel like BSB, they want that link there. The ban was left to the Hylos, surprisingly, instead of a link, which is a bit surprising. What's the Angela gonna do except for a ling, right? This is already a giveaway.
Yeah. But I think banning out that Hylos only means that Blacklist International is quite confident facing an Angeline kind of tandem right here. And I think for Blacklist, they already have, for the side of BSB, they already have the Esmeralda and the Tom. So in terms of being crunchy to the battlefield, I think BSB is equipped with that. But maybe, Black may be thinking that, oh, I think BSB is gonna go for a more sustainable kind of lineup, hence the reason why they banned out Hylos. But we'll have to see. And for BSB, they banned out the Far.
And with that, they do get the link here, which is a pseudo throwback to a Sunsparks game where they were able to just secure the link there. But a potential Bruno Grok or a carry Grok pickup here for BSB. And Angela, to add to that, the times when the amount of time where Grok would be alive in the fight would be substantial now for BSB.
Sicilian.
And on the Beast, securing out the Sicilian as the final pick for Blacklist International might just mean that they want to go for individual pickoffs and not for full-on 5v5 team fights where BSB will inherently shine.
I mean, either that or go straight into super far mode here for the Ling, while Honda Beast and the trio just hunts for kills non-stop. That's basically 4-1 for you. On the other side, though, it's BSB a little more straight. And I don't know why Dexstar is pointing at me, or us. It's kind of fun to watch. Quick predictions here. Seiya and Nomad. Quick, go ahead.
Quick predictions, I'll go with Blacklist this time. It's team-oriented versus individual. And individual can really work out well. Individual, pickoff can really work out well during the phases of the game. So, Blacklist.
If BSB works their lineup right and make sure that the checks are on, it might be a BSB game. So I'm gonna have to go for BSB.
Yeah, I think it's easier for BSB to actually execute this, to be honest. But Blacklist, I kind of like what they're going for. This is denied Ling, so I think that's gonna be a Blacklist game for me. Either way, I'm not sure what Wolf and Reptar would have. Leo will have to say. I keep saying that. They've been playing a lot. Either way, here we are. Wolf and Leo, the animals. Take it away.
Renmar is with us in spirit for sure. I think that he's one of the jaw heads we're seeing. Because Reptar, Leo, Wolf, the jaw heads, but nevertheless, big shout out to Reptar. Wolf and Leo back in action here at the caster's desk, coming over from the Blacklist favored panel. There it is.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel the same, honestly, Leo. I was looking at the draft, and I feel that with the Kufra and the order of the pick from Blacklist International securing the link, this should be favored on the Blacklist side. What do you feel about this game, however, Leo?
As you mentioned, the draft on Blacklist is very strong, and not just the picks, but on BSB's side, with them being on the back foot here, I have a big question mark on that Kaja ban. Like, I'm pretty sure that they had a very good reason to ban it out, but we saw in game 1 that the Kaja was insignificant. Like, there was very little he was able to do on Trevor. So with that being said, this right here, the lineup the Blacklist Internationals bring in, I'm feeling like it's an elimination lineup. Like, I feel like they smell blood in the water, and S-Man started to bleed, and they're gonna drop BSB. I feel like it might be this game.
It's like having your garden shears, or at least your set of knives, and you're gonna use it this time. No, S-Man will try to outspeed the jungle take of Blacklist International. I thought that it was Blacklist International to actually go for the invades, but it seems like BSB will be doing the opposite, the direct opposite. BSB, look at this. They will not see Doritos getting this buff while they were able to secure a counter blue, their own blue will not be
Yeah,
safe.
they're passing it around, Wolf. Wilson got their own. Wilson got the purple, and Carry, that's Giraffe's new, got the orange.
Yeah.
Okay, so automatically that puts BSB up about 1,000 gold lead. Man, I think we counted BSB out, or is this Blacklist playing much like in game one and giving the early game?
No, I think that we did not respect the what potentially BSP can do, and I like this because it's the better read. Honestly, I was thinking that Blacklist International will go for the invader, maybe start on their own red. Right, that should have been the case for Blacklist International. Like take the red and then take the opposing blue buff, because there's no way that they're gonna win against like the 4-man mid from BSP. I think they cleared off the mid lane so quickly that Blacklist International weren't able to react, and that's also why they are leading by 1,000 gold right now. And you know what? They're still taking the top lane, so really good for BSP. Might be able to get that turret very early on, 2 minutes into this game.
And they're mirroring here. Down bottom, though, check it out. The past moment there was actually Blacklist going for a German cup. It was Wunderbar. But then again, I think they forgot to capitalize on it, because up top, BSB just kept the pressure on and eventually pushed. Wow, 2 minutes in, Wolf, and already a tower for BSB. Now just elevating their lead up to about 1,500 gold. Get some change for sure.
We'll see how. We'll see how, because it's I honestly am not that scared about for Blacklist International, because it's not about the gold in a way. It's more about the presence of whoever gets the buff at a certain point. For example, this one, I like this one from BSP because it's the second rotation of buffs. So it's the second set of buffs, and if they are able to deny this once again to against the Ling, away from the Ling, I mean, it's gonna be much better. But this is another attempt from the Uranus.
Yeah, that's actually killer. Going for the purple, but now on the beach, Shider Cutie smells blood. On the Thams, this time once more, leaving the mage role back. But check this out now, Aqua, who wants to get on S-Man, but S-Man with a wild charge, running his brother into the wall. But Aqua is able to get away, but only for a second, as S-Man says, "You're mine, all right? You're literally mine. You're my brother, but I'll also take you down."
Okay. I'm your older brother for a reason, I guess.
So that S-Man 1, Aqua 0 for game 2.
For game 2. For game 2. Okay, so keeping tabs. Oh, okay. I'm correct, right? S-Man is the older
yes.
brother?
Yes.
Right.
S-Man is the older brother. He's the one in BSB. Correct. All right. Also, something to note here: S-Man and Trevor, they swapped roles here. S-Man now the more dedicated tank, and Trevor on the support. So this was the opposite in game 1.
Well, for Blacklist International, Honda Beast back with his top one, Kufra, Caliber, hero, Dexstar on aggressive support Jawhead. Edward on a Sicilian, so this is actually a core Sicilian. It kind of fits the role of how Edward plays. Even when I was talking about earlier, was playing as a core mid, it was for all these hardcore mages, right? So it was for Lunox, but now with the positioning coming up from Edward, not gonna be finished out. There's the ultimate attempts to play stable carry. Now Esman is in trouble. Aqua gets the better of his brother. Gets maybe getting a double kill this time, and indeed he will. Angela is gonna be there. Just the toss though, ejector from Dexstar, denying BSB's advance in it to the mid lane, and Blacklist International all of a sudden wins it back.
I think that was a mistake on Dexstar. I think they really could have forced the fight a little more, because there's just what, Shider Cutie and Wilson left, and just maybe they could have pushed it. But no, I agree. That was a Blacklist International winning that exchange, and they'll take what they can and move on. So that's good. I think it was a mistake on, for the brothers. Yes, I think it was a mistake on Giraffe's as well. He pushed himself a little too forward. But check this out. There you go with the ejector on Dexstar, but then again, it's another disengage. BSB gonna go for the Necromancer instead. As I was saying, Giraffe's earlier was a little too forward. He put himself in the probably more dangerous half of the river, which allowed Blacklist make the most of it and off of the initiation on Honda Beast. But check us out now in the top lane near the jungle. Honda Beast going 1v1 against Shider Cutie. Shider Cutie with the bite, gonna let go, but gonna pop the Potter's Inferno now.
Blacklist International, I'm kind of feeling that without the Counter Inferno, they might have a chance to fight, or maybe they just want to secure this red buff. Orange. Shider Cutie is here, got tested, but there's the Blacklist International Turtle, though it's going to be taken to the carry. The Sicilian dealing so much damage, and now who's going to take the buff? We are not sure. It's going to be onto Aqua this time, so at least that's buff secured. Now the funnel of the Blacklist International, it's into fruition. Oh! This is Angry Gloss, but Dexter is here to cut the slack. Aqua jumping into the wall, but will not even commit to S-Man at this point.
I like that. You got the Sanguine Claws, and he let S-Man think he got away, and then you get the ejector once more, and mini heart attack moment there for BSB, but they're fine. They disengage, and now they put some pressure down onto bottom. Aqua gonna be using the Blades of Tempest, or the Tempest of Blades, as a way to retreat, but nonetheless, the pressure is on. Bottom has been pushed down there. Edward can't engage. He's pretty low, gonna have to go home here. Up top, 1v1. It's Killer versus Shider Cutie.
Third fire gonna be popped. Execute is available, but the rest of the cavalry is coming. Aqua all of a sudden is here up top, trying to juggle away from Shider Cutie, but that's Angela into the dams, and the Killer is in trouble. The Killer now the killed, as BSB punishes that aggressive Uranus.
You know what? I appreciate the Angela now a little more today. I learned that you could put her inside a Thames, you could put her inside a Uranus, but look at this now. Big fight happening in the purple buff area of Blacklist International. This turret's gonna go down courtesy of your boy Trevor, and they're gonna disengage. I like it. BSB just went in, did the job, got out.
And you know what? They were able to finish a third as well, so it's a really good trade. And if you look at the economy, they are racking up the gold. 22k for BSB as they are securing the purple buff for Draxto on top of the thorough buff. So maybe this is another 30 seconds of them fighting, looking for a fight, to say the least.
Resurrecting soon.
Seems like that is around the third turtle area. Who's gonna take it? And it seems like BSB are gonna take it so easily, unless of course Honda Beast with the jump. They want to go for the Grok this time, but there's the defense. Angela going inside. Grok, and it seems like yes, Angela fits all. My goodness, and Kufra is gonna be punished. Edward cannot do anything about that. Grok tanks through it all. Blacklist International are lacking the damage at this point, but BSB still wants to fight this. Wants to dive again under the turret. Not the most advisable one as they disengage. Blacklist International will only lose one.
Jump from Honda Beast it was for naught because of once more. Wow, the wombo combo, the one size fits all, as you mentioned. Trevor can just go into anybody at this point and save the day, and that's exactly what happened there. It was a jabate move, right? Blacklist got jabated. They were able to push the tower, or at least put it down to that much health. It's very little, as you can see. And of course, force them to overextend and get Honda Beast in the process. But look at this now, S-Man. That's a death bush for you. Dexter gonna back out. I'm liking it so far. You know what? As we talked about it earlier, we said it would be Blacklist taking this and even maybe invading, you know, and having at least the early game advantage, given that they picked up the Ling. And I think at the point, you'll agree with me, when they drafted the Ling, we felt like the deal was done, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I think it just comes down to the way that they play. We did not put that into perspective or into consideration, and now I'm pleasantly proven wrong. I'm surprised.
Yeah, because what BSB did is just to outspeed them. If you are first to clear out the minion wave in the first round and first to go into that purple buff area, it means that you have a better control of that area. I mean, because you're first in there and you can your formation is much better. The fact that the Ling will cannot find an angle from where he can approach, that's also one thing that you have to take note from Blacklist International. BSB was so good in controlling the Ling just because of raw positioning. And then there come a time where the Angela was already so strong when it comes to supporting his teammates, because again, the support, the sustain coming from the Angela is also scaling in a way. And now it's already a problem because Ling, as good as it is as a hero, without added damage, without any bruiser, I would say, you won't have your killing potential. I mean, they have the Uranus to take down the damage. They have the Sicilian,
The
but I think that
Jawhead.
yeah, the Droid as well. I think that they'll have to wait for 5 more minutes before the Sicilian is realized. And that's also it's a tricky timing because that's also when carry from the opposing team is also very strong, and maybe they won't have enough damage coming out from the Sicilian and the Link. So a lot of question marks here for Blacklist International as we approach the late game. Not saying that they have lost this game already. I'm just saying that they have a lot of issues to deal with. But yeah, Leo, what do you think about the performance so far of BSB?
I like what BSB is doing. Truth be told, again, you'll hear it in the way we spoke and the words we chose that it felt like it was over. It felt like maybe Blacklist is in elimination mode and they're gonna knock BSB out. But as we're seeing now, BSB is putting up a fight. BSB wants to continue, and BSB is so far continuing. And if this keeps going on the way it is, then we're going to be seeing game three. So, yeah, I think the trouble started for Blacklist International. Not to speak like it's over. Oh, wait, hold up. Aqua looking really low. Gets hit by S-Man. The brothers, they want to go at it. On the beat, cut out as well. Jiraxo gets the kill. Hold up. I think I've seen this before. This is, no, wait. It just feels like deja vu. Wilson jumps into the back. They get away. All right. This felt like a moment from earlier. Wherein they actually caught out on the beast.
Oh man, S-Man, I think it's 5-1 now in terms of the scores for the brothers. Or I don't know.
Total 5-1. Total?
Maybe. I don't know because S-Man has been keeping tab of this Granger. He wasn't able to kill Aqua more, but the fact that he's stopping Aqua from getting the buffs or participating in fights is because of a well-timed wild charge. I already give that as a point for the drop.
Yes. As a parlay for the non-killer hero, right? Because he's a tank.
Right.
I'll agree. Yeah, and despite us just pointing out that maybe this is a brothers' war, maybe there's vendetta here. No, I think he's just doing good tank things by shutting down the link.
Yeah. And now this is scary for Blacklist International. They will have to last the day against the Lord of BSB's push, and that's a big problem, honestly. The Endless Battle, the Golden Staff, and the Thunder Belt for the carry.
And the belt. I like it. Actually, looking at the lineup now on BSB, it makes sense. Like all the four heroes that they have, save for Trevor's Angela, they all seem very, very independent.
Yeah.
Right? It's like they can just go for something, like go for an objective on the map. Maybe save for Jiraxo, but that's the core we're talking about. Save for Jiraxo, all of them can just force plays, and then Trevor just has to follow through.
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways for them to approach the team fight. So yeah, I agree with you. On the beast though, have to flicker away, and that's already a front of your initiation from Blacklist down for the count. Do they have the wave gear though? I guess they have Edward at this point, but they kind of have to rack up in terms of damage. Oh, what a nice ultimate. There's the wild charge, but there's the punishment. Now Tams is gonna fall as well as the grab, but they did take out the turret. Now Inhibitor down in the middle. Lord is gonna fall soon. Blacklist International, they will be able to defend their base at least, but their middle lane turret is down in exchange for a kill on Shider Cutie, and I think BSB are content with that trade.
Worth it. I'd say worth it, man. Maybe 8 times out of 10 worth it. That's Shider Cutie on the Tams, and I mentioned it earlier. I'm gonna say it again. I really like how Shider Cutie, for the playoffs at least, has transitioned into this role. We're usually seeing him on heroes that are mages, right? We've seen him before on Lilia. We've seen him on the likes of an Esmeralda, but now he's letting Wilson take over. But real quick, there's a fight breaking out up top here. Wilson in the bushes, waiting for someone to make the mistake of walking in, and S-Man gonna move down towards mid and transition into taking this Lithomancer on the beast, trying to catch someone off. Oh, sees Wilson, but it's not enough. There was an inch between them.
An inch between them, indeed. BSB running away to safety. They still have 10,000 gold terms of lead against Blacklist International, and I think that they're just waiting for the second Lord before they try to push in. I like how BSB is taking this slowly. There's no need to rush, anyways.
Discipline.
Because they do have better scaling cores in the late game. Obviously, Sicilian will have good amount of damage in the early game, but it's not gonna be as flashy or as quickly as what Harry can do. With a little bit pokes into Shatter QT, but it's just some dancing from both teams that are here. Killer with the jump. Aqua though in a bad spot would be really bad for the team. Then again, there's the jumping falling star moon, I mean, but it's not gonna be enough yet. Killer is gonna go down, or will he? There's the ultimate though, punishment on the Esmeralda. It's gonna be a 1-for-0 trade, but BSB will be able to take an inhibitor turret, and they're happy with it. As much as they want.
Yeah. Again, they're happy with it. It's another episode of BSB gives up a hero for a turret. Catch us on the next episode when we hit top, and I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it.
What? Clock of Destiny at 14 minutes. Not my taste, actually.
My cup of tea either, but I've seen people do this. Sometimes it's what you need. That little boost in mana, magic damage and HP. Sometimes it's what you need. But check this out. S-Man just walking around like it's his own house. It's actually Blacklist jungle. And yeah, I think their next target's gonna be top. That they're gonna give another hero up for top, and it's gonna be worth it one more time.
Now the next one is probably the Lord.
Luminous Lord now.
Luminous Lord. It's gonna be started by BSB now with the carry. Obviously having the right kit to solo kill this Lord. But look that they have found Honda Beast. Will be reset. The backlines, that's Johan on by S-Man once again. Wild Charge, preemptively used now on the Beast as well as the rest. Wanna go for Wilson this time, but Wilson gets away. Shider Cutie now in front with the countered Inferno. There's the Blacklist International, they try to run away. Dexter now in trouble from Wilson. Will be able to run the rest of BSB. I'm kinda lagging in here, but Killer, the damage being a problem for S-Man, but now BSB want to take the Lord.
Yeah, Shades of SGD.
Yes,
SGD. This is just all smoke and mirrors. They're gonna give up Shider Cutie here. But will it be enough? Oh no!
The Brock secures it. That's S-Man once again. They jump in for Killer. Killer goes down with the knock-up now. Angela onto Jiraxo. On the Beast now in trouble. He's gonna be taken out. Look at the damage from the carry as well as Wilson. Aqua will use the ultimate, but for not. As he will be taken out. Only one left. That's Edward. Yet to die this game. Might not even need to die. Needs to run. There's a lot of minions. There's a lot of minions for BSB.
That's the wipeout, and I think that's the game. Ladies and gentlemen, BSB is still in it. Shorts and all. 1-1 is our record as BSB holds on for tournament life. Man, they're giving Blacklist International a run for the money.
And what a treat we have the last 2 years of the day. Both teams not wanting to give up yet, and we will go to a game 3 decider of who advances lower bracket to face, I think, Execration, and the loser will just get out of the tournament. That's gonna be an exciting last game. So you are looking at the post-game stat on the Beast. Not so good of a performance, but it's more like how BSB played around him.
Yeah.
Edward,
man, this is a surprise for the day. Again, I was counting earlier, right? How many surprises we've seen so far in the playoffs, and I'll count this as one. The Swiss Army Knife Angela.
Yeah, it is. It is. If literally anybody appears to pick up hit Angela, even in the last series, last clash, I think it was the Esmeralda or maybe the carry. But yeah, proving it to us that it's not about the tank heroes, it's not about the mobile heroes. It's all about how you execute. S-Man and the gang, they are rallying behind the brunt of BSB, and now forcing a game number 3. I'm sure that the panel is so happy about this as we are. And let's take it back to the panel. Rockhart, what have we got in store from there?
Thank you so much for that amazing commentary, Wolf. and Leo. There you go. I got you. Rockhard, Seiya, and Nomad back here on the panelist desk. I'm not sure. I'm not happy because I was wrong. I don't know about you guys.
Me, I feel like I'm not gonna have any more predictions for tonight because every time I vouch for a team, magical plays happen, and I get wrong. So, Nomad, I think this is for you because you got the right answers.
I'm at 100% for this series right now, guys. Come on, you gotta step up your prediction game. But yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, it was just so masterful of how BSB were actually able to execute all the win conditions that they have. One is that they were able to deprive Blacklist a lot of the farm that they need. Two, they were fighting cohesively and coherently. And that is something that Blacklist International, especially Aqua, lacked, because there were a lot of times that we didn't see Aqua commit or hesitate.
I don't know. I'm gonna get into that really, really soon. But of course, let's have a look at the highlights here. There were points where the Sicilian had like twice the damage output of the Ling. You do not see that in any other team. So, right from there, I feel like the early game damage output, the early game team fights were actually pretty good here. I gotta say, for Blacklist. But in the end, man, Aqua just had a hard time keeping up with everyone else. Over and over again, there were so many times where indecision actually caused him to just go out flat right, go down right to his face. I mean, there's no way to go about it. And a Ling without an Angela, apparently maybe they got too used to having the Angela, right? That just Ling itself is becoming a little bit squishy, way too squishy to play against heroes like the Esmeralda, against heroes like the Uranus. And of course, MVP, smart game MVP, gonna be Grok there, S-Man. 111k damage received. I'm not surprised at that point. So, sorry.
It's very evident that BSB, specifically Trevor, he demonstrated that the Angela can be utilized very efficiently as a support hero, even though there is no press of the Ling.
Yeah, a Swiss Army knife, as the casters did give it to us. So there's just only so much that you can actually say about that. I think the biggest factor is, even if they did pick up the Angela on the other side, they had Esme. So not much of a counterplay available, or maybe that's maybe part of the traps that were slayed out there by BSB. So commend to them for that. But overall, for me, it's more of BSB kind of falling short on their own gameplay instead of BSB stepping it up. BSB played a perfectly normal game and even had difficulties in closing it out for a majority of that game. So I'm not gonna say they outplayed Blacklist at all.
I agree. I think it's not outplay. I think it's just abusing the hesitations of Aqua specifically into the game. And we have to take note, this is already playoffs. This is the moment for Blacklist, specifically Aqua, to not really hold back anymore. And I think that's one of the key factors for them to win coming game 3.
Yeah, this should be a sign that Blacklist International needs to wake up. I'm gonna point out Aqua here specifically because he needs to be decisive. If he's gonna go for a fight, he needs to commit to that fight and not just back off altogether. Or even if he's gonna retreat, don't hesitate and pick up the swords if you're Ling and then come back into the fight. No, you just have to decide. That's how you win the games. If you want to win the game, you have to decide that you want to win the game.
Yeah, there are so many times when dude, just ult and then walk out. You know, you don't have so many times.
I feel the frustration of Rockhart right here because I think this is a personal choice of his. This is a certain type of hero that Rockhart personally uses as well. So, for those who are asking, why do we pinpoint Aqua as often as possible? Because you have to take note in using a Ling. You shouldn't be hesitant to actually go for team fights. Number 2, you have to be aggressive as much as you can. You have to take note that the Ling is an assassin. And it's not all of the time that the Ling is going to be in the gameplay. He's there for the cleanup. And if you're not going to do your cleanup job, then it's demonstrated by BSB. They won the game.
A better draft might be the call here for Blacklist International. Sometimes Ling's not worthy of a ban, yes, but sometimes you just gotta let go of Ling. You don't have to steal it every given opportunity that he's not banned.
Yeah,
you know,
especially if it's not like if you're not super confident in using it yet, right? I mean, they did have some shining moments. I have to tell you, but it was a bit lacking. So I hope they can pump that up a little bit more if they want to make a comeback play here. Because BSB, I'm pretty sure they're pretty hype here as we go into game 2, game 3 draft here for BSB versus Blacklist International.
Ooh, looks like they already paid attention to the Angela, and that is the one that Blacklist International will be banning out. It means that, for as a support, there is that certain amount of threat that Blacklist really respected, and that's a good call for them.
Immediately going in for the Popol Kupa and Angela ban here for Blacklist International. Claude and Selena being banned out by BSB, and they're gonna try to go for a solid side lane lineup here once again. The Blacklist opting to go for the Thumbs as the first pick. On the flip side, BSB looking for a Kaja and another supplementary pick here for them.
Yeah, let's pick a Kagura again so we can see a little bit more of the interactions between the Kaja and the Kagura. In all seriousness, that would work, I think. But again, team fighting is something that Blacklist really does well. And in all seriousness, the Kagura would probably do well against this one, since we did see it's a little immune to the Kaja. It's one of the few heroes, or maybe the only hero that's immune to Divine Judgment. We're gonna have to wait and see if Blacklist is gonna decide around that, because they did pick up the Esmeralda, a pretty solid counter. Doesn't even need to remove the Angela anymore if they were gonna pick this up. So I'm a little confused about that.
Yeah, and I think Blacklist here is going for a more fundamentals right here, and really crunchy in terms of survivability, because they have the Thumbs, the Cooper, and the Esmeralda all together. But if they're going to make this Esmeralda one of the damagers, they shouldn't really depend on Esmeralda alone. But for the side of BSB, looks like they will be locking up a Granger alongside with the export here as well. Pretty
Interestingly enough, one of the rarer, one of the most rarest marksmen to show up here in the pro scene so far. Granger gonna be locked in. BSB, this is pretty much old school gaming. They might be reverting back into comfort because you guys know one of these teams are going to be eliminated from the playoffs. Yeah. So this is the draft of their season for now for both of these teams. So what's it going to be? It's a big question. Brock going to be out of the commission, which is actually pretty good. It does counter up a lot of Kufra plays, a lot of Esme plays, same with the FAM. So Brock is a pretty solid ban, considering it's also one of the most played heroes as well on the side of BSB. So the last few picks, are we still looking for a pretty solid tank? Who are we looking for here, guys? Atlas waving?
Atlas maybe waving. How about you, Nomad?
I don't feel the Atlas, to be honest. This Blacklist International lineup would just be detrimental for BSB if Atlas just go ahead and went for the fatal links onto them. Especially Kufra. As soon as Kufra lands smackdown in the middle of these guys, that's gonna be game over for BSB. But Blacklist is up bring over last lot.
Wow.
Hey, Lolita, this is classics here.
Lolita. This is a composition that's definitely gonna tear up through this Kimmy. Kind of blocks everything that the Granger and the Lolita is gonna give you. Oh my God, Blacklist. Okay. This is a Blacklist lineup. This is a pretty solid Blacklist lineup, I gotta say. As long as Aqua's a lot more confident on the Lancelot than the Ling, this could work well here for the Blacklist International agents.
To be honest, I'm also liking the composition of Blacklist International right here because they got the sustain, they got the CC, and they deny this Kimmy pretty well with this Lolita alone. And plus, they have the Lancelot as the priority core damager right here. So it's pretty interesting. I think I'm going for Blacklist on this one.
I'm gonna have to go to Blacklist International here because at the end of the day, the root of every single game is that if you can catch people, you can kill people, and that is how Blacklist is going to be playing this. No chance for BSB to win this.
Yep, absolutely. That's a free 0 here for Blacklist in the analyst desk. Let's see what Wolf and Leo has to say and who's going to be going into the lower bracket final, round 2.
Yeah, it's 10 p.m. Mobile Legends action. You've been playing for what? Good 8 hours of Mobile Legends, and your brain is somewhat mush at this point. And you can see double marksman going up against a Lancelot, but that only happens in pubs. This is professional play. There is an idea behind it, and I'm sure my partner here knows it. Or do you? Wolf and Leo back in action. The animals for the last game of the last series today. Leo, at least explain to me what is happening here.
So while that draft was unfolding, the first thing we noticed was Granger, right? Welcome back, Granger.
Okay.
The menace from season 4 makes a comeback, and you know it's hard to count out the hero that helped few win a SEA Games gold medal, right? It's hard to count that out. But the fact that it's also joined in the lineup by a Kimmy and an Estes with no tank against a Lancelot lineup being used by Aqua on Blacklist, then you know that just turns gold into something else. I don't know, man. So that's what I gotta say here. I just need to see them perform. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking.
What is this? Is this a support Kimmy? Revitalize Kimmy.
Revitalize Kimmy on S-Man. I think you're onto something. I think that I think you're somewhat correct. Ooh, nice jump though by On the Beast.
What is happening? Somebody explain this. Okay, let's see. As chaotic as this can go, Blacklist International, they can be overwhelmed by damage, and their damage output themselves might be outshined. Is that the proper fastest? Outshined by raw healing from BSB.
Raw healing and damage. Look at this. How rude, extra rude, if you will, of them to go take the red, the purple, and the blue. And they're going for the blue here, Wolf. And they get it. Aqua
They get it.
gonna be missing out.
What?
They got it. They got it. So they get 2 buffs on the side of Blacklist in their own jungle. And check this out on the other side. It's Edward going for the purple and missing out. He misses the big serpent. Blacklist International is losing out so much resources. Not even 2 minutes into the game. Wolf, what's going on?
If you're on tournament, backs against the wall, it can be experimental. You can be flavorful. And BSB, they're like 5-star chefs showing us a totally different dish. And when you taste it, it's you can't even imagine the taste.
This is
BSB, they're the chefs.
This is a spicy meatballs.
It is.
Oh,
Let's
wow.
go.
Already level 4 is Jiraxnu with that orange buff, and looking at the lineup, it's Killer with level 4 and not even Aqua. So the core on Blacklist can't even respond yet.
Okay, so the bigger problem though for BSB, they don't have stuns. Or at least the hard stuff. They have one. Perhaps coming up from Wilson.
And a
apart
slow
from that,
on Trevor. And a slow on
Trevor, perhaps. But what they do have is healing and damage. So it's all about just any other stuff but tanking. So maybe BSB, they might be successful with this, and I kind of feel like I want them to be successful. We'll see. My nature tells me that Blacklist International have easier ways like this. The jump from Hot Beast with the healing. Oh, it's pretty good, but of course the first from Lancelot, it's gonna be expected for them to get the triple as they melt from the Lancelot. They may be the chefs, but they're getting sliced by Aqua. They jump in with Honda Beast from the backlines. Trevor not likely to get killed.
Yeah,
He is
dude.
able to kill himself.
There's a Filipino saying, it's like you cooked it but someone else ate it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So they may be the chefs, but with that 3-0 take, man, reality hit us like a truck. And just like that, the vulnerabilities on BSB's lineup are showing, and they're showing hard, right? They're so soft that a hero like Aqua's Lancelot can just really reap the benefits. And man, was the fantasy just shut down, or can they still keep this up? I'm wondering if this kind of lineup expires. That's what I'm wondering. If this kind of lineup expires.
That's right. The 2-minute fantasy for us, at least, and for the rest of BSB, it's slowly winding down. Because again, our textbook knowledge of Mobile Legends tells us that having a lot of sources of stuns, as well as getting so much initiations. I mean, not only stuns. I'm not talking about only stuns, but ways to start a fight. It might not be a stun, honestly, or a knockup.
Initiates.
It's basically because for BSB, there's nobody who's gonna be on the ground to actually help BSB jump with Wilson on the Kaja, for example, or maybe the rest of BSB. But nonetheless, we'll take it. They have the retribution now. In comes the last instant, they flicker in with Shadow QT. They overwhelm Honda Beast with so much damage. The belt, but they had to commit a lot for that. Maybe they will be able to convert this a push unless Esman is going to be taken out. Some healing in there, still surviving. Okay, a little bit of a promise in terms of sustainability, but BSB not having any minions in that part means that Blacklist International will be able to defend for a bit.
With that loss on S-Man, it's something to grieve on the side of BSB4, but as you were asking right before the team fight exploded, we were wondering like what kind of initiation does BSB have, right? And I think I have the answer. They just showed us. They'll just start blasting you in the face. That's their initiation. Then what more can you ask for, right? You can even start with the Death Sonata on Jirax Nu, or even like a maximum charge out of nowhere on S-Man to clear minions so that his attacks just hit you clearly. I still have hope in this lineup, but I'm still wondering. I haven't seen this lineup enough to understand and to know if it has an expiration, but I can tell you it's on the beast with the jump and the pull and the last insanity, but the Numinum Blast is gonna stun a lot of BSB, and there you go, Jirax Nu down, Trevor gonna follow suit, S-Man and the gang gonna have to back out of here, and they lost that. They just lost that 2-0. There's nothing they can do. And there's another initiation here by the Beast himself. Wilson barely surviving, but he's gonna go down. Aqua gets the godlike, the double kill. Edward gets S-Man. It's a wipeout. Finally, they get a taste of a buff, and it's not even their own. It's BSB's, and they're gonna convert into this turret down mid.
Oh wow! What an amazing display from at least from Blacklist International. Again, Honda Beast, but. I hate to steal the thunder, but it's so easy to look at. Imagine being Honda Beast playing the Kufra at this point, knowing that somebody is there just gonna jump, and no matter what happens, you're gonna catch anyone. And then with the follow-up Dominion Blast, it makes sure that the Thorn Rose will just hit literally everyone. If there is like a damage output graph that we can show again, I'm gonna bet my life Aqua's having a field day for sure.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's this kind of lineup really. Like, I think what he's gonna do is just overload the healing that Trevor brings to the table, and it's very much possible. Seeing him now at 8-0-1.
It's so weird to see ESP. I'm still hoping that there's a little bit more promise for this team, at least for the composition, because it's funny to win like this, but it's also funny to lose like this, right? How much Firaga armor, but there's healing. Look at that. Okay, Trevor putting up the healing for everyone. Gets away back. Oh! Jumping from Edward with the Esmeralda, but it's duly punished. But there's a BSB. They take the Esmeralda. Hold the beast with the jump once again. Only catching one this time. There's the Numinum Blast being cast. Only catching one as well. As they pull them back with the Fire Sticks. They can share it with the ultimate flicker in the last insanity. Not going to be able to finish off anyone. And the Thorn Rose though, it's the complete opposite. It can't slice the members of BSB now. Actually the Numinum man, the Numinum woman, Lolita is going to be taken out.
exchange onto Tams, cannot heal himself up, and in one by one fashion, Blacklist International are falling. Fire stakes on point from BSB as they overwhelm Blacklist International. Man, it only will take a one-by-one addition from Blacklist International for BSB to win a skirmish, I would say.
Okay, let's see that happen maybe 2 more times in the next 5 minutes, and maybe BSB can walk away with this. Man, this lineup, as successful as it was in the last engage, and this was an extended engagement right here, and I think there was a few mistakes made by Blacklist International here, but then again, we're not giving enough credit to BSB here for the creativity. But going back, I think Blacklist International, they need to divide and conquer. BSB's lineup, it won't be able to do much if they're not together. They need to divide and conquer.
Right. So nevertheless, it's all even for BSB. Look at the spread of the resources. It's like a...
It's the like anti-funnel. It's the anti-funnel.
It's the reverse funnel. Is it like a... communism,
like a
whatever.
bucket.
Socialism?
Yeah,
Is that,
yeah. Everybody gets a little bit of everything.
That's right. And only a little bit for Jerax, no? Just a little bit. Jerax not able to defend. Despite the last insanity. Oh, Wilson! Oh, meets the blade of the Lancelot is gonna be taken out before able to being able to pop his ultimate into full duration, and AoE damage from Blacklist International is good, but BSB turns it around again. Target practice for Blacklist International's marksman as they take down Aqua as well as Dexstar. They only need a little bit of time. And look at this, there's 41,000 damage from Aqua. However, BSB kind of spread out. They found Killer though. They might punish him. Contra Inferno cannot be popped this time, because even if he pops it, BSB will just run away and maybe overwhelm him with range. So BSB looking funkier by the minute, but they still are able to at least stay alive 10 minutes in.
Like that. They're funky. They're dancing to their own tune. And so far, the music, I'm digging it. All right. So far, 11-7, about 1,000 between both of them, but Blacklist still in the lead because they're the more fundamental lineup. But BSB is making it work, and I don't know how. I don't understand it. Maybe it's because Blacklist is making a few mistakes wherein they go in one at a time, or BSB is just focusing fire on the right people. But they're making it work so far. Check this out. On the Beast catching Shider Cutie off guard, taking out all of the Baraga armor, and he has to blink out now. Killer wants to fight back. He wants to keep the fight going, but as the Tams, he has no bite, and they have to disengage.
Really, really close call. Shider Cutie burning the flicker once again. I think that BSB is showing us that they are not afraid to commit some of those valuable battle spells so far. But let's see how they will try to recuperate this time. Aqua getting his red orange and purple buff. I think BSB is also waiting for them for their own. They jump on Shider Cutie this time. Look at this, he stands his ground. What? Oh my goodness, on the Beast with a 5-man ultimate. But in comes, I guess the backup is far too late, but it doesn't matter. The Esmeralda as well as the Lolita with a Numinum Blast. My goodness. Blacklist International destroyed BSB, wiping them out with the jump from Honda Beast.
Bottom.
And
nice
this was it.
Nice conversion from all the way down south. Ladies and gentlemen, in less than 12 minutes, I believe Blacklist International has knocked out BSB. I love the creativity. Great effort here by BSB, but Blacklist International, they just had all bases covered. Congratulations, they're going to be moving up through the playoffs. And a moment of silence for our friends, our rookies, BSB.
The story of On the Beast kind of went into more, kind of benched himself for the entirety of MPL Season 5, but only appearing for certain scenarios. And we were talking about On the Beast and the rest of Blacklist International not activating On the Beast unless they just recently lost a game. But now, on the active lineup, with the active heroes, 3 games back to back with the Kufra and that winning play.
my goodness, I can't describe how great of a story this is. He's got a lot of supporters, but a lot of haters as well. Bullying Honda Beast online, saying that Honda Beast should stick to just being a streamer, but with that performance, my goodness, he's back in the business.
Yep, I think all that vitriol online has just triggered him to become a better tank and live by the moniker that he's been given. The top one Kufra, and they unleashed the beast effectively right here tonight. And it was very much worth it. So congratulations, welcome back, Honda Beast, and good luck in the rest of the playoffs. But still, my heart goes out to BSB. They put up a good fight here, and they almost showed us a glimmer of hope. They almost went in there and snatched a quick one off of Blacklist International. But really, if you look in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Blacklist and a picture of BSB. And when you're looking up Hail Mary plays, that's what you're gonna see. That kind of lineup. It's just ridiculous, but nonetheless, it made for some entertaining Mobile Legends eSport.
Absolutely. And I guess that's it from us here at the Caster Desk. I hope you enjoyed the show, but the Animals will be signing off. We'll see you again tomorrow for the rest of the lower bracket rounds, I think, or I don't know, but the rest of the playoffs. Doesn't matter, but we'll see you tomorrow. For now, we're gonna pass it back to the panel with Rockhart, Nomad, and Seiya. Thank you once again, and take it away.
Good job, Leo and Wolf here for another awesome run there on the commentary. The Animals are signed off, and it's Rockhart, Seiya, and Nomad here breaking down BSB versus Blacklist International game. What a long one. I gotta say, I mean, to be honest, for a majority of that part, it was a slow death.
Yes.
From what I read, it kind of looked like they were gonna do something in the beginning. But this time around, Blacklist were on comfort. They were, for I think each and every point of that, each and every turn, they looked like they had a plan. They stuck to it.
Yeah, and this is the comfortable Blacklist International that we've seen throughout the regular season, and they demonstrated pretty well that you don't necessarily need a marksman for your overall composition. You just need the right angle and the right timing, and that Lancelot really had it on.
Yeah, that Lancelot completely denied Kimmy in terms of damage. They couldn't catch Lancelot because of that Sword Rose as well. And most of the time, it all boils down to just the entire composition of BSB not being able to perform well in the latter part of this stage when we reach the 8 or 9 minute mark, because Blacklist International was just able to catch the numbers of BSB here, especially with Dexter almost on point with all the Numenor blasts that he was throwing, and Honda Beast as well. Gotta commend him with that Kufra play. But at the end of the day, it was Aqua and Killer and Edward just making sure that the efforts of Honda and Dexter were not in vain.
Yeah, and for a majority of that part, I feel like that's who you gotta commend, right? You gotta give it to Honda Beast and to Dexter. But Edward has been playing stably in that one. Even in the end, got a Maniac. So we'll see that later on the piece with the plays, obviously. Never count this guy out. And there you go. I think that's the Maniac play right there on your screens. At the end of it, it is just to the team who plays a lot more consistently. And that has been shown here on this one. Kufra for Honda Beast. Just an absolute monster on this in that game for Smart Game MVP. So that's it. That's gonna be BSB going down and Blacklist International moving forward to day 2, which will be a bit of a nail biter as well. We got pretty strong teams coming out there from the lower bracket. So Blacklist, this is just the beginning. They gotta be ready for more.
Yes, and like what we've seen throughout the games for this final series, to me, it is true. It is a nail biter because the hyper late game, I don't think it's not gonna be that efficient anymore coming the days that we'll have. And this messy games that we've been witnessing right now, I think they need to further polish it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to do that like in one day's time.
Yeah,
they are gonna do big changes, but I'm still hoping. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Overall, Kimmy's today are in a bit of a pickle, aren't they? they are not really doing their win conditions. I don't know if I'll blame it on the hero or just how fast the teams are playing right now. But so far, you cannot really do a strong early Kimmy game, I think, so far for the playoffs.
Man, I feel like if they're gonna go for a Kimmy game next time around and tomorrow's matches, it has to be well funneled. And then again, all the players have already discovered how to counter that. So I guess they're just gonna have to give everything they have in order for the Kimmy to work. Probably pick up a high loss together with an Angela or anybody to support the Kimmy. But yeah, I agree. Kimmy is not showing as much today as to compared to what we saw during the earlier parts of the season.
Yeah. Kimmy in general as a hero is effective, but you have to take note, there's a certain amount of limit or a time limit for the Kimmy to be at its maximum efficiency. And if that limit runs out, that's where we see or we witness the dwindling effects of a Kimmy. That's why it's getting easier to be picked off come the mid to late phases of the game.
Yeah, they've been suffering so consistently here that maybe some teams will start to think twice about starting him up. And maybe go back to the Granger. I'm just kidding. Like Granger came earlier. They bit off more than they can chew, obviously. Everyone knew that from the draft. That's why we predicted the free O predict for Blacklist. Finally got something right in that last one. That last series was a little unpredictable, but in the end got closed out by the agents from Blacklist International. So that has been a pretty long game, as Wolf said. We're close to about 9 hours, I think, or 8 hours of intense Mobile Legends action, almost nonstop here. So I think today has been a pretty good day, I would say. Tomorrow we will have a lot more and a lot hotter games. Obviously, we're gonna see some more teams fall off the gauntlet, and that should be something for you guys to watch out for. So make sure you are followed there on the social media, followed on the official pages for Facebook, YouTube here of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And of course, make sure to follow our pages as well right there on the bottom side so you can get the updates from us as well. I personally have been tweeting and posting statuses like crazy right now on Facebook and Twitter. And I hope to see more of you guys tomorrow again. On behalf of Wolf and Rock and Leo, of course, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456. Donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. And again, Smart has a big announcement on June 1. Check that out with a Korean star, Hyun Bin, which I haven't personally heard of, but it will definitely be interesting to hear about him and read about him later on. Koreabu Nomad right there in Seiya. And again, on behalf of Wolf, the rest of the production team, Leo, Seiya, and myself, we bid you all good night. Tomorrow is going to be a big day once more for day 2 of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines Season 5. We'll see you tomorrow.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Face.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, Pro camera, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap. Realme 6 Pro, 6 cameras, Pro display, Realme smartphone, dare to leap.